stop me. You think that pile of junk is going to stop me? I'm really getting tired of operating this machine. It's mine. Irritating. Nothing but wimps.
Good evening, party people. Welcome back to the Bar with an X, the only bar with an X that serves the Eggman with no X. To my knowledge, I don't think he has much of a dating history, and if he did, he's certainly not very public about it. Welcome to everybody. Today, we're embarking on the journey of Dr. Eggman in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, as we've kind of been doing for a while, except not with the Eggy boy himself. We last saw him, I think it was stream 2 of this series, because we did the Dark story, but before that we did the Hero story. We've worked our way through a number of the characters so far. We have all of the A ranks for Knuckles, Rouge, and Tails, which means we're basically halfway through the game at this point, which is exciting because I've never actually had the opportunity to get every single emblem in the game, and I think we're at like 94 or something right now out of 180, and I'm very excited for that. I think I had the opportunity of kind of raving about my excitement with, I think it was some user in chat on Monday, I cannot remember who it was, but I think they were new on the Twitch side. If you're out there, please remind me, because I think you were also embarking on this journey. In any case, to everybody who's popped in here early so far, which includes, but is not necessarily limited to, Colmenez, Annie, Renzo, Skittle, Eli, Little Abe, and some nerd. Did I say Cole too? I think I said Cole out there. The other part of my chat is currently covered by my recipe. Oh, Gobby's out there too. There we go. And the chat bot. Don't let anybody forget about the chat bot. I gotta redo my overlays and stuff up here so I can actually positively greet the people who pop in here. I also see the Owlboy out there, as well as Imi Chow, who's calling me boss. Because technically, for all intents and purposes, if I am the head bartender at this establishment, then I am also the boss of the mods, aka bouncers, or just the other mixologist, which happens to be Imi Chow, which, if you guys don't remember, was here on Monday, and I think that's pretty exciting. So tonight's recipe, as we proceed into Eggman's territory, involves a whole egg, and only one of them, because eggs are apparently expensive these days, so long as I don't mess up anything, I only have to use this one egg and not the second one that I had dangerously close to my eye. If you don't know, consuming raw substances could potentially lead to problems such as, you know, salmonella or some other weird stuff that happens because of the whole microbial nature of the world. This is going into a drink, and there has been studies done to see whether or not the general acidity of a drink is high enough to kill off most bacteria, and the answer is Maybe. I don't remember what paper that was, but if I remember to find that particular paper, I'm going to try to link it somewhere, but somebody's going to have to remind me. In any case, I see some nerd out there saying, I just watched the Infinity Bottle short. It was definitely entertaining watching you knock back a shot of pickle juice. That was an easy one to edit, because I didn't do much editing at all. I figured if the internet wanted to see the Infinity Bottle pickle back, the Infinity back, so to speak, then you'd probably want to see it with little to no cuts at all. So it made that easy for me. So go ahead. Keep putting stupid shit in my Infinity Bottle, because it's not my Infinity Bottle. It's yours. My Infinity Bottle, for those of you who are curious, is this one, and nobody touches this one, or at least nobody did. The only two other people aside from me that has touched this bottle in particular was Annie, because of a technicality, and Cole, because of also a technicality. And so long as there are no more technicalities, there will be no more bastardizations of my Infinity Bottle. I think that's pretty cool. Owlboy out there saying that you're making some mint syrup, and I saw Cole up above, a little song coming out of the With an X media department, something about Apple and the vodka, and there were other lyrics and stuff there too that I just kind of like glanced over and stuff like that. In any case, let's start off with a cocktail and enjoy ourselves, shall we? This cocktail calls for a shaker, as most egg drinks tend to do. We'll start with this one. I also had this little tool that I'm going to use to try to get the egg white separated from the egg yolk. We're going to start with... do we need an egg white in here? Oh, actually, I don't even need this thing. Never mind. I don't need it at all. Take your egg strainer and throw it away. You don't need that. We're putting a whole egg in this one. So let's start with that. Eggy lad. So we start. So it begins. Cole out there saying, I'm proud to be one of the 2 people to mess around with the sacred bottle. It's true, you're one of 2. And so long as I don't make any mistakes, it'll stay that way for most intents and purposes. Some nerd out there saying, I am halfway to putting something in the Infinity Bottle. You know, you can. You have my permission, nerd, to like, go back a bit to like not, in fact, be close to the Infinity Bottle. There are other redemptions we have on the YouTube side, like reminding me to put water in my mouth or deciding to make me work my body during moments like this where I otherwise would not want you to. It doesn't work right now. Go ahead and give it a try. But in any case, but if you want to put something in the Infinity Bottle, the one thing that'll remind you if you don't know about it already, and this is just a message for everybody, the Infinity Bottle now works on a random timer, so it's not just an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, it's somewhere between an hour and 15 and 2 hours into the stream, just to add a little level of unexpectedness, a little bit of spontaneity for those who are quick with the trigger. Special shout out to Eli Peach Soda, who's apparently put 3 things in this bottle, and I did the math, Eli. You redeemed it 17 seconds after it became available. And I thought that was very, very impressive. Very impressive indeed. I see Brad popping in. What isn't in his Infinity Bottle at this point? I see a voice modulation command too from Colmenez out there. Chow voice? I should turn that thing off too.
I'm gonna turn that thing off too.
Cole, only because I have some edits that I have to do for this pregame cocktail, I'm gonna write on my board to do that only after I'm done with my edits. Or rather in between the edits, because I need to change that.
Then you go back to it. How are you? And then you go back to it.
Oopsie.
Quite well.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do, Cole? I'm just gonna give that back to you. Oh, never mind. It's gone. Some of the other mods got to it. All right. Whoops. Welcome in, Malenstein. I see you on the Twitch side. Welcome in. Welcome in. Michael Prophet out there coming in. I see Danny Newman as well. The chatbot I see yet again. And did I miss anybody else? Oh, Malenstein's like, I'm some nerd's Twitch account. Oh, there we go. There we go. I am gonna do a thing real quick. I'm gonna try my best. What's the button? What's the button? What's the button? You know what? I'm just gonna let it roll. If I don't acknowledge things, things won't happen. So I put an egg in the cocktail already. Now we're gonna do everything else. All right, I got distracted for a hot second. We put an egg in the cocktail, and now, next we're gonna add a rye whiskey. Actually, this recipe next calls for some Canadian whiskey. I don't have any Canadian whiskey right now, so a rye will also work, and I'm gonna use that. I don't think I have any Canadian whiskey. I took a look at the website and I just looked up Canada, and apparently, aside from, I think, the Crown Apple bottle that I have, I don't have any Canadian whiskey. I didn't realize that. I need one of these things. Oh, Maynap out there. Umido, I see that. You missed me? You missed you? I see you out there. I see you, Umido, up there, too. My apologies. This bar happens to have a lot of folks who pop in here on time, and I'm very happy to see that. So an ounce of Canadian whiskey, if you've got it. A rye will also work here. A little bit of that. There we go. Now I'm opting to put everything into one side of this shaker, on top of the egg and stuff like that. You don't necessarily want to do that especially if you use a cocktail that has, if you have ingredients like citrus and stuff that might cook that egg ahead of time. Only because I see a couple of bubbles and stuff in there. I'm just gonna move it to the side and start putting it to the other side of the shaker. Just to make sure I don't put anything, just to make sure I don't like mess anything up, you know? If you didn't know already, heat can cook an egg, acidity can cook an egg, other things could cook an egg. Pressure can cook an egg, I believe. Although I've never actually tried that, and I certainly wouldn't squeeze an egg hard enough to give it a try. Next, we need an ounce of Cynar. This is a Cynar Flip after all, so it only makes sense to put the Cynar into the flip. Where's my thing? There we are. Right over here. Oh, see out there. I see Brad saying something about the Chow voice and Cole being very happy that he acknowledged it. Yeah, I'll get to it. I get to it. I take one thing away from y'all and you end up finding loopholes. An ounce of Cynar, if I didn't say it already. What do I see out there? Malenstein being like, I just figured I should drop a follow on the Twitch side. Normally on YouTube, so I'm gonna go back over there. Oh, go whatever platform is most comfortable for you, but follows on every platform, as does Quantum Nature happen to be, winds up working. Owl out there saying that you're working on a honey mint syrup, which sounds very delicious. Amy Chow is saying, I've been doing chow noises since elementary school. It's a beautiful thing to do, right? I promise I'll get you on that. You Umito out there saying, time to do a cocktail at 2 a.m. to accompany you. Dude, I had a cocktail, I think it was at, midnight the other night, because I was just feeling it. I had my first white Negroni. I don't typically have white Negronis because I don't typically have all of the ingredients for it, but I did pick up this bottle of Lillet the other day, and that's critical in a white Negroni. Equal parts Lillet, if you have it, equal part, in addition to a gentian liqueur like Sue's, and then gin on top of it. What's a Lillet? Lillet Blanc is a white wine-based aperitif. It kind of tastes like white wine on its own. Exactly what kind of white wine, I'm just not familiar enough to tell you, so I just don't know off the top of my head. Aperitifs typically are on the bitterer side of things, or maybe not. Actually, digestives, I believe, are more on the bitter side. Aperitifs are just kind of like desserty in a way. It's sweet. It's nice. It's winey. I'm not sure, love. Why are you asking all these questions?
Because I want to know.
Okay, it's an yeah, it says right in the, what does it say right in the book?
I can't read it.
Lillet Blanc, Maison Fondue, and 1872, product of French, served well chilled. I don't. French aperitif wine. It is from France. It is considered a wine that's got enough sugar in it to be used in cocktail. It smells wonderful, by the way, if I didn't say so already. I see out there, Tropical out there saying, Brother Cynar Flip, do you have one as well? Because that would be beautiful. I see Dave Carson out there as well, popping into the chat. Welcome back, everybody. And if you're new out there, like the Twitch Quantum version of some nerd, welcome. What else do we need in here? We've got an egg in here already. We have rye whiskey or Canadian whiskey. If you have Canadian whiskey, that's what the recipe calls for. Cynar, we need a half an ounce of Cointreau, or some other orange liqueur of your choice. Cointreau is nice because it's made with cognac. If I can get the bottle of it. Yep, there I can. Renzo's like, flip a bottle, please. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see if I feel comfortable doing that today. Half an ounce of Cointreau or some other orange liqueur. Go with that. What should we try? What bottle should we flip? What's the smallest bottle I got? I have a teeny bottle of Malort. Check it. I flipped it. It's good stuff. It's also made of plastic. But you didn't come here for that. You came here for overly confident bartenders, so. Woo! Isn't that cool?
I thought they came here for me.
Some people come here for Disney Queen, and if you do, she's not the star of the show.
Yes, I am.
Except when she wants to be.
When I turn my head.
I see LL and DE both saying hi. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome to the Bar with an X. Tropical out there saying that Lillet Blanc is a blend of Bordeaux white wines and citrus liqueur aged in oak. I need him to see my drinksplain. I can't watch all the drinksplains, my friend. That's why we have you to drinksplain when the bartender otherwise doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm a fraud, by the way, everybody. I'm fake. Look. I've been wearing pants this whole time. I'm sorry to have led you astray. What else have we got in here? Yay for the flip from Brad. Thank you for your tip. We appreciate it. What else have we got in here? A quarter of an ounce of Clove simple syrup. I made this by taking some simple syrup and heating it with clove in it for a few hours because I'm lazy. And lo and behold, kind of smells like Christmas. And that's the point. Quarter of an ounce of this. I got one jigger that measures that very easily. Quarter of an ounce of clove syrup. You can make this by combining equal parts sugar and water together and adding cloves to the pot. That was funny sounding. I like that funny one. Ibicho being like, le egg. Tropical out there saying I'm going back to work, which is totally fine. I see DE out there saying, what is going on here? I'm making a cocktail. Here at the Bar with an X, I create cocktails inspired by our favorite video game characters, concepts, and more. I'm doing a cocktail called the Cynar Flip right now, which is an egg-based cocktail that uses this bottle of Cynar here, inspired by the fact that we're going to be doing Eggman's missions in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle today, so I want to make sure that I have a drink in hand so that I have the best experience. And if you want to follow along, you're more than welcome to. I provide the recipes on the screen. If you're on the vertical side and you can't see the recipe, tap your screen, and it should hide the chat ever so briefly so you can see the recipe behind it. But the recipe's always in the description of the video, too, if you're wondering. And we also have a command, !sips, where I'll just print it to chat. We have many ways for you to play and follow along. If you drink alcohol, and if you don't, that's totally fine. We do mocktails every once in a while, too. Solid question out there. I see Owl saying, need to get me some orange blossom water for Lebanese lemonade. Oh, dude, orange blossom water is great. I remember when I first got my bottle of orange blossom water, I opened it for the first time to make some orgeat, and I was like, that smells exactly like the cleaner that they use at specifically the Disney Vero Beach Resort. I know that because I went there at least once or twice, and I swear they put it in all of their cleaning equipment. And it smells beautiful. By the way, I will have more of this clove syrup for the duration of the stream unless I use it otherwise. So if you've got ideas on what to use this for, by all means, let me know. We have cocktail requests that happen towards the end of the stream anyway. But I'm going to keep in my refrigerator for now. Yeah, I can. Yes, I can. I found space for it, so everything is good. What I see out there, Annie's like, I have legs. I do. And I see Brad saying, for me, it's not a flip without Luxardo, Jaeger, and tequila. The death flip. I did actually consider doing the death flip for this evening's recipe, Brad, and the thought occurred to me, but I thought the death flip, because it includes the egg, would be more appropriate if we were doing a classic Sonic game that actually features the death egg, so the death egg would have a place in the death flip cocktail. I do a lot of thinking sometimes. And that's all the ingredients that I need for this measurement jigger here. I'm just gonna give this a quick wash down just so I can use it all later and do less dishes later. I like that.
Nothing but wimps.
Got little things for that. A little water in here to wash it off. I see DE out there saying, this is great. You're very good at what you're doing. You speak very clean. Thank you very much. I'm glad you haven't noticed any of the stutters or repeats of words yet. Repeats of words yet. Did I also mention I'm a comedian? Sometimes. At least I think I am. I appreciate the kind words, DE. Does DE stand for anything in particular? Would you prefer to be called De or D? Because I can work with whatever. D's nuts is also on the table, so long as I remember it, if that joke is kind of up your alley. Did I add all my ingredients in here too? I think I probably did. What do we had? Rye whiskey, Cynar, Cointreau, clove simple syrup, egg. There's one more ingredient. A dash of bitters. Specifically a particular type of bitters. Skittle out there saying, I'll be back later. Got off work late today, so I haven't done anything yet since I got home. Take care of yourself, yo. I would say that my biggest priority for me is to run a good show, and your biggest priority is to take care of yourself, and if you have me running in the background, I won't be angry. Or if you turn me off and do whatever you want to do, honestly, I wouldn't be hurt by that either. Take care of yourself. So long as you're doing that, you'll make the bartender very happy. What do I see out there? Brad saying, Cam, don't encourage people to put nuts on the table. I did not say putting nuts on the table. I said D's Nuts as a potential name to call one of our guests, should they want it. It is their choice. I would never enforce that on somebody. My D's Nuts cannot be enforced on somebody. We are a very consensual bar here. Last, we're going to add a single dash of the Bitter Truth Jerry Thomas's own decanter bitters. I saw somebody out there saying that they tried this with, what was it? Ah, yes. On liquor.com, where I found this recipe, somebody said that they tried black walnut bitters instead, and it was also pretty good. If you don't have these. A dash of Jerry Thomas's own decanter bitters. This one. The description of this bitters is basically that Jerry Thomas made his own aromatic bitters recipe, and this is the Bitter Truth's approximation of it, if anything. You could also sub it out with some other aromatic bitters, like an Angostura or otherwise, because it's kind of in the same category. I honestly can't remember what this tastes like on its own, and it's kind of alcoholic, so I probably wouldn't be able to get a lot of flavor notes from it. I'm gonna put that away. It's on the bar spot if you want to see it back at some point. I see Cow King out there saying, going to Disney's Land competition called Universal Studios next month, but today you have a cold. Well, that's okay. Take care of yourself. I imagine if you put the effort into making yourself feel better for the rest of your trip, I would argue that a couple of less days of a good trip is better than a full trip where you just feel shitty the whole time. So do that. Water, honey lemon, or, whatever medication a doctor would prescribe. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to prescribe it. I see DE out there saying, unfortunately, I'm not a gamer, to be honest, so most of what you're saying is just kind of flying over your head. Not a gamer, but you are a drinker? Oh, that's totally fine, dude. I try to cater to both audiences if I can. And if I can't, that's okay. Honestly, because I try to pull inspiration from the games that I play, I realize that there are a lot of games out there that y'all play that you know a heck of a lot more of than I do. So one of these days, I'm gonna wind up picking your brain about how best to distill Fire Emblem characters into a cocktail, or Kingdom Hearts characters, or Devil May Cry characters, because I haven't played any of those games, and I still kind of want to make drinks for them. Stay tuned for that. All right. At this point, if you're done talking, add ice to this and give it a shake. Now, typically, when we do egg cocktails like this, you would just you could dry shake it and then wet shake it by adding ice to it, or otherwise, in the case of a flip, you don't necessarily have to do so. The ice is going to make sure that it kind of provides that physical action to break up the egg yolk and stuff, because there is an entire egg in here, and I guess if you were too gentle to it, you'd have an egg yolk floating in your drink. I don't think anybody wants that. But in this case, add some ice and give it a shake. I like to put my ice into the small side of the glass, so I don't overfill. Hey, see out there, Wub popping in, saying one of my top 3 favorite Pokemon. I like Bisharp. Bisharp's really cool. I can't really think of my other top 3 Pokemon. There's like over 1,000 of them. That's too big a question for right now. Bisharp's like my top favorite Pokemon. Actually, you know what? I have more. That's a big question, Wub. That's a big question. I didn't think about that after I've had a drink or so. I see Umito out there saying cocktail done, curry vodka, mango puree, coconut milk, chocolate bitters, and simple sip. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Very tasty indeed. Annie asking, would I drink around the world at Epcot? Absolutely. Owl saying, if I ever play Bioshock, definitely pick your brain. Oh, I'll be making mentions in our Discord server, which I know Owlboy is a part of. Brad out there saying, I'm hoping Cyndaquil is one of Cam's favorites too, because you got a Cyndaquil tattoo. Cyndaquil's not one of my favorites. If I had to pick a favorite starter, it's Squirtle. I'm gonna say Squirtle, Bisharp, because I think they're really cool, and I just love Squirtle. And who's the other guy? If I saw a list of Pokemons, I'd know, dude. I'd know, but I just don't off the top of my head. Let me put my ingredients away. And I'll shake this cocktail. All right, give it a shake. Oh yeah, dude. I love egg drinks. This is going to be delightful. I see Bob the Alien popping in with a hi. Hello there, and well met, alien. Well met indeed. Does this get garnished at all? I don't think this gets a garnish whatsoever. I didn't see a garnish. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and observe the beautiful layering. 'Cause that's kind of what happens. Owlboy out there being like, remember to abuse your mint. The flavor is a response to trauma. It is kind of true. But depending on how much you abuse your mint depends on what kind of flavors you're gonna get from it, and they tend to find that the gentler you are with your mints, the more pleasant those flavors tend to be and a little bit less bitter. Something about bruising mint or something like that, you know? Some nerd out there saying my favorite Pokemon tends to be the little guy Pokemon with the Spheal and Phalanx. Oh my god, Phalanx is so cute! The one where they kind of walk behind it. Oh my god, I freaking love that. It's beautiful. Strain this into a chilled goop glass. Goop glass. Welcome in, Dr. Super Penguin. Chilled it. Oh my god, I can't speak right now. Double strain. Don't double strain. It doesn't say for double strain. Double strain it if you want to. Double strain this into a chilled coupe glass and watch out for those layers. Double strain this into a chilled coupe glass and watch out for those layers. If I say it twice, it's because I'm doing it for the edits. Oh my goodness gracious. Where's my cocktail angle over? Check it out, y'all! It's my cocktail!
I'm really getting tired
Cool, right?
of operating this machine.
Wub saying that their favorite Pokemon, I assume. Hypno, Primate, Golem are yours. Very good. What'd I miss? Dave Carson out there is a Dugtree enjoyer. Brad saying Cubone, Gardevoir, and Cyndaquil. We're all talking Pokemon right now. Did I tell you all I'm working on Pokemon drinks? But you didn't hear it from me. Alright, double strain it. I don't think this calls for a garnish. But if somebody goes to the website and clicks on, if you type in sips and go to the liquor.com website, you might be able to correct me. If you garnish this with nutmeg, I wouldn't be mad at you. Oh, dude, that's an Eggy wash line. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh my gosh. I freaking love egg drinks, dude. I love egg drinks. It just looks like custard, dude. Annie's saying, confirmed, no garnish. Excellent. But like I said, if you want to put nutmeg on this, I'm not going to get angry. Egg drinks tend to go really well with nutmeg for some reason. It's just beautiful. And the fact that we've got a little bit of clove syrup in here too, must be pretty good. I see Z32 out there being like, is it good? Is that a question? Because you forgot your question mark. And the answer is it's definitely good, but I'm going to tell you exactly how it's good in just a hot second. Who is this by? This is from Clive. By the way, if you're wondering, this cocktail comes from Jayce Kadyschuk. Hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. From Clive's bar in British Columbia, Canada. So very cool. So, this is the Cynar Flip cocktail, and it uses an entire egg. Its origin is Clive's bar in British Columbia, Canada. And already, I'm getting excited. Is that egg? I love eggy cocktails. Oh, I love that so much. Wow. Woo! That is such a beautiful custardy mouthfeel, and it leads with whiskey and immediately edges into those bitter vegetal Cynar notes. I like that. Been a while since I've had a bitter flip, but that bitterness is so well caressed by the texture of the egg in there that I really, really appreciate it. Picking things out a little bit more, it's a lot less like, I've never had a custard that quite tastes like this before, but I feel like I have a flavor note in my mind that this is familiar to. So I want to dig into that just a little bit more. I feel like I've had candy that tastes like this. Getting like a little bit of like, it reminds me of a graham cracker in a way. Oh, you know what? Wait, oh no, I'm getting a, oh, what's the note I'm thinking of? It's like almost oh, you know what? Easter just happened. It must have been an Easter candy I had. I think it was like caramel candy. I think that's what I think those are the notes that I'm getting. It's like a bitter burnt caramel. I think I'm getting. So we had like custard notes, bitter notes, whiskey notes, burnt caramel notes, custard. Oh man. Oh, I love it, dude. I love this very much. What do I see out there? What is everybody saying out there? Kid saying spin the pin for Annie? Sure, dog. Anytime, anytime. What do I see out there? My favorite is to be either Pukey Mukey or the Fomantis. Amy Chat talking about the Pokemon stuff. What do we see out there? Dave saying I'm eating alu gelato. I have no idea what that is. Please enlighten me. Cow King saying, Can, that's Amor or Chela Luna. What is your favorite? What? What does that mean? Amor or Chela Luna? S'more or Chela Luna? I don't know what Chela Luna is. So I'm gonna go with s'mores are probably my favorite there, you know? What else to say out there? Cow King's talking about Bidoof. Kids saying you've had a candy graham before? Candy graham cracker? I don't think I have. Random question from Umido asked, what was my best first date? The one I had with my wife when we went to go see How to Train Your Dragon. That was good stuff, dude. That was good stuff. In any case, did I miss anything else out there? If I did, that's okay. Feel free to repeat yourself. I don't mind. Alright, so it kind of starts as a sweet graham crackery whiskey before edging into this very soft territory, texture-wise, I mean, a very soft texture, like custard, with bitter notes from the Cynar, a subtle vegetal note, and then it ends almost like, you know, if you ever had like caramel chocolate before, but burnt caramel, or like a toasted caramel. It really reminds me of that. Easter just happened, and I'm pretty sure I had an Easter candy that tasted pretty much like what I'm getting here, but with booze and something a little bit extra. I like that. A piece of me wants to think it was like a Cadbury egg or something like that, but I definitely did not have any Cadbury eggs. No Cadbury cream eggs this past Easter. Don't know why. Don't know why, but it's very graham crackery. And graham cracker. But I didn't mention the graham cracker as well. What do I see out there? Brad saying, Aaron and I also did early dates watching How to Train Your Dragon. It's a good movie. The remake is coming out, and it is also on, I think, the same day that it came out originally, or at least the day that, at least without sharing personal details, it came out on a very nice day of mine. I was very happy with that. What else do we see out there? Official saying, welcome in, by the way. I see you out there, Official. I'm primed and ready for that infinity bottle. I sure hope you are, because it has a random timer, so if you can catch it, you can have it. I see Trainer out there saying, we meet again, Unc. What's up? Drinking a beautiful cocktail. How are you doing, Trainer out there? One who trains. Dave saying, fagioli, unfortunately. Just the bird season traditionally. Fagioli. Fagioli. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Sounds tasty. What about asking, did I say my favorite Pokemon yet? I told you a little bit. I think Bisharp is up there, Squirtle is up there, and I'm trying to think of who the other one is. Don't hold me accountable to the questions that I answer here, only because I'm sure it'll change. If I had all 1,025 Pokemon and their other forms and whatnot in front of me, I could probably pick them out pretty easily. It would just take me a while. One of these days, I'm gonna make a cocktail for every single Pokemon, and then you can ask me. In any case. MHL like caramello egg? Can't say I've had that. Dave saying, I mean eating chicken. You eating chicken. Excellent. I was eating popcorn before the stream started because Anna decided to make a little bit extra. And although every single time she makes popcorn before the stream, I'm like, no, I don't want that right now. But I had some time in between, so I was hanging at the table over there in the living room of the next, just munching on popcorn and responding to Instagram comments because the Infinity Bottle video came out today where we took a pickleback. And that was weird. That was very, very weird. In any case, Owl out there saying that the mint syrup is done. Cheers to that. And some nerd apparently watched the Minecraft movie on Tuesday. Not a cinematic masterpiece, but definitely an entertaining film. Well, if the earnings from that movie were any indication about how good that movie is, it's kind of one of the best ones that have been made, at least in the video game sphere. Pretty cool. I see Theron out there saying you wear the same outfit just for the videos? Yes, because the videos are made from what happens right here. Always. So yes, I do, because it's impossible for me to change when the footage that's being filmed right now is for the shorts. Yeah. I hope that answers your question, Theron. Welcome in, by the way. Michael's saying I'm up to 338 subs. There we go, dude. Cause for celebration. If you're popping in a little bit later, I want to let you know that I'm sipping on a Cynar Flip right now, a flip-style cocktail which uses a whole egg with a bit of Cynar in it, balanced by a bit of either Canadian whiskey if you've got it, or in my case, I use the rye whiskey. It's got some Cointreau in there, some orange liqueur. It's got a Clove simple syrup, which I've still got a little bit extra of, and it's got a little drop of Jerry Thomas's own decanter bitters, which is basically an ancient style, ancient's the wrong word for it, but an older style of aromatic bitters coined by Jerry Thomas himself, a prominent guy in the mixology and bartending space. I'd tell you more about it, but I'm not much a cocktail historian. I'm a nerd, so that's what I'm gonna keep on doing. In any case, I see Vanilla out there saying, where's the Pokemon? Rye whiskey? Wait, the Pokemon rye whiskey? Dude, I'm telling you, Vanilla, if I had a Pokeball, like if Pokeballs could exist and all of my bottles could be Pokemon, then that would mean my storage problem actually would probably get worse. I was gonna say, if I could fit all of my liquor bottles in Pokeballs, they would take up less space, volumetrically speaking, right? Because some Pokeballs can grow and shrink. But then how the heck am I supposed to label all of them? I don't know how Ash Ketchum and the other Pokemon trainers do it with the hundreds of thousands of Pokemon that they may have. But if there is like an organizational system, like a PC box that I could keep all of my Poke bottles in, I would, because we have a storage issue here. I decided to take the entire closet as my own, as my liquor closet. And all the jackets and stuff are now downstairs. Beautiful. It's beautiful, beautiful. Theron out there saying, didn't meet it rude, just curious. Oh, no problem, my guy. I didn't take it rude at all. Not at all. Eli Peach Soda out there saying, I think they're all just obsessed with label makers. Nerd saying as well, label makers. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Image out there saying, I think my bottle of Chardonnay went off. Went off? Like, as in it popped? Or it's a little bit weird. Because if you do have excess wine, add a bit of sugar to it and make a syrup out of it, and you can use it for cocktails and stuff. And if it was in fact like Chardonnay champagne or something like that, and it's totally flat now, in my opinion, even better a reason to add some sugar to it and get some extra use out of it. I don't tend to use a lot of champagne here. I use the little tiny bottles if I can. Oh, and I remember, Cole, I owe you a Chow voice. So I'm gonna talk in my Chow voice for a little bit, because I want to give that to you. So.
I see Eli out there saying I love label makers I used to have fun, but it ran out of ink and then I misplaced it. Oh no! I think I have a label maker around here somewhere. Where's my label maker? I just found my label maker. It's probably somewhere over here. There you are! Oh my gosh!
This machine.
Everything's okay. Okay, my drawer just broke. I
but my drawer just broke. I don't know if this thing's on right now. Let me try to make a label. Oh, it's out of batteries. That's incredible. Okay. I gotta keep my voice up. What does this take? Double A's? Oh, there's battery acid in there. Cool. That's not a problem for Camera with an X. That's a problem for Camera without an X. I'm gonna put it on the table. Well, that was kind of fun, now wasn't it? Is chat making fun of my voice? Damn right you should. Anyway, I'm done with that. What do I see out there? Renzo's saying the machines show them what's inside of the... Oh, for the Pokeballs? Yeah, that actually kind of makes sense. But apparently you can look at it at a certain angle to see what Pokemon's in the inside, but then I'd have to hook up every single freaking Pokemon. The label maker, I think, is the right option here. Official out there saying that you bought a new bottle of gin, a cheaper one. It was considerably worse. Can't drink a simple sip without gagging. Put it in a cocktail. That's what I do with my... Actually, two things that I would say to do with... that I typically do with cheap spirits that I don't really wind up liking. I infuse it, or I blend it, or I just workshop recipes with them. And when I use cheaper stuff during the workshopping process, I'll upgrade to something better later on. Theron out there saying, first live I've commented on where the person pronounces my name right. Pretty cool. Oh, Theron? Oh, really? Did I get it right? Theron. It's a pretty cool name. I don't know something. I'm a bit of a nerd, if that wasn't already obvious, and I do play D&D sometimes. I have a really awesome DM right now, and I freaking love you, Sean, by the way. Shout out to Sean, my DM. But Theron feels like an ancient hero's name. Anything that has like on at the end of it, like Theron. Anything really. Vanillon, Imichalon, Officialon, Renzon, Elion, Cameron with an X. Kind of cool, right? And I just realized that my name also ends in Ron, technically.
Do you think that
That's incredible.
wow.
Wow. Renzo saying too that Pokeballs apparently shrink, and then the label would just pop up. Yeah, that's a good point. No. Wait, can't you make like what is it? What do they call it? No, Shrinky Dinks require heat. Elastic labels, like a rubber band. Really tiny label rubber bands for the Pokemon universe. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here. This is this is great. I love these little chats that we have here behind the bar. I got nothing else that I want to bother you guys with before we get into the game, unless you just want to chill out here for a little while. I don't mind. My job is to put on the show, and if the show is just sitting here staring at the camera and talking with people, that's totally fine with me too, but we do have a video game to get to. And if we don't get past here, the Infinity Bottle never happens. It's actually just a falsity. I'm lying to you. The Infinity Bottle will happen anyways. Actually, I want you guys to do it because that's more content. Good stuff. Official saying, Official Lion. That was my nickname in high school. Official Lion? Officialon. That's pretty cool, actually. Annie's saying shrinking metal is okay, but shrinking labels are beyond the realm of possibility. I guess we are in the world of Pokemon, right? That actually kind of makes sense. Theron saying, how many bottles you got in your collection? Good question. Whatever is on the stock website. It shows number of ingredients, not specifically number of bottles, but I want to say I've got probably like 200 something bottles if I'm counting correctly. They're all various different sizes. Some of them are tiny, some of them are large, some of them are half size, 350s, some of them are large size, like 175s. I don't have many compared to some people out there, but I got a sizable collection. If you're ever wondering what's in the collection, there's the link in the chat. There we go. In any case, vanilla being like infinity bottle? Yeah, what's that? What does that mean? Little trivia. How many infinity bottles do I have, chat? 2. One's mine, one's yours. In any case, as I sit here tasting this Cynar Flip, I'm dissecting it a little bit further. And I really like the vegetal notes that you're getting in here. I'm still working on the best way to articulate some of the notes that I wind up getting from cocktails, and my vocabulary is growing every week. It's growing every month, just as my palate tends to do. I'm only in my mid to late 20s, so I can't say that I've been drinking for so long, not legally at least. So it's something that I'm currently going through and learning how to describe things better. I had somebody on the Instagram side be like, I swear if he says it's herbaceous or something another time, I'm gonna binge drink. And I was like, that is feedback if I ever saw it. So I think I'd use the term herbaceous or vegetal or otherwise a little bit too much. I'm gonna try to get better at that. Some people don't give a shit, and that's fine. But I'll do what I can. I'll do what I can. All that improvement. Cole's like, can I has infinity bottle? No. Not unless you redeem it. In any case. Theron's saying, I'll be curious to see the collection on there. You must drink sensibly to have so many. I don't keep a bottle long, unfortunately. Yeah, it's interesting. I remember seeing, I think it was Greg from How to Drink or something like that, where I learned this particular articulation. They say, and this is me by no means trying to make light of alcoholism, for example. It's a serious issue that people struggle to recover from, and in my opinion, it's something that you joke about lightly. But supposedly, the saying goes, an alcoholic won't have a lot of full bottles like I do. They'll have many empty bottles, so to speak. Although, I try to drink sensibly. That's what we try to do here. We try to encourage mindful drinking around here. I don't sip this cocktail all at once, although I am getting dangerously low on this already, because I really, really enjoyed this drink. I also have a water station right back here. It's not like I have the thing set up to a pump or anything like that, but we try to be sensible with it all around here, you know? Nerd being like, I do like how there's a be nice to the bartender option for the infinity bottle. Oh, you mean bartender's choice? I mean, I only added it there because it was somebody else's idea, right? Bebe agua? Don't mind if I do. Cole saying, sounds like some more herbaceous Trader Joe's bitters are needed. To be fair, those Trader Joe's bitters are incredibly clove forward. I do know what they taste like, because we had a lot of them in the infinity bottle. Cole, do you remember that? You remember who did that? That was you. Jackass. Ah, I'm kidding. It's all a part of the fun. Or is it? In any case, as we make our way into the game, which I'm comfortable doing now, I tend to like to do a cheers before we actually get into the game of the evening. So if anybody's got something that they're celebrating, something they want to raise a glass for, or just to life. To life is great. L'chaim is also a perfectly reasonable thing to cheers off to. But if you've got anything in particular, let's celebrate together. Positive vibes are cool too. But like, it's never required, I guess, you know? We're all humans, which means we all have feelings. And lo and behold, feelings are freaking everywhere, dude. Across all spectrums. Who knew? Owl being like Daibuja, Vanilla being like Salute, Cole saying I'm jackass. Cheers to that, my friend. I'm jackass of a man, he says. Jackass of a man. Official saying tomorrow is your 1-year anniversary with your boyfriend. Oh my gosh, there we go, that's beautiful. Nerd being like siblings are cool. Kid saying Shabuzi stagecoach. Dave saying my auntie's cancer free. Oh, beautiful out there. Salute to health. Slancha from Umido. Salud. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful out there. What do we got out there? So we got a couple of cheers from our chat out there. Happy 1 year to Official and your boyfriend, and a merry, merry cancer freeness to, who is it out there? Dave Carson's aunt. Beautiful out there, y'all. To your good health, and hopefully health that remains at the very least the level that it is at right now. Or better, greater than or equal to, I think is a great thing to go to. Prost, Slancha, Salud, and Suvol. I love that, dude. I love that. Owlboy out there is too saying you're 7 years cancer-free. Dude, you fucking kicked cancer's ass too? That's beautiful, dude. Wow, it's beautiful. Man. Theron out there saying it's actually nice to see someone drinking in a normal way. I'm planning on tapering off and be done soon, but I'm sure I'll be watching your stuff anyways to remember the flavors. My goodness, dude, if you're on a journey to try to get yourself off of that stuff, that's something to cheers off to as well. To the folks who are at a level that they want to be above in the pursuit of betterness, to whatever is best for you, cheers to that as well. That's worth acknowledging. Good stuff, man. I freaking love the positive vibes of this game. Who knew that there's happiness in bars? Sometimes. Maybe. Alright, let's play a video game. Specifically Sonic Adventure. We're doing Eggman stuff today. Let's restart the level. We're going all A ranks, which means I gotta go fast for this large egg-like individual. If you're wondering, where's my infinity bottle? Wait. An announcement will become your indicator. Just as a gentle reminder for those who may be new around here, the infinity bottle redemption will go off sometime between an hour and 15 minutes into the stream. Excuse me. And 2 hours into the stream. If you really want to get a piece of it, keep watch of chat. There will be a notification when it becomes available. If you're on YouTube, type !redeem infinity, redeem space infinity, and then the choice of what you want afterwards with a space in between. If you've got 10,000 points or more, and if you're on Twitch, I think you probably know how that system works already. It's a button. Channel points, properly plaid party hats, which will soon be shakers as we continue to rebrand and become better around here. Beautiful stuff. Umido being like, tonight we pass 500 for sure. Oh, ye of such faith, Umido. Kid saying like, did I get holy water for the infinity bottle? Can't say I did, kid. Can't say I did. Anybody a deacon or something out there that bless anything that I've got? Cause that'd be pretty cool. Oh, check that out. I want this. I see Cute Thulu popping in saying, hello, first time catching a stream, saw a bunch of the recipe videos on TikTok. Really got to try and make some of it at some point. Hey, there's no rush. At the very least, I provide these recipes free of charge, because if you're going to drink the poison anyway, you might as well enjoy it. Or, if you're a mocktail drinker and you don't do alcohol at all, even better. I'm trying to get better as a mocktail mixologist myself, so cheers to that, Cute Thulu. Welcome in, it's good to have you. Kids saying that apparently Amazon has holy water. I don't believe that Amazon has holy water. That sounds like snake oil holy water if I ever thought of it. How can I be sure that it's holy water, you know? How can I be absolutely sure? I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. But I've been wrong before. Does like, how can you be so sure that it's holy water anyway? Does it come with a certificate of, like, holiness? Because I believe it. Was an image show like Amazon holy water sounds like an oxymoron? Hey, there's something pretty holy about endless profits and mild exploitation, you know? Brenny is here saying it's a distillation day, which basically means I can just sit and watch stuff on your phone. Can't think of anything better to watch than alcohol-related streams. Well, I provide that to you for free. Brenny, I saw you streaming the other day, too. I saw your post in the Discord server. I apologize I couldn't pop in. I was lurking for a little bit, but admittedly, the day after streams is all editing. So until my editing's done, I don't really talk to anybody. I have a lot of editing work to do. Because I'm not the best editor. I'm not even the best mixologist, but I certainly try my damnedest. Cute Thulu out there saying I need to try the sea salt ice cream ones. Oh, dude, those are a hit. Those are, I think, some of the most popular recipes that we have, and I am very happy to hear that, mostly because I spent... It's not even like the first time that I made those things, too. Like, I took a lot of time to try to workshop those to make sure that they are as close as possible to the real thing. I've never actually tried the real thing, but it's a lot better than the slushy implementation I did way back when. At least in my opinion. I've been told that they're pretty good. Supposedly. But don't take it from me. Take it from the live studio audience. In any case, what else did I miss out there? Kid being like, would Amazon lie about stuff on their site? I don't know. Wasn't there a recent discussion about them showcasing, like, tariffs or something on the site? And somebody was just like, no, take it down. I don't know, dude. I don't know. What I see out there, too. Nerd being like, I respect the hustle. Bishop bulk blessing water, then selling on Amazon. Dude, that's a good point. If it's paying somebody's bills, that's what we're all for. And hopefully not discouraging people from being, other people from being able to pay their bills, too. Paying bills is important. Amy Chow like, God, we missed the Chow box. Yeah, I do need to get to that Chow a little bit more because it's getting a little hero-like right now, Clementine, and I don't really want a hero Chow. I want a neutral Chow for Clementine. Brenny out there saying everything's good. The internet legitimately died during stream, and oh my God, midway through stream and your hardcore WoW character died, and OBS just bricked itself. Oh man, that stinks, dude. Gee whiz. I sympathize with the streamers out there who have problems with OBS. I understand. For a long, long time, OBS was just a beast that I never wanted to... You know what? Actually, you know what? No, I take that back. I've been using OBS for the entire time of streaming. Not Streamlabs OBS. And that had a bit of a learning curve, and I'm still learning more about how to actually use this thing. One of these days, I know that my bottleneck right now is just hardware capability. My settings can only be so optimized. And I really want to rebrand at some point. I want to change up the overlays a little bit, make it a little bit more comfy bar cozy, you know? Owlboy out there saying a close friend of yours is streaming, so I'm gonna go bother them. See ya. Oh, thanks for popping in, Owlboy. Give your streamer friend the best regards from their friends at the Bar with an X. To our content creators out there, I get it. I understand. I don't necessarily understand the same way that you may want me to understand, but I try my best. And that's all I can try, you know? Kid out there saying, thanks for the pin. Pinning Imi Chow like, oh, pinning Shima Chow like what? Pinning Imi Chow like they pinned Jesus. Oh my God. I get it. I get it. I get it. Because they use nails. That's what they did to Jesus. Some would say that the extra iron oxide makes a better product. I don't know. I don't know if that applies specifically to, what is it, holy water. Is there a significant amount of minerals in holy water? I guess it depends on the holy water, right? Like, can holy water be anything, but couldn't you, if you put a number of minerals in it, does it make it, like, not as holy? Because, like, I feel like the most holy water that you can have is distilled water in its purest form, but I think it kind of depends on what your definition of holy is, you know? Maybe the best holy water is the water that's in a container with holes. maybe. Maybe. Brenny out there saying, don't stream during hurricane-like winds and a small spring storm. Yeah, that would do it. I know some people in my life who would be like, the weather does not affect your Wi-Fi signal. I have a master's degree in electrical engineering. I have studied radio frequency waves. I have derived the wave equation more times than I care to speak on. And subtle fluctuations in the Earth's magnetic field, or even localized disturbances of things that have any sort of interaction with radio frequency waves at all, like charged fucking clouds, can potentially affect your cell signal. Or satellite signal. Just saying. Kitty out there with the biddies. The best holy water is served in a container with holes. Where's my slide whistle? In my pants. Did the pants comment make it better? Was it good for you, kid? Because it was really good for me. Thanks. Oh, where's the gold beetle? I think it was a gold. Oh, no, wait. I'm here trying to do ring stuff, actually. That's what I'm trying to do. Whoop, I see, what is it? Kid being like rusted the infinity bottle. The parts comment made it better. You're welcome. You are welcome. I see official out there saying, how many nutrients does Jesus add to the water? I assume at least whatever could potentially make it considered wine, because that was his whole thing. Although, to be fair, if you did add a bunch of iron oxide to water, son of a bitch, if you did add a bunch of iron oxide to water, it would kind of look like wine in a way, I guess, right? Maybe a little bit more red. Garnet, as a sommelier would say. But I don't know. I'm not a som, I'm a mixo. Cute Thilu saying, would it be bad to make ice cubes to make milkshakes with holy water? Would it be bad? No, dude. But then again, I think that depends on your faith. And we try not to talk about faith or religion at this bar because it makes the dog itchy. Same thing with politics. And we confirmed on Monday why the dog gets bothered by politics. It's because poly ticks. Ticks are bugs. Duh. Yeah, dude, hacking the gate, bro. Hacking the gates. Nice. Nerd out there is saying, from my experience as a fake chemist on a virtual space game, the best way to get holy water is equal parts water, wine, and mercury. Don't try this at home. Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think the extra ions from the mercury might get you closer to seeing whatever god you may believe in. Don't hurt me, please. I'm fragile and soft. Oh my gosh, I should have collected the rings at the top. There were 3 rings. If I got those 3 rings, it would have been done. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. I got it. Okay. There we go. Official being like, wonder if the bishop who sells the holy water on Amazon now has dental because of it. What is with the... Dude, RIP the announcer on the whole dental joke. For anybody who's not in on the joke, we had a user on the YouTube side who went by the announcer. It's possible they still watch out there, but they have since been hidden from the channel because I think they were just annoying. In any case, they were talking about how they owned a company in-universe and they didn't provide dental and they don't pay their workers. And we were like, dude, pay your workers, provide dental. And then we kicked them out. They also used the announcer name as a means to warrant just using caps all the time. And to be fair, they were very cordial about being like, yo, can we keep the loud voice down? And they were like, but then I can't play my character. And I was like, we understand your, we understand your annoyance with the rule. But I think they're gone now, so it's all good. It's all good now. The announcer, if you're still out there, I still miss you, and you're welcome at my bar anytime, albeit silently. And if you've reformed, by all means, like, the DMs are open. We can fix that. We can remove that. If you're a reformed announcer and you've decided to provide dental now, like, we can bring you back. Like, I don't mind. I'm all about second chances and forgiveness. Except for people who ask me to fart on stream. You're not coming back. Not this time. Annie being like, is the dog's name's Polly? Let's just say yeah. Let's say yeah. The dog's name is Polly. I like that. Because Polly wants a cracker. Or something like that. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh, I'm trying to find the lost child, right? I'm on mission 3. Oh, I'm on mission 3. Alright, I understood the prompt. Cow King saying, I saw somebody made a video of a Malort slushie. Malort even gave them the bottles for it. Really? Well, Malort, if you're out there, I'll do more with your bottle now. Speaking of Malort, y'all, I have very disturbing information that I don't want to share with you, so I'm not gonna. Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there. Oh, wait, I know where I need to go. I know where I need to go, and I done screwed up, so I saw an announcement the other day, chat, and it said that evidently... So, to give you some background on this, Pennsylvania's liquor distribution system is run by the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board, the PLCB. They distribute licenses, they distribute biddies, like what Annie just did. Cliffhanger? No cliffhanger, no cliffhanger. I'm gonna provide the story, don't worry. They control what liquors can and will be sold or served in the state of Pennsylvania. There are a couple other states that work like this too. I just can't remember which states are off the top of my head. So a whole board of people have to decide whether or not a liquor can be sold in the state. And I saw a very disturbing announcement the other day from Malort themselves saying, oh yeah, we got our certifications. Malort's in Pennsylvania now. And lo and behold, you know what I saw at the store the other day, chat? I saw Malort. I did. 30 bucks. And I thought to myself, do I share it with the live chat? And I told myself, I promised myself, I would not say anything unless somebody else brought it up first. Somebody else brought it up first, so. Now you know. Do with that information what you want with it. And let's get this chat right. That's all I'm gonna say on the matter. Oh, I can't get back up there. I guess I'll die. Guess I'll die. Guess I'll die? Guess I'll die. Guess I'll die. I will die. Oh my gosh. Malort party. Yo, classy out there, King. Classy out there. Ryan, like, how long until the infinity battle? I don't know, just you have to sit there and find out. It's unknown. It's random now. Gotta keep you guys on your toes. That's what I do. Official out there saying, what is Malort? Malort is a style of liqueur that is most notably flavored with wormwood. I believe it originates from... Actually, I want to remind myself. Alexa, where is Malort from? Not Chicago. Don't say Chicago.
Mallorca is an island located...
Alexa, stop. Not Mallorca. All right, I'm going to look this up only because it is pertinent to the conversation. Malort is... Malort the style, not Jepson's Malort. Jepson's Malort is something that Chicago made for themselves to hate themselves. I mean the style of Malort. It's a style of liqueur. Malort is a Swedish schnapps, also known as a bitter digestive, that originated in... Wait, that originated in Chicago? Oh, it was a Swedish immigrant. Carl Jepsen was a Swedish immigrant, so he brought it on with him. That's the short history of Malort. It is most notably flavored with wormwood among other botanicals, and because of that heavy wormwood flavor, I don't have the Mystic Melody. Incredible. I gotta get that. Because of its heavy infusion of wormwood, it tends to be very, very bitter and have some other notes that people tend to describe in not very good light. But it's essentially a liqueur. Essentially. Ryan being like, I'll probably miss tonight and have to get it on Monday. I'm at a bagpipe practice. Oh, dude, go out there and blow those bagpipes to your heart's content, baby. Don't let us stop you from being your best blowing self. In any case, Cole being like, God, I want to add my idea. It'll pair wonderfully with the Old Bay. I look forward to it, Cole. Renzo out there saying something is up with the points command for you. What's up with it? More details. More details. Because from what I can see, it looks like it's working. Tell me more. That was a death, you're right. It totally was. Where's the Mystic Melody for Eggman? I gotta find that. Mystic Melody, Eggman. Is it in space? I feel like it's in space. Is it in space? Where is it? It is in Final Rush. For no, not for Sonic. I want for Eggman. Eggy Man. Sand Ocean. At the beginning of the level, the player must stand on the turning platform and wait for it at the long edge of the left. Okay, so I gotta go to Sand Ocean. That's where I'm going. Renzo saying it's not showing me I have points when I use it. I can see messages. I see that the chatbot is telling you that you have 9,162 points. It's possible, if you're not seeing all the messages, Renzo, one of the options for chat is, I think it's, oh, is that something that I have to change manually? It's weird. With YouTube, there is top chat and there is live chat, and it's possible that if it's not set to live chat, you won't get every single message. I don't remember, Annie's saying set your chat to live chat. I can't remember whether or not you can set your chat to live chat. Mine is set to top chat, but all the stuff winds up showing up anyways, I think. If that's something that we have to manually change, then YouTube, what the heck, man? I want all the chats. All the chats. All right, so I gotta go to the side. I know where I gotta go. I know where I gots to go. One of our beautiful mods, aka Bouncer, is Annie on the YouTube side, confirming that, yeah, it's something that does hide things on the local side. Cool. Cool, I got it. Time to die. I'm out of here, bitch.
Stage select.
I accept this fate. Back to the gate. Not the iron wall, not the iron curtain, the iron gate. Completely different. Official out there saying, have I seen the AI voiceovers YouTube is doing? I know that they have experimental live dubbing features that are coming out. I'm a part of the YouTube creator network now, so I got news of that and some other upcoming features and stuff. Umito out there saying 9 left. Wait, I saw your comment about 11 left earlier. What are you talking about? Oh, man. Official saying that apparently the live dubbing sucks. Oh, there's an ad. Let's wait for the ad break to end by hanging at the bar. Renzo saying, yep, I just got it. Thanks, y'all. Got you. Thank you, Annie, actually. The thanks is definitely for you. Yeah, Annie and I are both curious. 9 what? Is it, are you counting something? Like something that I'm doing? Curious. Calking asking, do you have any licorice alcohol and or availability for the infinity bottles? So, of the bottles that are going to be licorice-y in flavor are bottles that are either anise flavored, fennel flavored, or licorice flavored themselves. Of the bottles that I know off the top of my head for things that are licorice-y in a way are Galliano, which is like a licorice-y vanilla, Jägermeister, which is like licorice-y sweet herbal. We have Aguardiente, which is a base spirit that is flavored with anise. I have Arak, A-R-A-K, which is a liqueur that is also anise flavored. Oizo, O-U-Z-O. I've got Sambuca. I've got white Sambuca and black Sambuca, which is of Greek origin. That is also fennel flavored. What else do we got here that's an easy? Oh, technically absinthe is, but I don't have enough absinthe for the infinity bottle. I need to pick up a better bottle. I'm getting very, very low on it. Umito being like, life left before reaching 500. Oh, I see. You're counting down to 500. I like that. I like that. Amy Chow saying, Cole, I'm curious about your old bat cocktail. Old bat cocktail? Ooh. Cole's one of our mixologists out there. Did you know that? Anybody who decides to make cocktails is a mixologist, whether or not you're the one actually drinking them or not. I think that's beautiful. And even like full mod support out there. Beautiful stuff. Renzo saying, I still have like 6 songs worth of edits to find and edit myself for the next radio episode, the Neurospicy Radio. I know you tagged me on the lo-fi one that you found. I don't remember whether that's up or not yet, but I plan on trying to give it a listen while I'm working on some edit tomorrow. If it's done by then. No pressure. I'd like to give it a listen because I do like anime and I do like lo-fi. Specifically, what I like, the music that I like to focus to is typically steady beats, high bass, typically samples, and no voices. And if there are voices, it's like minimal. Instrumental music. Got me like all the pressure. Annie out there saying, I'm the one who made the mod, the death counter. It's true. Annie made all of the assets for the death counter. I did the programming for it and set it up so it actually counts and stuff like that. Our moderators do more than just moderate around here. They spur on conversations. They're just generally running for people to know. And I like them. And I love every single one of them in platonic ways. But also maybe a little more than platonic, you know? Love has like 6 different definitions, and y'all are at least 2 of them. Wink. Much support to all of you out there. Cole saying, it's not a cocktail, it's for the infinity bottle parent. What? That sounds like a threat, Cole. You're on thin ice. Thin ice, buddy. Nah, I'm just kidding. Cole's fine. Cole is totally fine. Don't worry about him. He's harmless. Well, effectively harmless. Oh, I'm gonna miss that. Whoop! Alright. Gotta go back. Love you too, little ape. Love you. Renzo saying still working on it? Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Amy Chow being like, we also troll the boss. It's true. Hey, it's because of Amy Chow that we took that pickle brine shop the other day with the Kool-Aid in it. A really great idea, by the way, Amy Chow. That edit was so fun to do, dude. Let me tell you. To all of our members, by the way, on the YouTube side, I've got the Amy Cocktail, Amy Mocktail, and the Pico Pico back shots, and the other Infinity Bottle videos, basically all edited at this point. I just was a little busy, so I didn't have a chance to upload them today. But if you didn't know, on the YouTube side, you get access to all of those videos first. I think that's pretty cool. It's the least that I can say is the least that I can do is thank you. Because it means that I get to buy more bottles for the bar. And I get to drink classier, better. Can I get up there? Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Official out there saying there's a lo-fi channel called What's This? And it's really good, but I'm starting to think it's an AI channel. Oh, possibly. Yeah, possibly. I mean, my opinion on it is, like, if you're still enjoying it, then I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with it, except for the fact that if it's done by AI, then it's very possible that somebody who could have made a living doing it is not able to make the living because they're not getting paid for it. Or their work is just being stolen, and that's where I draw the line on AI stuff. Alright, where are you? I see you. Alright, where are you? I see you there. Where the chow at? Is it to the right? To the left-hand side? Hello? Oh, there you is! There you are. Hi there. Hello there. Goodbye. I see cute Thulu out there saying ads done. Oh no, a Kool-Aid pickle shot? Oh yes, a Kool-Aid pickle shot. Inspired by Amy the Hedgehog. It is quite literally a pickle. It's a pickleback, and if you're not familiar with a pickleback, it is a shot of spirit followed by a shot of pickle brine. And this pickle, come on, dude. This pickle brine was infused with red Kool-Aid powder, and the shot was grapefruit infused because we used it for Amy's cocktail. Come on, dude. Wow, that chow is heavily protected, dude. Got him. Cole's saying it's a nice balancer. It's very sweet. What, the old bat? Not super herb forward. It'll taste amazing. Even Disney Queen would approve. Oh, yeah? Interesting. Interesting. Renzo out there saying that you're using CapCut on your phone. Yeah, that'll be a little bit of a blocker. Dude, one more emblem to 100. But I gotta get this chow first. Let's get back into it. I got a feeling 2 minutes. 2 minutes is the one. Cole's like, I just need to get the redeem tonight. Okay, okay. Okie dokie. 8 left, says Zumido. 8 left. And so we inch closer to the quincentennial. I think that means 500. Quadcentennial would be 4. Quincentennial would probably be 5. That's how it works. What do y'all think? Death counter 4 digits this game? I'd love to see it. Sorta. Maybe not. I got no problem with it. I got no problem with the death counter. It's Annie's baby, and as much as I like to talk about how I don't want to feed the death counter and I don't want to die, I don't really care. At least, not as much as I lead you to believe I do. Got him. Cow out there saying, Cajun word of the day is... Oh, what is this? Hold up a second. Nice. Cajun word of the day is couillon. It's pronounced as couillon. It means fool for idiot. Sexy. Renzo out there with the $50 super chat saying, funds for bottles and a nudge to try and get that midnight gin. Black luster dust, the edible kind. I have a couple of DMC drinks and Kingdom Hearts that use them. It was interesting, Renzo, when you talked about the midnight gin the other day, I saw a recent Doka Ryan video that took the midnight gin and infused it with, I don't remember what it was, but I saw that, and I saw that it had the luster dust in it, and I was like, yo, that's why Renzo wants me to get it, or at least one reason, right? Because it's got the luster dust baked into the spirit. And although one of the rules for the infinity bottle is that if it's unfiltered, it's not allowed, I wouldn't consider that to necessarily be a thing that I have to worry about filter-wise. Because there's this bottle that I can buy, it's a vodka called Buff Unicorn, and I think it's strawberry lemonade flavored or something like that, and I would allow that in the infinity bottle, I just don't have it yet. Cheers to you, Renzo. Thank you so much for being a valued member of this community, one of my fellow video game mixologists as well, and I'll try to get my hands on that midnight gin if I can. It'll be on my list. Let's see. Official out there talking about the background music stuff. I really like the... Some of them are good managed human channels for the AI stuff. And cool creators, I'm more inclined to support actual creative work instead of machine work. I mean, I would say too, and take this with a grain of salt, that there is a certain art form of using AI as opposed to just giving a prompt and something beautiful coming out the other end while taking other people's works. But the thing is, right, where AI is right now is only the beginning. So the art form that you may need to properly prompt the AI for something that looks good or runs well is not necessarily something that is gonna stay as potentially difficult as it can be, although it is incredibly easy. Whoopsie, I'm dead. Annie being like, Cam, it's our baby. My looks in your brains. Oh, the death counter! Yeah, you're right, you're right. I should acknowledge all the people whose minds who went into this. It's true. In any case. Renzo out there saying, I didn't know that Doka Riot had a video with one in it. We saw some at the liquor store and thought you'd be interested, and then started to make cocktail recipes that require it. So do you have the midnight gin? If you do have the midnight gin, what does it taste like? in terms of other gins, and I'm curious to know whether or not there's a sort of texture difference because it, you know, it's got luster dust in it. It looks like it has a lot of luster dust in it. I'm curious. If you do have it and you've used it already, I'm curious what your flavor notes are. Again, no pressure, but all the pressure. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Get all the thingies and all the points. There we go. That was pretty good. I was trying to pull off that maneuver well, and apparently it worked okay. All right, get them all. Get them all, get them all, get them all. That's what I wanted to see. Cow King out there saying, did you ever enjoy the movie Who Framed Roger Rabbit? The ending with the judge always scared you? Yeah, dude, same. The ending was also mildly terrifying to me. And I watched that movie when I was rather young. I don't remember how young I was, but I was young enough to be scared. All right, that was not what I wanted to do. There we go. Get them all, get them all, get them all. There we go. That's what I wanted. That's what I feel. That's what I feel. Get them all dead. I think we can make it, chat. I think we can make it with an... Actually, I have, like, no rings. I don't think we're going to get the A rank for this. I also don't have a lot of points either. What the heck is up with that? Oh, man. Official out there being like, I'm all for making work easy for everybody, but not replacing it, you know? Work should be transferred to machines when it's like grunt work so we can focus on bigger and better things. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Technology is always going to continue advancing. If anything, I feel like jobs are going to evolve around AI, because AI is most definitely going to disrupt and is already disrupting it. Just like the calculator. It disrupted us. The internet, it disrupted us. And one of the beautiful things about Earth itself, and I think humanity, is that we are so versatile that we manage to get past things. We'll get past it. We'll make the most of the situation.
I am the best.
Umito out there being like, finally finished prepping my RPG session for tomorrow. DMs never rest. Dude, my DM can absolutely relate with you on that. 100 emblems. We did it, y'all. Only 80 more to go. And we reached 100 before 500 deaths. On average, I die 4.92 times per emblem. Hi, everybody. Thanks for not killing me. It's pretty cool. Dude, yeah. Umito, can I pick your brain? Wow, hi there. Hi, everybody. Holy crap. That's a lot of people. A lot of enemies. Can I pick your brain about this campaign that you're working on? I imagine it's probably fantasy, right? Do you have a character in the campaign? Do you have like a favorite NPC that you're working with? If these questions are overwhelming, I know the DM's got a lot on his plate. Don't feel like you have to answer. Applause from Cute Thulu. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Renzo, whoop, hello there. Renzo out there saying, I'm still working on the Keyblade chronically, and to them they cry, Devil May Cry, Knight of the Hunt. That was the tabletop RPG, right? If I recall. Oh my god, actually, I don't want to do that. I am inclined to not want to do this. Okay, actually, maybe I will do that. Medkit? Medkit? Oh my god! Holy sh... Okay, there's a... Okay, then. Yep, that was scary. I did not realize there was chain balls in there. Oh, man. Levy and the Winter Wolves have just popped into my bar. Welcome back, you two. Although, technically, the Winter Wolves is plural, so welcome back, you all. There are multiple. Gabi out there saying that you've got a D&D session coming up on Saturday or Sunday, hopefully. I get it that DMs never rest. Are you also a DM, Gabi? Incredible. There was a piece of me that wanted to DM at some point in my life, but I just don't have the time for it, and I'd much rather spend it on cocktail workshopping and you guys. So I choose not to DM. I wanted to for a little while, but I made my decision. I'm happy with it. Umito 2 saying that you're a brand new DM, so for now the campaign is just getting started. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Is it something of your own creation? Are you using like a pre-made setting or something, like from the 5e book, for example? I'm relatively familiar with this stuff. I'm not an expert on it. It's fun. All right, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Oh my gosh, it was close. It was close. And he was so happy about it too. Oh man. Official out there saying, I remember DMing for your board game store weekly. It was hellish coming up with newbie one-shots each and every week. but they were still enjoyable even to your Brentburn players. It didn't pay well either. Yeah, man, if you're not getting what you want out of literally whatever that you do, take the skills that you've earned from it and move on. Please don't hurt me. There we go. That was good. That was very good. Gabi saying my whole group takes turns when they get the inspiration for a new campaign. Right now, it's your turn. Ah, I see. Very cool. Kid out there saying, when are you doing the Baldur's Gate playthrough? I don't know. One of these days. I own the game. Just requires more planning than you may think. One day. One day. Renzo saying, remembering the absinthe. Could I have that bottle too? It's pretty. Sure. It's I think one of the local absinthes that you can get around here. It's made by, it's called the Vaux Carré, like the cocktail, which I don't believe actually include, well, does a Vaux Carré include absinthe? I don't think it does. Not to my recollection. Alexa, what's in a Vaux Carré cocktail? Alexa, stop. You ask for a French cocktail, French word, and she gives you pharmaceuticals. Amazon clearly has an agenda. Oh, man. Yumito saying that the scenario that you're working with is coming out of your own brain. Oh, dude, homebrew. Beautiful, beautiful. Those tend to be the harder ones. That's wonderful, dude. I can imagine why you're under so much pressure now. Winter out there saying I was a newbie and forever DM, but forced another to take the role. There we go. And Lorenzo's comment, too, about being the forever DM. Dude, if you have really good players, and if you have really good people, you can say, I don't want to be the DM forever, and they should respect you for that. At least I hope so. I would hope so. I'm not going to take the nerd. I'm not going to take the thing here. Q2 out there saying, too, that you're also a newbie DM as well. I'm also working on your own setting. It's a space pirate game, and the setting is based on the Bermuda Triangle styled star system. Dude, that's cool. Man, didn't we realize we had so many new DMs out there? That'd be pretty cool. Maybe I should do DM, because now I'll be a newbie just like you guys. Guys, gals, and those in between or beyond. I don't care what you got. Jay Novice out there being like, welcome in, by the way, buddy. The guy who created anise liqueur never stuck around to see it. He was called an absinthe father. Absinthe father! I get it, like absinthe. Absinthe, that's the joke. That's a good one. That's the slide whistler. That's good, dude. That's good. Jay's like, it's what I do, it's what I do. Among just being a pretty awesome individual, all things considered, you know? Good to have you back, Jay. Good to have you back. Winterwolf out there saying that you formed your own group right out of fellow middle schoolers. It's been years now, but we still play together. Oh, that's beautiful. I was going to say that for the most part, I don't play with the original group of individuals that I played with back in high school, but that's technically not true anymore. One of the beautiful things about people who play D&D, at least in my experience, is that they kind of want to keep playing it, even as they continue aging. And the forever DM from my high school is now a player in our campaign with this other person that we met in college. And it's beautiful. Maybe all you need is time, forever DMs. And if you're cool with being the forever DM, then, like, you know, people, you don't have to have it taken away from you. I don't want to be a DM, all things considered. For the most part. Cthulhu being like, I'm having fun making my game. I'm very proud of the fact that one NPC is named Captain Lasertooth, which I think sounds better. We also just had the Infinity Bottle redemption come off. And it was De Kuiper Pucker Island Punch Sweet and Sour Schnapps, and it was done by Official. Official was the one who got it. YouTube. I love that. Well, you know what? We just finished the Iron Gate over here, so I think it's time to go into it. We'll hang at the weapons bed, because if anything, that Infinity Bottle is quite the weapon. So let's go for it. Let's do the Infinity Bottle. We're here, aren't we? Official's like, I was ready. That's what you have to do, y'all. That's what you have to do. This is a game. And let me remind you the stakes of the game, chat. The Infinity Bottle redemption goes off randomly between 75 minutes into the stream and 120 minutes into the stream. The beauty of it now is you can't predict when it is going to happen. And if you think about it this way, everybody who's watching right now is gaining points at basically the same rate as everybody else. There are some notable exceptions there and whatnot, right? But that means that the longer that we do the Infinity Bottle, the more people who are able to do the Infinity Bottle, who are able to redeem it, which means now it's a race to see who can get it. And as the programmer, I am aware that there is a race condition at play here, and we have multiple platforms. So this is what I'm going to tell you all. If you're a fellow programmer, you know exactly what I mean. If somehow we glitch it so that there are 2 infinity bottles redeemed at the same time, we'll do both of them. It's not a bug, it's a feature, right? Let me go get those island schnapps out there as I see Mr. AK popping in saying, add some Golden Monkey to it if you like whiskey. No, because Golden Monkey, if I'm thinking of the right beer, is not high enough in proof. The bottles that are eligible for this bottle are on this page here, if you're curious. That's the wrong button. Sorry. This page here, it's the Infinity stock link, and all the bottles there are eligible. I also have to have the bottle. But Mr. AK, welcome in, by the way. And official, good catch. Good catch. Dude, I'm excited. I'm excited. This is the first blue spirit that's going in the infinity bottle. And if for some reason it wasn't blue curacao. That's beautiful. Kid like, how do you save up for the infinity bottle that fast? Here's a quick rundown of what gets you points. This applies to Twitch and for YouTube. Bits or supers, you get extra points every 30 days. Memberships or subscriptions, you get extra points for that. If you're on Twitch, if you have a subscription, you gain points faster. On YouTube, I have a longer watch streak than I do on Twitch to give you guys the opportunity to catch up just as much as Twitch would. So supers and bits, members and subs, gifted subs as well, gifted memberships and stuff like that also works as well. Watch streaks, and just sitting around and looking pretty, you know? I like that. Let's see. Official, like, I had 4 commands at the ready and just chose one at random. Oh, that's beautiful, dude. It's beautiful. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Renzo out there with the 20 memberships to the YouTube community, spreading the love of the bar with an X further to not just Roy Rogers, a mocktail name, but Emra, JV, Ray Duz, and a bunch of other people. Gospel time. Don't worship the bar with an X, or the infinity bottle will start walking. Everybody gangsta till the bottle start walking. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I've been waiting for somebody to do a blue one, dude. Dude, props to you, official. Props to you. Oh, man. I still don't know how in the world to get the infinity bottle command, the membership commands off of the bottom here. So I see some messages in between. Official being like, that gifted membership lagged me. Oh, yeah? Nice. Official's like, Disney Queen wasn't a member? No. Oh my god, wait a minute. Yo, dearest! Infinity bottle! Also, you're a member now! Somebody finally got you! It's all random, by the way, y'all. She's very excited. Dude, I want to say, before I move on, there is something about this Cynar Flip here that reminds me of a particular type of cookie, but I don't remember what type of cookie it is. It's very tasty. Your jacket? No, I don't. Wait, which jacket? Oh, the one that's on the couch? The plaid one. Oh, no, not the plaid jacket. I don't know where that is. Let me see out there. Renzo's like, I did it, and I got a membership. Yay! There we go. We're in a robe. It's beautiful. Polka dots with plaid. What do you think, chat? What do you think of it? What do you think? There we go. There we go. Yo, cheers to Renzo for spreading the love. All right, so let me put. Just as a reminder,
I feel so honored.
Hello, my queen. She is the queen after all. Just a reminder for anybody who might be new with the concept of the infinity bottle, the way that the infinity bottle works is as such. You gain points and then you spend those points, and you can pick from the options available on my website, CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock/infinity if you just want to filter by the eligible options. The bottles that are eligible, this is the eligibility criteria, which is not necessarily limited to the bottles that are up there, but also bottles that I get in the future. It has to be at least 15% ABV or more, it cannot be a cream liqueur, and it cannot be unfiltered, which you would think means that it has to be filtered, but unfiltered is kind of a term in the spirits world, and if it's got like sediment and stuff in it, not eligible. And implicitly, I have to have enough of something in the bottle, and I have to actually have it in my possession. That is kind of how that works. When we proc the infinity bottle, I pour out 2 ounces from this, I give it a taste, I put it into a cocktail of my choosing, and then after I'm done, we put 2 ounces back into the bottle, or as much as it takes to go up to the little indicator on the back, which is actually a little flower. With that being said, this is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. The Glencairn has been given to me specifically. What I see out there? Renzo being like, I've been trying to get it to Anna for a while now, and it finally worked. Well, there we go. The queen is finally a member.
Cameron
just like
says I
everybody
shouldn't
else.
buy it because it's me spending our own money.
You throw bits at me, and it's literally no difference. So.
Oh, I need to buy more bits. I ran out. Yeah, I really only throw them at you. It's very fun. It's like throwing money at you, but digitally.
Don't forget, call your parents for the infinity bottle.
Why are we calling it here?
Dude.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I say something random for the infinity bottle before it gets poured, because in the edit, I try to have absolute silence so that I can get a good sound of the pour. Call your parents twice for the infinity bottle. That's good enough. That sounded pretty good. got me with the And he's like, all mods love throwing bits at Cam. Cute Thula out there saying, too, the Cynar Flip's colors reminds me of Pepperidge Farm's Bordeaux cookies, if that makes sense. If you've ever had those, would that be the cookie? I don't think I've ever... Is a Bordeaux cookie... Well, okay. When you say a Bordeaux cookie... All right, you're going to try it. When I think of a Bordeaux cookie, I think of Bordeaux like the wine. So do they make wine from... Do they make cookies from wine? And if so, I don't think I've ever actually had that cookie. Maybe I have. I don't remember. Cole's like, wait, was Infinity redeemed? I'm half paying attention. Well, that's why you didn't get it. Yeah, it was redeemed.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Shut up, Eggman. Everyone's like, uh-huh. Oh, you look concerned. It smells like Kool-Aid from here.
What did you put in this? What was the last thing?
The last thing that we added was Old Bay vodka.
Yeah, it's got a kick. Yeah. I'm gonna put Everclear again in there. That's my next point.
The Great Cleanse. Great Cleanse.
Okay. Keep going.
I'm cleansing my palate. That's what I do. Hold on a second. I have acid reflux. I spit sometimes. My apologies. Island Pucker. Yes, Island Pucker is what went into the infinity bottle. That's the one. That's the one. Renzo being like, one day she should throw a stack of dollars at you on stream and it will be wonderful.
No, I threw quarters at him and broke.
Yeah.
What was it? It was one of the tiny glasses. So.
Cole being like, it wasn't even 105 minutes like Cam said it would be. What do you mean? What do you mean, Cole? I'm pretty sure it was at least 9:15. 9:10 technically, because it's when the stream starts, and the stream starts 5 minutes before 8 o'clock.
Oh, did it proc immediately?
I don't think it was immediate, but it was pretty damn close. Raven Dramatic, welcome in. We're about to see what the heck is in this bottle. Okay. Those dilly cheesy notes are back again. With like, I want to say with like a hint of Cajun spice, but I don't know if that's even accurate. I just know what went into the bottle next. It's interrupting my flow. Hi there. Okay, that was interesting.
Yeah, you want to say yours and then I say mine?
I'm going for it again. That was interesting. I want to pick out the fruit, but I can't pick out the fruit. I think the fruit notes are gone. It's a bit spicy. It's a bit savory. But it ends fruity.
Yeah.
Like, it hits you savory and mildly spicy with a little bit of those cheese notes back. And then it ends fruity. What fruit exactly? Little bit of citrus. Little bit of, I feel like it's mildly tropical. And like, I'm going for another one. I'm going for another one. It's also very dry.
Oh, yeah.
It's also very dry.
It is very dry. I think that's the whiskey. That's what I just keep attributing, like, to the... The only whiskey in that is Buka? No, there was peanut butter whiskey.
Peanut butter in my own infinity bottle is also in there. Speaking of Buka, Mr. AK being like, said hi, and also the Buka's a pretty cool bottle. Oh, dude, I agree. It's a very cool bottle. It's interesting, the Buka's got the port wine in it too, so it makes it a little bit sweeter.
I feel like that's the fruity note at the end. Is more close to that.
Dude, Umuto says, Cam's experience at a cheese board, and I get that. I get that. And Annie's like, is it herbaceous? Yeah, it's a little herbaceous, you know?
A cheese board?
I feel like I'm getting like, no, speaking of the cheese board, I feel like it's almost melon-like in a way. It's kind of charcuterie board. And if I had to pick what cheese it was, honestly, I'm still gonna go with cheddar.
I don't think that's cheddar.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah, it's not nacho. It's not nacho cheese anymore. I'd say it's cheddar.
Monterey Jack the spicy one?
Pepper Jack.
Pepper Jack?
Pepper
I think
Jack.
it's closer to Pepper Jack. But
I
that's
don't know.
also a lot of the
I don't get the
spices.
same, like, I don't really know how to describe it, but it's not as... like, Pepper Jack reminds me of Swiss cheese, and I'm not getting Swiss cheese in
Then
this.
maybe it's... Okay, so, like, there's a type of cheese that I've eaten that makes me feel like I have to puke.
Do you think that this is very cheesy? Is very cheesy to you?
It is the type of cheese that makes me feel like I have to puke. And I can't remember if that's Pepper Jack or if that's ricotta. I don't like certain cheeses. For obvious reasons.
It almost makes my wife puke. Let's make a drink.
It's the sensation of it.
Let's make a drink with it.
Ew.
All right? What do I see out there? Officials looking at the list of stuff in the bottle, right? Yeah, it's a long list. This is number 30. This will be number 31.
Oh, I missed my chance again.
Yeah, dude. What do I see out there? Cute Thulu being like charcuterie board. White cheddar? I don't think it's very... In the things that I've had that is white cheddar, I don't think it's very white cheddar. And I think of, like,
I love
Cheetos come to mind. And Anna really likes white cheddar.
I love white cheddar. That's the one that makes me want to puke. I think it's a pie.
Yeah, dude. It's like a fruity cheese. Like, to summarize that, it's like cheese than fruit. And spice.
I'm gonna go with savory vinegar.
You're getting vinegary notes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, there's
Like a savory
there's
vinegar
some sweet.
sour.
Yeah.
And then there's like, you know how like there's candies where it's like this is a fruit candy?
Yeah.
That's what you get at the end, is a fruit candy.
I can see that.
But
To be
it's, like,
fair,
not sweet. It's just fruit.
there is sweet vermouth in the bottle, and sweet vermouth over time can taste a little vinegary. So I can see that. There's a little bit in there. What do I see in there? Umito being like, make a foam out of ricotta. One of these days, my guy. Mimi Chow being like, ricotta is the one with the texture. Ricotta is like the stuff that you get when you curdle stuff.
Is
I
that
think you
the
can make
one that
ricotta.
takes 5 minutes?
Oh no, that's cottage cheese. Which one's ricotta? I don't remember. Mr. AK being like, have you put 21 seeds, cucumber, jalapeno, blanco, tequila in it yet? Nope, not yet.
Is there any tequila?
There is no tequila in the bottle yet. Nobody's wanted to put tequila in it yet.
I want to put Everclear back in.
The Great
wait,
Cleanse.
No, there was something else I wanted to put in.
The Great Cleanse.
I will figure that out.
Hello.
So it's savory and it's
Go back,
cheesy,
Chip.
but it's also kind of
How
spicy.
are you? And then go back to
Chris on the YouTube side, welcome in, my friend. If you're here during the live, feel free to say hey, or just sit there and watch, because that's fine too.
I think I'm gonna throw Fireball in there then.
Oh, stop that.
Why not?
Don't give him ideas. Don't give him good ideas. Very good idea.
I just want to turn it back into Fireball. That's
Yeah.
what it tasted like for so long.
Yeah. I want to try this in a margarita. Like, it's spicy. It makes sense, right? Right? I'm gonna add some tequila to the cocktail. Not tequila to the bottle, but I will add tequila to the cocktail. We're gonna do a margarita. So I haven't technically made one of those yet. One of the things that I play around with in terms of what drinks I wind up making is, technically speaking, if you think about it, right? If I did a margarita, quote unquote, with the infinity bottle, and I just put 2 ounces of the infinity bottle in it without any tequila, it's not technically a margarita, it's just kind of an infinity sour. So as I play around with cocktails that are very, very close to each other, like a gimlet, daiquiri, and a margarita, I want to add a little bit of that base beer in there to the cocktail if it's not already in the bottle. And there is no tequila in this bottle yet. It's not me trying to encourage you to sway your decision of what to put in the bottle next, but we got tequila and we've got mezcal. I kind of want to do that. Actually, I'll give you the choice. I got 2 things I want to try this in. A margarita or a Oaxaca Old Fashioned. Margarita is going to be 2 ounces of the infinity mix, half an ounce of tequila, half an ounce of orange liqueur, I think 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice and 3/4 of an ounce of simple syrup. And then the Oaxaca Old Fashioned is going to be 2 ounces of the infinity mix, a touch of mezcal, probably 1/4 of an ounce, and then 1/4 of an ounce of the clove syrup that I have. Actually, not a clove simple syrup. I think you use agave in the Oaxaca Old Fashioned, I think. Oh, not simple syrup in the margarita, agave syrup. I forgot about that. So, your choice. if you want. But I kind of want to do a margarita. I'm gonna go with that. Polls are a thing. How do you set up a poll? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can set that up for you. I don't know if I can walk you through that. I don't really know how to set up a poll. I know it's a thing though. That's okay. Then don't do it.
But
Don't
it
feel
should
like
be
you have
done.
to. Don't feel like you have to. No, thank you. I'm okay. Jay being out there like ricotta is made from curdling milk with vinegar at 185 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's it.
There
That's
we go.
the one that I don't like.
Jay be saying too that somebody should definitely put like a Blanco tequila in it, dude. Dude, yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it. Got me like fruity spicy cheese. Sounds like a friend. I vote that. I like that. Yumito says Oaxaca, so I got one for Oaxaca and one for Marg from Jay. Official saying cheesy margarita, so Oaxaca and Marg, so 2 for Marg. I see NST out there saying, what's your most devious drink you've ever made? Like of my own design? Technically, it was Imichow, and it was that Pico Pico back that I showed you guys how to make on Monday. That's pretty devious.
I don't know.
I choose not to make devious drinks.
What do
That's
you
just
mean
not my
by
kind of thing.
devious?
Disney Queen, my partner off screen, is asking for more details. But a pickleback. Yeah, it was Kool-Aid pickleback. It was a Kool-Aid pickle brine and grapefruit-infused whiskey or vodka. That was pretty devious. Renzo says Marg. Cute saying Oaxaca for the fun of it. All right. Right now, Marg is winning. For now. For how.
Yeah, there's a Oaxaca.
Gabi saying Oaxaca. No way, dude. No way.
I think they just wanted to tie.
I think they just wanted to tie. I'm not doing both. They're 2 completely different styles of cocktail.
You also only get 2 ounces.
Yeah, I get 2 ounces of this, but I can add other stuff as much as I want to. Yeah. Anybody else? Going once. Wait for the stream delay. Going twice. Cow King says daiquiri. That wasn't an option. NST says Marg. Going 2 times. Officials like a frapped margarita. You already voted. Winter says Marg. Cow King says Hottie. That's not. The Hottie's not one of the options, Cal. 3 times. Official is giving even more options. Oaxaca later with the normal stuff. All right, it's a margarita. We're doing a margarita. The statements I made earlier about a margarita still stand. Editor's note. I don't know, dude. NST's like, whiskey with cola. Get the hell out of here, guys. Get the hell out of here. Let's grab a shaker for the...
Don't kick them out. They're having fun. I'm sorry. You're filming. Run away!
What reason for my drinking was she? I wasn't keeping track. Let's grab a shaker for this. This one. Already say that. What is everybody else saying? Amy Chow's like Oaxaca? Yeah, no, we're doing Marg. We're doing Marg. Cute's like a boozy milkshake. That's a solid idea. I haven't done like an alcoholic milkshake in a while. Actually, at all. Infinity slushy. It'd be interesting. It'd be very, very interesting. Water is good. We love it. Officials like, let's all call our parents. Yeah, twice. Twice, mind you that. Let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Grabbing a little measurement jigger like this guy. Taking as much as I can from here. Is that 2 ounces? Nah, not yet. Not yet. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. NST out there is saying, first time drinker, what would you suggest? I'll throw back in your direction. What kind of things are you already used to drinking that you would enjoy drinking? Right? If you like sweet things, try a sweet drink. If you like sour things, try a sour drink. If you like things that, if you want to be completely out there and you want to really expand your palate and know what alcohol is like from the very beginning, order any old fashioned, unless you're from Wisconsin. That'd be my suggestion. It really depends on what your preferences are. I'll throw back in your direction, NST. What are you used to drinking so far? Do you like tea? Do you like coffee? Do you like juices? Do you like lemonade? What kind of things are you already used to drinking? Because I would say if you're a first-time drinker, start with what you know, expand from there. It's possible that you don't like alcohol at all, totally valid, and in which case, why force the issue? Something about social belonging and shit like that. Do what you want to do, Barbie girl. Don't let anybody make you otherwise. How you saying? Umito saying, dear bartender, that look came from someone who needs a drink. Yeah, dude. Yeah, is it this thing? Is it that one? Let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. NST saying, sodas like cherry cola. Dude, if you like cola and you like cherry, try for an alcoholic Roy Rogers, which is basically a whiskey and cherry grenadine with a little bit of some spirit in it, typically vodka, just to boozify things a little bit. I would also say if you've never had a Cuba Libre before, Cuba Libre is basically a rum and coke, but with a little bit of extra lime in it. If you want to go things up further, a Batanga is basically a tequila coke, but with a bit of extra salt, I think, off the top of my head. But it has to be Mexican coke for a Batanga. I think that's how that works. So honestly, if anything, try drinks under the highball category. Highballs tend to be some spirit with something else on top of it, whether it be juice, whether it be sodas, whether it be flavored sodas, or whether it be unflavored sodas, or whether it's some other fizzy beverage like champagne or tonic water. Highballs, if I had to give a succinct answer, highballs. Start with soda highballs. And I think you'll be off to the races there. Cheers to your first drinks, by the way. Cute saying out there, I had a boozy milkshake once. It was based off of a mudslide. It was excellent. Big recommend. Yeah, never actually had a good mudslide before. I think I did a mudslide cocktail for myself when I got my first bottle of Kahlua mudslide, which I thought was the regular Kahlua, but it's not. It's the cream liqueur version of Kahlua, not the typical rum-based, not cream coffee liqueur. And I tried a mudslide with it, and it was just kind of, it was really milky. I didn't really like it. It was also served warm, which is probably one of the reasons I didn't like it. Excuse me. All right, let me see. Margaritas typically have orange liqueur, tequila, some agave nectar, orange liqueur, lime juice, thing of that. This recipe I have here calls for an ounce of lime juice to half an ounce of agave. I like my drinks balanced on sweet and sour, and that seems a little bit sour, so I'm gonna adjust the ratios a little bit. But I want a total volume of 2, 3, 4. We're looking for 4 ounces total. I have 2 ounces already, so there we go. Renzo out there being like, what is a mudslide? A mudslide is basically like a cream and coffee drink. I don't know the recipe off the top of my head, but if I got a recipe in my recipe keeper, I'll send it in your direction. Mudslide. According to Food and Wine, a mudslide is crushed ice, vodka, coffee liqueur, and Irish cream, chocolate syrup on top of it. It looks like it's a blended drink. It's a blended drink. They're pretty tasty. Bud Lightyear out there being like, Infinity Boja, dude, same. You saw you just saw the Pickle Brine video, didn't you? Yeah, that makes sense. Jay out there being like, your first cocktail was a painkiller. Dude, that's a good place to start. I think, when was the last time? I've never had somebody else make a painkiller for me, and it was literally just today that my dummy brain realized that the painkiller cocktail is the rum one, and the penicillin is the scotch one, and I think I've accidentally been mixing those two up. My bad. Let's throw in a half an ounce of tequila. I'm using a Blanco. Just add a little bit of tequila in there. Half an ounce of tequila. Wouldn't be a margarita without it. Looking for. If I did 3/4 of an ounce of lime. Oh, the orange liqueur. We need to add orange liqueur in there. What do we think, chat? Is it still an orange? Is it still a margarita if I take out the orange liqueur? Because I'm thinking that instead of adding orange liqueur, we just assume that there's enough oranginess in the infinity bottle because we did just add Campari in there. So Campari is probably about 5 to 4% of this bottle right now, and that's orange enough. I'm thinking I'm gonna not use the orange liqueur and see if anybody gets mad at me for it. 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. Think of that, because if I do 3/4, half, and 2, we get 4, and then everything's good. JB now, like a penicillin is easily my favorite. Dude, it's super tasty. Lily out there saying, I just made a fruit punch mojito. Just swapped out the club soda with fruit punch Kadychuks. Very delicious. Oh, dude, it sounds delicious. Oh, man. Renzo out there saying, I thought a mudslide used ice cream. It could. That's the way you want your mudslide, right? Cute out there saying, I kind of want to get some Dr. Pepper or rum now. Dude, combine it together. See what you think of it, you know? 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice. I'm using my lime super juice. And then 3/4 of an ounce of agave syrup or agave nectar. What have you got on hand? Three-quarters of an ounce of agave nectar. It's easy to pour. I like that. I'm gonna do a fat 3/4 of an ounce because I like my drinks a little less sour. That was a beautiful sound. I love that, dude. Bud Lightyear out there saying, I had this drink, I can't think of it, but it had pineapple juice and jalapeno juice or something. Know anything like that? If it's just the two of them together, I don't know if it has a particular name off the top of my head. I mean, if I had to think about it, right? If it's just juice, if it's just pineapple juice and jalapeno juice, what, like, that wouldn't be any different than just taking pineapple juice and just letting jalapenos kind of sit in it. So it sounds to me like spicy pineapple juice. I don't know. I had agave too. Might have been like a spicy pineapple. It could have been like a spicy pineapple like margarita. It could have just been like a pineapple jalapeno margarita if it had tequila in it, if you know. Or mezcal. You can also kind of make a I think if you use mezcal in a margarita, it's still considered a margarita. But the purists might disagree with me on that. But, you know, it's all just... A margarita is literally just a tequila sour. Or agave sour. It's literally all it is. Any case. What do we see out there? Official, like, I wonder what color this infinity bottle will take on. Brownish? I don't know, dude. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it. Jay out there says, the original margarita calls for orange liqueur, which I understand. The addition of sugar is what alters the classic, but nothing wrong with customizing it? Yeah. It's an infinite margarita. It's my margarita. Bud Light out there being like, that sounds right. Thank you, boss. Absolutely, dude. If you got any other questions, feel free to send them my way. I'll try my best if I can. Let me clean out the side of this so I got it for later. That'll be good. 90s Golden Sky, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. Good to have you, good to have you.
Let's see if I can have
I'm gonna clean out my measuring jigger because it's got syrup in it. I like to use it for later. And yes, if you caught on, what I do to clean my measuring jiggers is I put a little bit of water in them, I dissolve all the stuff on the inside, and then I rub it with my finger, because I'm a dirty bartender, and I like using my fingers. I dig it. Nerd out there saying, I'm gonna say pink is what the infinity bottle will become, because someone has to be wrong. I like that philosophy. It's a very, what is it, the yin-yang, both sides of it, very Taoist, Somebody's gotta be wrong, so it might as well be you. Yumito saying something about Ancho Reyes. Oh, you can add that to it too. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. I think the infinity bottle is spicy enough on its own. We'll see where we get with that. I have 2 ounces of infinity, half an ounce of tequila, and 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice, and 3/4 of an ounce of agave nectar. Let's add ice and give it a shake. Let's do it. And then, I don't like... Personally, I don't like to serve my margaritas in a margarita glass. I have a margarita glass. I'm gonna use a margarita glass. I got one of them. I gotta grab the glass ahead of time. Actually, before I grab the glass, before I add any ice, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna chill my margarita glass ahead of time using a little trick. I don't typically use it.
Then you go back, Chid.
Because we have... Oh, who's that? Bud Lightyear with the subscription out there? Thanks, dude. And I think, Chris, I might have missed your follow before. Welcome in, by the way. If you're here on the live, feel free to say hey-oh. Bud, you're already good. I'm gonna use this blue-stemmed margarita glass because the next thing going into the infinity bottle is blue. Let me give it a quick wipe down because I don't typically use these things. I'm gonna show you a little trick on how to chill your glasses ahead of time if you didn't leave them in the freezer, because I wasn't expecting this. Actually, I did expect to do a margarita, and that was kind of on me. In any case. Bud saying that you found a cocktail. It's called the Heat Wave. Well, if it's got tequila, and it's got pineapple, and it's got jalapeno, and it's got orange or whatever in it, then it's probably a riff on the margarita. Probably. Even though it's called something different, you know? Annie's saying, do we want a Twitch prediction? Twitch wants it. They can have it, you know? Yumito's out there saying, too, by the way, that you noticed that I reside in the same city as your favorite band, the beautiful city of Philadelphia. Isn't that pretty cool? It's a small world, you know? 90s being like, sorry that I'm late. You don't need to apologize. You're fine, dude. You're fine. Pop in whenever you've got the fancy to do so. I'm gonna quickly chill this margarita glass by adding some ice and some water. It's a very big glass too, so I'm also gonna do some crushed ice. So I'm also gonna do that ahead of time. Take this, put some water on top of it. Go. Water from the decanter. I'm gonna put that off to the side real quick as a means to cheat my way into a cold glass because I like cold glasses and I cannot lie. Let me stir that around just for a little bit, just to let the temperature do its thing, and then I'll put it to the side. Winter out there saying, heading out to a final exam. Wish you luck, dude. Wishing you luck. I would cheers to. Actually, I'm gonna cheers it anyway because I'm overconfident. Cheers to you, Winter, and best of luck on your exam. This is ice water. There is no alcohol in this. So if you wanted to, you can take this custom cold ice water cocktail, mocktail, and use it as a means to give yourself luck. You got this, Winter. You got this. Okie dokie, that is chilling. I want crushed ice. Do I have crushed ice? I do not. I have to crush some ice. So let me take this, and I'm gonna put this off to the side, actually. Because if it's on the bar, it's gonna start shaking, and I don't want it to. All right, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna crush my ice first, right? I'm gonna play around with time with this video. I'm gonna play around with time. So we're gonna act as if I crushed the ice first. Everybody cool with that? Everybody cool? Yeah? Yeah? Great. I don't care if you're not. I'm doing it anyways. First, we're gonna crush some ice. Grab your safety goggles. Oh my goodness. Comically large wrench. Uh-huh.
Let's see if I can have some.
And then ice in a bag. Put them all together. And what do you have? Crushed ice. Dude, these goggles are really dirty. Move this out of the way for now. I'm also going to take the container that has liquids in it, actually all the containers that have liquids in them, and remove them from the bar. Put those down there for now. Put them all together, what do you got?
Let's see if I can have
Crushed ice. Who needs therapy when you've got this? Although in all seriousness, I would recommend being treated by a professional if you need it. This is no replacement for a professional. And by professional in this case, I guess I mean a professional ice maker. One more, specifically for Winter Wolf's good luck. That was awesome. That was great. Oh my gosh.
no match for me.
What'd I miss? Annie being like, can you imagine if the infinity bottle breaks or spills? Yeah, could you imagine? I don't want it. I don't want it. Take the energy out. Take the energy outside. Let me also clean my bar up. If you make a mess, clean your bar. Clean as you go. That's what we do. Oh, the ice is literally... Oh, man. I just don't want my bar to stain. Oh, man, dude.
Irritating.
Oh, man. Get out of here. Get the heck out of here. Go to the other desk. That other desk is not important. Everything's great now. We did it. We did it. Remove your protection and your wrench, and make the cocktail. Now I got this ready. This is great. This is great. It was great. Now I'm gonna take all my things and put them back up in the bar. Infinity bottle. This. Remember the margarita we were making? I remember the margarita we were making. And the glass, by the way, as well. Put this over here, just so it's around here. The ice has been chilling, who knew? What do I see out there? Umito saying, just have to put our more redeems to make up for it if it spills. Yeah, I guess that's the thing, y'all. I realize that I have been a little bit not careful with the infinity bottle. If the bottle breaks, I don't care if the bottle breaks, we can get more bottles. The spirit, on the other hand, that's a different story. I gotta be a little bit more cautious with that. Now add ice. Add ice and give this a shake. I realize I'm going to need to get more ice, by the way, y'all. Eventually. 90s out there being like Marty McFly kind of vibes. Yeah, with the editing, with the editing. I do time stuff with the editing.
I'm really getting tired.
Let's put this into a fresh bag. I'm gonna need to get more ice, chat. There we go. Take care of this later. Excellent. There we go. It smells beautiful, actually. I dig that. All right, y'all. Shake, shake, shake margarita. Shake it all the time. Shake, shake, shake margarita. It's infinity time. Cute has returned with a drink, a can of cream soda, Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar with a shot of Kraken's Black Spice Rum. This stuff is really good. Dude, rum and Dr. Pepper. You've just made a riff on the rum and Coke. And you swapped out the soda. You're a mixologist. Here we go. Officials like, we're going to Infinity Margaritaville. You're damn right we are. I love that. All right. Grab a chilled margarita glass. I just chilled mine now. Fill it up with crushed ice. And strain over top. Red's just like Infiniteville. Oh my gosh, I love that so much, you have no idea. Whoop. Wow, I'm spilling it everywhere. That was hilarious.
I'm really getting tired.
Evidently, I completely overfilled it. I thought this margarita glass was small. Too much ice, apparently. I don't use this glass very often, so I don't know it very well. Official's like, it's pink! It's pink! It's pink! You could garnish this with a lime wheel if you had it, but I don't.
I can have some fun now.
I've just got more for later, apparently. That's pretty sexy. Dude. What's the lyrics? Umito's got it. Wasted away again in Infinite Margaritaville.
Let's see if I can have some fun now.
That's tasty. I like that. Woo. That's very nice. I'm getting a very similar orange note that we got from the last cocktail with this, but it's brighter. It's sweeter. There is something about like a slight savoriness that I think really benefits the drinks that are served in a sour style. It was kind of cool. It ends like a little bitter. Kind of picking up on some tropical, like almost pineapple notes now. It's like a sweet, fruity. And there's a very mild spice. It's super mild, but it totally fits. If you handed this to me and said, here is a spicy tropical margarita. If you just called this a spicy margarita, I'd actually be kind of confused because it's really not that spicy. How would I serve this to somebody if I gave this to somebody? Very dry though. I will say that. It's got a very potent dryness. But it's like savory, kind of orangey, a little tropical in a way. And it ends. What flavor is that? I'm still learning how to describe that flavor. But there's a mild spice. Mild spice. Some nerd out there being like, you will never guess what I put in this thing. Oh, they won't. They literally won't. It is statistically impossible, I think, for somebody to guess what is in this margarita. Yeah, if anything, overall, it is like a... Oh, actually, hold up. I just got another note. If orange, and I want to say it's mango, but I know it's not mango. It's like a sweet mango. It's just very tropical. It is very tropical in this form. It's so interesting. That is so interesting. If you approached me and said that if you approached me and said that this is a tropical fruit margarita with a mild kick, I'd believe you. It's a little pineapple-y, got a little bit of orange in there. That savoriness just kind of melds with the fruit notes a bit. It's admittedly sweet, tart. And I think the tequila's kind of lost. But there really wasn't much of it in there anyways.
Those fools are no match for me.
And it is dry. I'll call that dry. And then we'll be done. I think that then we'll be done with it. Then we'll be done with it. I think that there's only so much that I can piece out from flavors like that. One of the things that I'm learning too as a mixologist, and when you make drinks like this, especially when you have, there's an ad, oh. I didn't know that was happening. Actually I did kind of know that was happening. All right, well, just in time. Let's keep talking about the infinity bubble, shall we? Oh man, I see that. What do we see out there? Official saying, I guess I was wrong and you were right, you know? It's no margarita without the short straw. You know what it looks like? Tejuino. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna Google it, because we got ad breaks. Tejuino is a refreshing, traditionally fermented corn beverage from Western Mexico. It's typically made with masa, corn dough, water, piloncillo, unrefined cane sugar, and undergoes a brief fermentation process. A fermented drink, you say? Yes, please. Yes, please. I feel like no matter how many sips I've taken from this thing, it hasn't gotten any lower. Wild. Cow King asking, Cam, seafood gumbo or chicken and sausage gumbo? Oh, seafood any day, my guy. I am a sucker for seafood. I love seafood. What kind of seafood? I don't really care what it is. I love seafood. This is more on the sour side, by the way, y'all. So for me, getting a little refluxy. Well, the ads are going. Let me try to dive into this a little bit more. Try to see if I can get some more notes on it.
Those fools are no match for me.
It'd be weird if I called it anything other than orange. It is very orange, but there is a certain bright tartness to it and mild tropical sweetness that really reminds me of pineapple. Although not super sharp like pineapple juice can typically be. It is admittedly a very tropical flavor. Like, I will absolutely give it to you on that one. What I see out there? Cow King saying crawfish or crab. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. I see Chef Old Wolf on the Twitch side saying, what said the martini as it passed the gin? Farewell. It passed the gin. Farewell. Farewell indeed. Cheers to that. Cheers to that indeed. I don't think I get it. Can somebody explain that joke to me? I don't think I understand. Martini's past the gin. Well, does the martini have vodka or does it have gin in it? That's the question I have. Or it might have been a matrini, in which case I have no idea what a matrini is. I don't know. Welcome back, y'all. The ads are done. Stephanie, welcome in, by the way. I'm trying an Infina Margarita. Infinigarita. I don't like that. I'm never saying that again. Also, welcome in, Austin. I see you out there. I was trying to get a better note on this tequila here, on this margarita here, and to be perfectly honest, it's got a savory note to it. It reminds me of just tropical flavors. It is a tropical margarita. Tropical juice. The tropical juicy margarita. It's really good with a mild kick to it. That's really nice. Very tasty. If anything, I pick out some orange. I pick out a bit of pineapple, I think. It's so clean, and it's kind of dry. If anything, that dryness is akin to like a peach or persimmon. If I had to pick something, pretty good. If this is what Infina Margaritaville is like, I'll take a ticket for a while. Admittedly, I like my margaritas a little bit more on the sweeter end, so this is pretty good.
I'm really getting
Like I said, I feel like I take sips from this and it's not going anywhere. I still have more. I overpoured, chat. I overpoured. What I'm going to do, just for my sanity, is I'm going to take it out of the margarita glass because I don't think I'm going to be able to drink it this way. I'm going to grab a bigger glass and make sure that I get it all inside. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to do that? Make sure I know how to do this. Let me grab the shaker that I was using before. Let me try to do a transfer if I can, because this is a wider base to it. Was that the same shaker I used? Where was the shaker I used? Oh, it's literally right there. I'm a dummy. I'm a dummy. Cute out there saying, would you say this is vacation juice from Animal Crossing New Horizons? No, I would not. As the video game mixologist, I would not safely call this vacation juice from a video game. I think if I'm thinking of the vacation juice, I don't know, I want to take more inspiration from the game, right? That's a very good question, especially for me. No, this is not vacation juice. This is way too low effort. Doesn't have enough inspiration from the game itself. Put that back in here. Last transfer. That worked perfectly. Wow, check that out. That worked great. Putting some of my materials away. That was perfect. Wow. Great. Let's add a straw to this one. I'm thinking orange. It strikes me as orange. And this might be the last we see the infinity bottle this color because of the blue stuff going into it. I will take it. It also needs a straw. This is just for you and me, live chat. The shorts are not going to see this one. I know how much y'all like the little umbrellas, so I'll take it. Annie out there saying, I hope this is a good pun. I'm just not getting it. Pinned. Oh, what, the thing? Chef being like, my vodka martini, even if dirty, will only pass a gin bottle to say hello. My vodka martini, even if dirty, will only pass a gin bottle to say hello. I'm still not getting it. I don't get it. I don't really get it. Nerd out there on the YouTube side saying, I kind of want to drink that, but I'm missing a couple ingredients. Oh, a couple? Yeah? Yeah? Are you missing? Oh, what's the infinity command right now? How many things are in this bottle? I'd say you're missing quite a few of them, but hey, if you think you got something, if you think you have all the things in the infinity bottle right now, more power to you, nerd. There we go. I made it fancy for myself. Yeah, I don't know, Chef, I'm not getting it. I don't know why. Are they saying gin is bad? I don't know. I don't get it. But I'm going to give you the slide whistle anyway, because I appreciate the effort. Hold a minute. Let me put my crushed ice in the freezer, because we might use more of it later. Never know, never know, never know. I do need to grab more ice downstairs, so I'm going to do that before we get back to the game. But we're going to do the rest of the Infinity segment first. There we go. All cleaned up. All cleaned up. There we go. Official says to put De Kuiper Pucker Island Punch into the Infinity bottle next. Sweet and sour schnapps. It's blue. So, let's take 2 ounces of that. Put it into the bottle. And then we'll check on this again next time. Grab this guy over here. All right, actually, let me bring the angle over, chat. What do you think? What color do you think it's gonna be? What color? What color? What color? I'm gonna try to see if I can get this on this angle over here. There we go, so that you guys can watch it at the same time as I pour it.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of glare, actually, at this angle. Look at the bottom. Yeah, that's a better indication. Yeah, you're gonna check it out down there. See what happens. There we go. Take 2 ounces of this. Take 2 ounces of this. Put it into the infinity bottle. And then we'll check on this again next time. If we thought it was tropical now, it's only gonna get even more tropical. For those watching the live stream, you know there's a little indicator on the back that I fill up too. I didn't see much of a color change at all, to be honest. If anything, it's a little bit darker than it was. Just a little bit. Aziel, welcome in. Did anybody see any difference? I don't know. You can still see some of the gold flakes from the Goldschlager down there. I think that's kind of cool.
I'm really getting tired.
Other than that, not too crazy. Not too crazy. Let's bring it back. 90 saying, Cam, we need to have Supreme, Hammy, and I join you live in person. Details off street. But yeah, if you want to come to the bar the next, by all means, let me know. If anybody's out there ever in the area, DM private conversations. But I like having guests at the bar. If you're somewhere in the area, hit me up, dude. I'm in Philadelphia. And that's all I'll say on the matter. All right.
No match for me.
And that's the infinity bottle. There we go. Let me take out my control panel and put this in here. This is what is it? Island Pucker. The Kuiper Island Pucker. Do I have the window open? I do not. I have to open the window. Hold up. Hold up. I'm opening the thing. Nerd out there being like, I think it's kind of stabilized at a nice airport jungle juice brown. What airport jungle juice have you tried, and where can I get some? What airport is it? I want to go. I have research I need to do. Research specifically. Umito out there being like, bruh, you can come to France. That's fair. I'd love to come to France. I've never been to France before. I'd love to. All right. The last 3 things that go into the infinity bottle were mead, Viking's Blood, Danskmjord Mead, Campari, Philadelphia Distilling Old Maid Vodka, and now Island Pucker. De Kuiper Island Pucker Tropical Sweet and Sour Schnapps. Island Pucker. I think the world knows this is Island Pucker, so we're going to call it Island Pucker. All right, the infinity command works now if you want to check what the new percentages and stuff are. Let's put this back up here, shall we? 31! Put it over here. 31 procs of the infinity bottle. 31 procs of the infinity. You take one down. No, you can't. It's in there forever, dude. Just kind of how it is. Nerd out there being like, I would not drink the airport jungle juice, but you do you. I mean, hey, if they have a set of rules like I do, then I respect your form of jungle juice, just like I'm sure you respect my infinity bottle. Your infinity bottle. Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. My hands are very sticky, by the way, so I'm gonna get a little wipe down, and then we'll go. 90's out there saying, what about South Korea? Dude, I'd go to South Korea. It sounds like a fun place. I've heard a lot of great things about Korean cuisine and culture and stuff like that. I'd love to visit Korea one of these days. I'm sure they have a whole, at the very least, what I know from a spirit perspective of Korea is they make soju, and I would love to be able to go to Korea to try local sojus if they make it there. Soju being the Korean spirit, basically. There's a bunch of stuff that goes into it. I don't know a proper way of distilling down what soju is, except that I know that it's soju. I just know that soju is soju, and I know that it's Korean, and that's really all I got on it. I know more about shochu because I had the pleasure of joining a shochu seminar by JSS, the something shochu something or other, with a bartender. I cannot remember what his name was, but it was wonderful, and I enjoyed it. And I had a cocktail competition, and I didn't enter it. But if I did enter it, I would have gave the Sonic the Hedgehog highball as my recipe. I put a lot of thought in that. There we go. Feels good. Renzo out there saying, I need to go back to South Korea. Yeah, one of these days, you know? Nerd out there saying, I'm gonna head out and try to see if my body will let me sleep despite it being very warm in your room. Dude, you do you. Thanks so much for popping in, nerd. AKA, what was your other alias? Your quantum alias? Malenstein. Malenstein, like Mal as in sick and Stein as in rock. Sick rock. Some nerd. Peace out, dude. Thanks for popping in. Let me get some extra water, and like I was saying, I need to grab more ice downstairs. So, if you don't mind me doing so, I'm gonna grab more ice from downstairs, and I will be back in a little bit. I'm also trying my best to make sure that all of the spills at my bar are cleaned up, because this bar stains, and I really should just restain it at some point, but I haven't had the chance to do so, mostly because I can't move this damn thing outside. I do have a box fan, though. It could work, but I'm a bit scared. So, I'm going to get ice. I will be back in a second. Don't burn the place down. I greatly appreciate that. Ice. Ice. Babies. I'll be back. I'm not going too far. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Those fools are no match for me. Those fools are no match for me.
31 Infinity Redemptions now. 31 Infinity Redemptions. You collect 10,000 points. Come to the camera with an X stream at the bar with an X. 32 Redemptions of Infinity. Whatever. Alright, is that how that works? It is when I'm here. Red's out there saying it only takes 6 hours to go from west to east Pennsylvania. It takes 13 hours here. Wait. West to east. Oh, west to east, like your state of residence. I was like, wait a minute. How does it take 13 hours for you to get from... How does it take you 13 hours to get from two ends of Pennsylvania, but it only takes me less time? Yeah, it's really not that bad a drive. We take it every year to go to Gen Con, because that's over out in Indianapolis. And we love Gen Con. We love that. 90's out there saying, what about K-Town in New York City? They have everything. K-Town, like, what, like Koreatown? I've never actually been. I've never been there before. Maybe that's the best thing to do. I'm just getting some extra ice here, by the way, y'all. That's a bad piece of ice. I'm not gonna use that. This is my dirty ice. It sits in my dirty freezer and collects dirty, dirty everything. But it's my ice, and it's what I got. Oh, my bag is broken. I just noticed that. Got a tear in it. I gotta get some more canvas bags. Come on, dude. There we go. Just gotta be a little bit more aggressive with it. There we go. Done with you? Nice. And then you too. Are you done? You done? Yes, you are. I clean it after the fact. Don't worry about it. Okie dokie. I got a chilled martini glass and a chilled coupe glass as well, just in case anybody's trying to get ideas. Why do I keep moving my towels around? Stop. Don't do it, bro. Where's the wet side of my towel? There you are. Oh, come on. I gotta re-moisten it. No more ice. I did it. Raven's home. What up? I just made an infinity margarita. Actually, pretty good. It's really tasty, dude. It is just it's just tropical. It is tropical orange with some other. I keep saying nondescript fruit notes. Somebody made fun of me as saying it, so I guess saying something is nondescript fruit is not technically accurate. I think it is though. Alexa, define nondescript.
Nondescript refers to something that is not distinctive or particular, lacking a clear-cut identity or description. It can be used to describe both things and people, implying a lack of standout qualities or characteristics.
Okay.
Something or someone described as nondescript is not particularly remarkable or notable.
I would say that nondescript fruit is fruity, but in no particular way. It's my opinion. But hey, the internet's gonna internet. And if that's your reason to drink, you can have it. I'll let you have it. Tropical being like, it's like Fruit Loops. They are fruit flavored, just simply fruit. Fair. A little bit extra. Oh. Oh, thank you. Oh, I can't eat this.
Why?
There's a little bit of mold on the bread.
Oh,
Mold on the bread.
what a cry.
Oh man, I literally just ate that bread on Monday.
What's wrong with you?
What is wrong with me and Brett? Chat? So I went downstairs to get some more ice, and Anna's like, "Oh, I'll help you." And I was like, "You know what you can help me out with? Prep a little ham sandwich so I can have a little bar snack." And she's like, "Here you go." And she had it was so cute. She had the little Mickey stamp on it and everything. And I didn't actually mean for the ham sandwich now, just to prep it for later. But I took a look at it and I was like, "Ah, oh, damn it, there's mold on that." Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
That bread went bad already?
Yeah, it went bad already.
I thought it usually lasts like 2 weeks.
I don't know, dude. I don't make the rules. I'm just glad that the bugs haven't started molding. Y'all seen the bugs?
See if I can have some fun now.
Yeah, I can't. It's bad. It's bad for the body. Thank you so much, though. I got the popcorn still, right? Thank you, dear. Oh, you ate all my. Oh, you ate all my popcorn? Did you really? It's okay. The popcorn was really, really tasty. All right, that's okay. That's okay. Whatever. Tropical out there saying, I have a strong old gin martini. And then Tropical being too, Campari is bugs. Bring the bugs back. Dude, Cochineal. Actually, it was so funny, Tropical. You'd appreciate this. I was reading an article about the state of the U.S. and them trying to ban, like, certain dyes and stuff that are made from, I think it was, petroleum-based dyes. And I realized, you know, I bet Campari, Red 40, I believe that's a petroleum-based dye. And I was like, what are they going to do? Bring the bugs back? And I saw an article, and they were like, it's possible that the United States is going to get its source of natural dyes from a bug. And that was the headline. It was like, we're going to get our color from bugs. And I was like, it's cochineal. It's got to be cochineal. And lo and behold, a good 5 to 6 minutes into the article, because they got to keep you reading, right? Because that's what we want these days. They were like, a bug called cochineal. And I was like, hell yeah, dude. Let's bring the bugs back to Campari. I want to see it happen. In any case, for anybody popping in a little bit later, the Infinity Bottle has been added to. Official on the YouTube side just added sweet and sour tropical island pucker schnapps from De Kuiper. It's blue, but the Infinity Bottle hasn't taken on a very significant color change. And I'm cool with that. I'm fine with it for now. And then we'll eventually get back to the game. Amy Chair out there saying, I feel like having Alexa define nondescript would be another oxymoron. Hey, you know what? Bezos do what Bezos want, you know? Umito out there saying it's over 4 a.m. for me out there, so I'm gonna leave you for tonight. Lucky you, I couldn't count until 500. Oh, where am I at right now? Hold up a second. Where am I at? I was gonna say, if it was like one more, I'd die one extra time for you, Umito. But I'm not gonna do that, so good night. Or rather, good morning out there, dude. Francis, why? Alright, let's play a video game. Let's get back to the game, shall we? Let me grab my thingamabob, and let me grab myself a larger straw. Specifically one with a bend, then I can actually drink from this thing. Tropical's like, I'm sad. If the Infinity already has Campari, what do we have that I identify with? Can we do Chartreuse? Amaro de Angostura? I don't have Amaro de Angostura, but I do have Chartreuse. And dude, why do you think that just because we added Campari once doesn't mean we can't just add it again? Because if you think about it, Tropical, like the Infinity Bottle is self-healing. Eventually, most of the Campari in it is going to disappear, right? And we'll need to put more Campari back into it to make it all worth our while, you know? Right? So who's saying that you can't have your moment, you can't have your cake and eat it too? Your whole shtick, Tropical, could just be Campari. Like, there are some folks out there who are like, I just want to see Everclear in the bottle. And if the one thing you redeem is Everclear, 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 I'd say that you're on the philosophy of the bottle of the cleanse, right? You want to cleanse the Infinity Bottle of all flavors so that there's no flavor left and just alcohol. And eventually, you will get pretty damn close. But if you're in the Campari crew, then you'll just add Campari, 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 Campari the whole time. But you can't accomplish it alone. You can't. It's infeasible. You can't do it alone. So you gotta get a crew. And there are... I wouldn't say that the Bar with an X has a cult. It does not have a cult. I will not endorse a cult. However, there are absolutely cults forming around this Infinity Bottle. And at least a couple of y'all are in on the Chaos cult, I think. And I'm about to out your members because I'm pretty sure it consists of Eli Peach Soda, Big Skittle, Cole Menez, and maybe a couple other ne'er-do-wells. I know who you are. Oh, come on, camera. Camera, what do we do? Camera, what do we do? Hell no. That was weird for an uncomfortably long moment. Jay being like Disney Queen, only Everclear. Yeah, dude, she liked, sure, for a while, she was adding stuff to the bottle that she enjoyed, and now I think she's all for the cleanse, because she doesn't really like the bottle right now. And she knows just as much as I do that if we add a bunch of Everclear to it, it will eventually heal itself. It will. That's just how it works. I want this. Oh, is that what I got? There we go. Oh, that's our life. I dig that. I dig that. Tropical out there saying, oh, Lord, tomorrow I'm doing the Greek martini that you were talking about. Dude, do it. Is it coming out as a video? Can I watch it? If it is, link that to me. I want to see that. Wait, you fixed it? What do you do? Oh, you got the big bread. Thank you. This is the chocolate bread that your dad made, right?
No, that's the walnut.
This is the walnut raisin bread, it looks like. Very cool, very cool. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put it to the side for now. Can I, is there a plate to cover this with? Because I don't want it right now. Oh, but I get it later. You got you? You got me? You got me? Here, I'm gonna just put it on the table over there. Underneath the block. I got it. Thank you, dear. I really appreciate that. Yeah. In case I get hungry. I tend to get a little hungry on these streams, all things considered. Thank you, Disney Queen. I love you, baby! Never change, and if you do, it's for the better. I'm sure. Love her so much, oh my gosh. Eli out there being like, I am, in fact, of the Cult of Chaos group. Yeah, I know. That's why I outed you. I know already. I'm your bartender, Eli. Of course I know! But, you know, even sometimes you can all surprise me. And that's cool, that's cool. It's y'all just experience, it's just y'all exploring your individuality. And that's what I like to see. Cute Thulu being like, I like chaos. Well, yeah, because half your name is reminiscent of the chaos god himself. Duh. Duh. Annie out there saying, not a cult, a fan base. Saying, also, too, Cam, when do you think you'll officially have a fandom? When do I think I'll have a fandom? I don't know. I have no idea how, like, the fandom wikis and stuff first, so I think when will I have it? When somebody decides to, I guess, put an entry on the fandom wiki pages for me. I guess that's how that works. I'm not gonna make it myself, dude. I don't think I have a big enough fan base for that, personally. That was good, that was good. Cute being like chaos. I like chaos. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got you. I clocked you for a chaos individual as soon as you walked into my bar. And I totally dig it. Ozzy out there saying, like, bread. Is that a plain face? I mean, the bread previously? Yeah, not a fan. Are you implying you're not a fan of bread? One of these days, I will be bread. I am bread. I am familiar with that game. And I like it. Tropical out there saying, olive oil, fat washed Bar Hill, oregano tincture, olive oil, fat washed Bar Hill, oregano tincture, Retsina wine, maybe, excuse me, we do a tomato water in dilution, topped with lemon oil and feta stuffed pepperoncini. Dude, sign me up. I have olive oil and I have Bar Hill gin, but I've yet to have the opportunity to do anything with olive oil in general. But the Bar Hill feels like an excellent place to start with it at some point. I've yet to do an olive oil washed spirit. I have olive oil, I have spirits, I just never put the two together, not yet. In particular, I'm curious about this oregano tincture. Was it just oregano and some Everclear? Or did you add anything else to it to accent the flavor of oregano? Which I feel like is difficult to do, because oregano is so unique on its own, but as a fellow mixologist, I'm curious nonetheless. Mixologist, aka bartender. There's some actual bartenders out there and not just people who pretend by putting on a vest or something. Totally not me, by the way. It couldn't be me. I see you. Ozzy will say, I refer to the one video where all men get together and just say simply bread. Oh, bread! I see with the thumbs up. Ah, I see what you mean now. That's the videos that go like, bread. 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 But I am merely one man, so I can't do the meme justice. That's a good meme. Quality memes there, Ozzy. Quality memes. Tropical out there saying, too, with the Bar Hill, maybe a sesame fat wash. Ooh! Sesame is such an interesting flavor, and I think the only sesame infusion that I've done was whatever was in the... There was definitely sesame inside of the everything bagel mix that I got here for the charity stream that we did a while back. Although, it was salt and a bunch of other things, too, you know? Renzo out there saying, how far can I take that wiki page? I want to make all the jokes into lore. That way, if someone runs across it, they get super confused. How far? I don't know. That's up to whoever makes the wiki page. I'm not gonna do it. I'm too busy to make a wiki page. Don't let me stop you, though. Please. Spread the gospel of the WithAnX community. Could you imagine if we just confused the internet? They're like, who the hell is this CameroxnWithAnX guy? 4,000 followers? He's a nobody. For now. And then they'll be like, why the heck does the lore run so deep? And then I'll be like, it's because, like, I officially endorse lore dumps and lore dives. Because that's a part of the content, dude. It's how the drinks get made, yo. Why all the lore? Because he cares. I do. Also, I just don't want to be responsible for that type of maintenance. I don't want to do it. Oh my gosh. Annie being like, not to mention the Lorix podcast, too. Yeah, we're all about lores around here. We are the Lorix. We speak for the lore. Quality joke, by the way. Quality joke. But tropical to the oregano tincture. Oregano and Everclear. I'm using it so sparingly to see if I can just get a whisper of the drink. Just a whisper of oregano. Last thing that I tried with oregano was for the Dream Daddy series, because one of the characters, Matt, has a scene, a date, where you try to acquire marijuana, but instead buy oregano from one of the local kids who happens to be the son of one of the other characters in the game, Damien. And so instead of smoking weed, you smoke oregano. And he's also a barista, so his drink is an espresso tonic. I think it's an espresso gin and tonic with oregano-infused gin. And I think I still have some oregano-infused gin if anybody's got ideas of what to do with it. It might still be on the website. I really don't remember what it is, but I feel like I still have it. Probably. I think I do, actually. Cute with the bread. I see that out there. Tropical out there saying, so with the fat wash, do sesame oil and bar hill at a very, very low ratio, because sesame is pretty strong. Let it infuse slightly, then freeze it, and strain out the oil and leave just the drink. Oh, with sesame oil specifically, not like sesame seed. That's a good point. I do have sesame oil. I don't have that on the bar stock, though. One of these days. One of these days. I like the idea of a sesame oil infusion. In your opinion, Tropical, I don't know if you've done anything with sesame oil versus, like, tahini versus, like, ground-up sesame seed. But I wonder how sesame-forward a flavor you can get, depending on which iteration of sesame that you use. Because I would think with the oil, you're not going to get too much sesame flavor. But with ground-up paste, you might have a little bit more luck. I don't know. I've never actually tried it. All right, get all the points. We want all the points. That was pretty good. It was pretty good. Tropical out there saying, if I've got it. Hold up. Oh, I'm about to die. Don't want that. Kill the big guys. Yeah, I'll take them. Very cool. If you have it, you could buy some Retsina, do an olive oil fat wash with gin, and try the drink. What is the Retsina, by the way? That's a type of wine, right? Tell me more about this Retsina. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing about it. Big Callan, welcome in, by the way. We've got an infinity margarita tonight. Kind of tropical, very sweet, very nice. Very, very pleasant so far. I hope you're doing well out there. Renzo saying, Cameron, with an X, is a nobody. Cameron is a somebody. It's true. Garlic bread is motivational. Evil Cameron is an AI that sometimes takes over the stream, and Cameron, without an X, denies his existence. Of course. Why would I admit to evil AI? I would never. I would never.
Stage select.
Cute out there saying, oregano-infused gin, Bloody Mary mix, sprinkle a little mozzarella over top of it, have a pizza-inspired drink? Dude, with the oregano on it. Could be very interesting. I think, do I have mozzarella? I don't have any mozzarella. I think I have white cheddar. No, do I have mozzarella? I might actually have mozzarella for this. I also have Bloody Mary mix. Dude, that... I think I have all those ingredients. Possibly. Possibly. I might take that idea. Cute. Depending on if you're around a little bit later into the stream, when I'm done with my infinity mix here, I'll typically take cocktail requests during the stream. That sounds devilish. If somebody can confirm that I actually have oregano gin on the stock, I do have Bloody Mary mix. I know it's not up there. And I'm pretty sure I have mozzarella. I know that's not up there either. There is, to my knowledge, no cheese on the website. Because I don't think I'd ever give you guys that type of power over me. And if I did, I forgot about it. Oh my gosh. I see you there. I see you there. Oh, I thought there were things there. All right, I'm going for speed. I gotta go for speed here. Oh my gosh, can he do it? Nope, he cannot. That was incredible. Whoops. Gotta go back. Disney Queen being like, craft cheese packs. What about craft cheese packs? Oregano gin confirmed. Excellent, excellent. Tropical being like, feta fat wash. I don't have any feta cheese. I know I don't have any of that. But I could. I got a lot of ideas of how I want to take this channel forward to like the next level, and I think the next thing that I really want to do with y'all on this channel is a more fleshed out request system for drinks, but also for infusions, because one of the things that I fundamentally believe I want to do here at the Bar with an X is inspire weird mixology. Mixology that's so weird and shouldn't work, but it actually does because we figured out a way to do it. And part of that is figuring out how to best get ingredients behind the bar that you guys would want to see, which currently is a bit of an engineering problem because if you want something, it's hard for me to keep track of it, and I can't really get it in the moment unless I Instacart it, but that's just more costs than the Bar with an X has access to. And then for the drink request system too, it works pretty well right now, but when I get a little bit farther into my drinks, I find that I get kind of overwhelmed and hot under the collar. So I'm gonna develop some bot prompts to make that not just easier for me, but by extension, easier for y'all, because it's going in my body. I got plans, y'all. I just need time to do it. And money! So thanks for all your tips. It really does make a difference. Tropical out there being like, see, we gotta do ideas together. Can't wait to see this TikTok chat. Yeah, man. Tropical's been in my DMs, y'all. He's been bothering me every single day being like, Cam, can we do that cocktails together? Can we make beautiful, beautiful mixology together? And I can't even say that I've been like, it's okay, man, I'm just busy, I'm really sorry, you know? I just haven't responded. Like I said, editing days, I don't talk to anybody. I rejected a call from my family member today. She was like, Cam, I gotta talk to you about something. I was like, I've got a stream to do. And I'm stressed out and anxious. So, don't worry, Tropical. If anything, I want to make sure that you know, I'm just joking with you. Please, by all means, y'all. If it's about mixology, bother me any day. I'll get back to you as best as I can. Please continue bothering me for the sake of mixology. And I do want to do this stuff with you. I do. I want to make sweet mixology with you, Tropical. I will. Cute Thulu out there being like, I fear for you if you actually do the pizza drink. I mean, I got the oregano. I don't think I have a lot of the oregano gin, but I'm curious. I also wind up prioritizing drink requests from folks who happen to be new, and if I clocked you correctly, you are chaotic and you are new around here. Put two and two together, we get some beautiful things. I see James out there saying, I have come to make an announcement. That is all. Oh, really?
So difficult.
That sucked, dude. Oh yeah, what's your announcement, James? Did Shadow piss on your wife or something? Same. Welcome in, James. Good to have you. Tropical like every minute of every day. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Tropical Razorbeam just won't leave me the hell alone. But it's for mixology! For the pursuit of better cocktails. It's all poison, might as well drink it well, you know? That's my mentality. If you're gonna drink the poison, you might as well drink it good. Maximum points! Anyways, Tropical out there being like, to be honest, it's entirely because I'm interested in bouncing ideas off of people, and most people I know are like, yeah, that's neat, but they don't really know. The thing is, too, is I find, like, in my experience, only from reading about, like, reading in the cocktail forums and stuff like that, there are a lot of people out there who just don't explore with new ideas, or they stick very, very close to ideas that have already been established and don't go very much farther from there, right? Like, people gave cheese and cocktails, I feel like, an idea, like, in vogue because of the Parmesan Espresso Martini, but somebody else had to do it. And a group of people had to do it. A group of people somehow made the Parmesan Espresso Martini come into the viral vogue, right? And now people started taking it seriously. They're like, hey, the idea of savor and coffee go well together. It's been established in espresso culture for a long time that savor, espresso, and coffee go together. It makes sense, right? But, like, a lot of people would just be like, ew, pickle drinks? No thanks. Cheese drinks? No thanks. Oh, you put oregano in drinks? That's for pizza, you dumbass. Olive oil in drinks? You saw everybody's reaction to the oleato at Starbucks. People are very, very quick to say no to things. And not, okay, what if? My whole mentality comes from improv culture. It's not no. It's yes and. Make something different and play around with it. Roll with it, dude. Roll with it. And you'll have drinks that are so weird that it comes full circle. But that's my philosophy on the matter, you know? James being like, Eggman misses his wife. It's true. It's true. Just ask him. But you gotta piss on his wife first. And then piss on the moon, you know? In any case. Tropical out there saying, I found a Corona to follow my martini. You found a Corona to follow? Oh, you're gonna have it after the fact. I was like, what are you gonna do? Dump your Corona in the martini? That's not a drink that I'm aware of, but that seems to me like something that somebody on r/cocktails would be like, ew, no. But maybe one of these days, somebody's gonna make the Coronitini. The Coronitini. One of these days, dude. It could be you. It could be. Do you take the plunge? What do you do to the Corona to make it fit in a craft cocktail? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I see Michael Prophet popping back in, being like, okay, what did I miss? Because I was having an awkward moments while I saw you streaming. While I see you guys streaming, what did I miss? Let's see, what did you miss out there? We did the infinity bottle. I have an infinity margarita with me right now, and it's pretty tasty. I like it. I like it very much. I think that's pretty much it. We also had, I finished off the Cynar Flip, and I also really enjoyed it. I also very enjoyed it. It reminded me of like a pastry-like candy, but I don't really know what candy it was. And that's where I'll leave with that one. But I don't think you missed much. If anything, we'll have something completely different, but somehow still beautiful on itself on Monday. I got you. I see Tropical out there saying, see, cause Parmesan Espresso Martini is awesome. And then the Oleato, have you seen that? Whiskey sour with olive oil? Oh, the Olivito. And Olivito. I was thinking of the coffee drink at Starbucks, but is there like, is the Olivito like a whiskey olive oil cocktail? Because that sounds beautiful. That sounds just weird enough to work. And to your point, a lot of Corona cocktails out there. Yeah, I know, dude. But like, what about concentrated Corona cocktails? Like a Corona syrup or something like that. Tropicals was like, I'll send you the Olivato right now. Please do. Yes! Good omens. Coronas. Speaking of which, y'all, I really want to do... What I really wanted to do when the Campari was first added to the bottle was do an Infinity Spaghetti. But I went to the store, and from what I saw briefly, I couldn't find Miller High Life. And I know you can use any lager beer for a spaghetti. It's just Campari topped with a lager beer, typically Miller High Life. But I couldn't get it. But I really want to do more beer cocktails on the stream, yo. I really do. Amy Chow, my fellow mixologist, being like, there's always someone that will yuck your yum. You do you. Dude, preach. Cheers to that, my fellow mixologist with an X. It's ironic because mixologist already has an X in it. Tropical's like, I'm back. The Olivito has 60 milliliters of gin. 60 milliliters of gin, a quarter of an ounce of liquor 43, a full ounce of lemon juice, half an ounce of olive oil, and then a quarter of an ounce of simple syrup, and then egg white. Oh, because that egg white's gonna help as an emulsifier. Right? Ooh, that's interesting. Dude. I have all of those. I have all of them. I have never been more tempted, dude. I have never been more tempted. But I made a promise. I made a promise. First come. And if you're new around here, I prioritize your request. And right now, I'm thinking about this this oregano drink from Cute Thulu over on the Twitch side. Only because. But I am so curious about that. Son of a gun, dude. I only had 3 rings. It doesn't matter. It was not so good. Adam Gibson popping in here, just spreading the change, making it rain, really. Welcome in, Adam. If you were trying to imply that you were wishing good fortune upon the bar with an X, the bar with an X takes it. But I warn you, Adam, I'm gonna spend it all on alcohol. And if that's up your alley, if that's what you're good for, then that's what we're gonna do. Tropical being like, fair, you gotta do what you gotta do. Olivato on Monday. I want to believe that you said it exactly like that, Tropical Raven. He's like, yeah, no, I know we can't get it to today. You got a business to run. Monday? Oh my gosh, I love it, dude. I love this community so much, bro. I love it so much. I love the people in it, and I love the weird freaking ideas that we get with it, dude. I dig it. Tropical, like, that's how I imagined it. Oh my gosh. Tropical saying too, or do you still do infusion stuff? Because tonight we couldn't do the Sesame Oil Bar Hill Gin. I put infusions on hold for now because I have a system that I want to work out in the future. Because what I'd like to do, and my reason behind it is because I'm still really going back and forth with how to implement it. But I want to have a good idea of how to implement it first before I put it back in action. The idea is, previously what I was doing was I would do very, very small amounts of infusions and then we'd work with that, but we barely got a single cocktail out of it, and that just feels... I don't like it. It just feels so skimpy, and I don't want to skimp you all of this. What I want to build up to is I want to build up to a level like Doka Ryan's channel where we take whatever you tell me to put inside of the bottle, inside of the jar, and I put it all, I make a whole jar's worth of it. Oh, there we go. 25 biddies from Calking for the 500 deaths. We met the quincentennial. We finally made it. But the problem with that is I don't got a lot of bottles here. I don't have a lot of inventory. And if I took half of my bottle and put it on an infusion, that price just like, for, you know, to be honest about it, it just racks up. So one of the thoughts that I had was, maybe we make infusions, like big infusions, like a paid thing you do, like TTS over on Pirate Software. And I build out a system that puts me in debt if I don't wind up doing all the stuff in a particular fashion. But it's a little bit cumbersome and it feels a little weird, so I'm playing around with concepts. If you've got ideas, I'll take them. The suggest command works on all the platforms now, by the way. Anyways. Hello there, enemy. I see Jordan out there saying, have I thought about putting butterscotch rum in the infinity bottle? Hey, if there is a pre-bottled butterscotch rum out there, I'm open to it, Jordan. If you know a brand, hit me up with it, bro. I'll take it. Oh, that was a lot of rings. Hello there. That was a lot of rings. Don't get hit, Cam. Don't get hit. Don't get hit. There's rings right up on this platform over here. There we go. We got it. Yeah, Jordan. I won't put home infusions into the infinity bottle unless I know what proof they are. And I do have a refractometer, and I could measure it. There is one custom infusion that I have that I allow to go to the infinity bottle, and it is bee propolis spirit that I made myself, and nobody's used it yet.
Stage select.
And that's because I'm just curious of what will happen. If what happens with that propolis spirit is what I think will happen, I will take it off of the infinity redeemable list. So it is very possible that one person will redeem it, and then nobody else ever again. Anyways. Official, welcome back, by the way. I see you out there. Official saying, sorry, I missed the filling in the infinity bottle. You don't have to apologize. That is totally okay. I put your redemption into it. You were the one who made it happen, my guy, and there will be a short for it, so don't worry about it. You'll be able to catch up. Tropical out there saying, Tropical also saying, Doka, I've tried silly content. My crowd doesn't like it. I'm sad. They like when I show them interesting, new, and complicated techniques for teach cocktail history. I mean, it's where I started. Yeah, you know. Hey, you know what? I think of it this way, Tropical. Despite the fact that I've got a sizable community on a couple of platforms now, if I want to bring something new and exciting to the content, I'll experiment with it. Sometimes the old heads, not to dissuade the people who have been in this community for a long time, but let's be honest, if you're an old head, sometimes you got to keep up with the times. And I am all for weird shit. I like it. Oh, where's the thing? It's up there, isn't it? There's a Mystic Melody around here somewhere. I just got to find it. I just don't remember where it is. Jordan saying there's Bones Butterscotch for 25. All right, man. If you've got a bottle request at all, Jordan, by the way, if you type in !suggest and then whatever it is, it sends a message to my Discord and I read all of those comments. So if you've got a suggestion, I can't guarantee to remember things during the live stream. It's just, it's cumbersome, yeah. Oh, hello there. I'm going back. I'm going back. I'm going back for it. Oh, okay. I found the dude. I found the boo, you know? Cal out there being like, when did we touch grass? Never. Next IRL stream, Cal, promise. Promise we'll touch grass. You just gotta remind me. Where's the thing that I'm looking for? Tropical asks, what if I requested you fat wash the infinity bottle? No. I will not be doing that. I will say this, though. There have been pushes for more than just what's allowed in the infinity bottle. The infinity bottle rules are designed in such a way to preserve the longevity of the bottle. However, I love the idea of doing a chaotic infinity bottle where everything's on the table. Nothing's off the table. And it is up to me to figure out how to make it work. But no chaos infinity bottle right now. One of these days. One of these days. Maybe for charity. I like that idea. See, I suck. Speaking of grass, says Cute Thulu, did you know there's a grass-flavored soda out there? Yeah. They've got vomit-flavored soda. They have supposedly unicorn poop-flavored soda. They've got, what? A ton of different... Mustard-flavored soda. Oh, yeah. I'm aware of it, dude. I'm aware of it. And right now, I don't have any of those ingredients at my bar. Not yet. Not yet. Renzo out there saying, I've made the base for Dante-inspired class Rebellion. Rebellions are unawakened, hunting demons without their powers fully awakened. Upon level 3, their devil trigger will awaken, allowing them to use new powers, awakening their swords as they stab themselves with it. And somehow that relates to grass-flavored vodka. That sounds sexy in a very interesting, hellish kind of way. I love that. Jordan out there asking, isn't the bottle smelling cheesy right now? Yeah, it's a little cheesy. It's a little cheesy. In the fact that, like, it's been a while since the Doritos distillate has been added, and that does have a very nacho cheese prominent smell to it. However, a lot of those Doritos notes are gone, at least on the tongue. Olfactory, though, on the smell, though, it kind of comes back as manifesting as this very interesting, savory smell. Something that's got a savory smell to it. And I think in part with that, I don't know how far you are into the Infinity Bottle stuff, Jordan, because everybody on the short side is about 2 weeks behind. But there's been Doritos in there. There's been dill pickle vodka in there. We just added Old Bay vodka in there. The savory notes are prominent. At least as of right now. That's cool, dude. Cow like clam juice, eel sauce. Is that are these questions? The clam juice was a question. Do you want clam juice at the bar? Bother me to add clam juice. If you guys got ideas for what you use with clam juice, I'll add it to the inventory. It's beautiful because clam juice, I think, is more or less shelf-stable. I think. With whatever preservatives they put inside of it. That's the other thing, too. If the ingredient is not shelf-stable, I can't necessarily guarantee it'll be at the bar, but I'll do my best to update the stock for whatever's most present. That's my guarantee to you. Tropical Raven says that the grass vodka is bison grass vodka. Do you mind? Does somebody remind exclamation point suggesting that? Because I would like to be on the lookout for grass flavored vodka. I had one of the cocktails that completely changed my life forever was a cocktail at a bar in Philadelphia here called Charlie Was a Sinner. That was the name of the bar. I don't remember the name of the cocktail. But it was made using, I think, a snap pea syrup. And I swear that cocktail tasted like grass. And I liked it. That cocktail completely changed my life, dude. If anything, that is the cocktail that convinced me to dive deep into the world of mixology. So Charlie was a sinner, by the way. And Charlie's my father's name. I think that's kind of funny. Oh, man. Tropical says there's clam vodka, too. Yeah, and there's lobster vodka, and there's truffle mushroom vodka. There's a ton of different type of vodkas out there. I want them all. Official's like, do you know what Clamato is? Unfortunately, yes. Yes, I do. Jordan out there asking, have I tried Foodivore Whiskey Donut? No. I've never even heard of that before. Tell me more. Color me intrigued. Was it like a donut-flavored whiskey? That sounds cool. Hello. Cal out there saying, sorry, I'm very tired and I'm spouting random nonsense. Please. I implore you, Cal. Your regalness, your regal bovineness. Do not apologize for weird shit during the live stream. Unless you're pressuring me to show you my feet or asking me to fart. That's the kind of weird we're not cool with. Weird mixology? Hell yeah, man! Hell yeah! I dig it. That's the kind of stuff I'm into. Don't worry about it. I'm into that. I'm kinky. Just like the spirit. Let's see. Tropical out there saying, I'm a Discord you a pick. And Official out there saying, unfortunately about Clamato, yeah, I've had Micheladas with it and they're the bomb. Well, there you go, allowing me to rethink what I think my preferences are again. I will say this, as an attempt to not yuck somebody's yum or to say no to something I've never tried, I will try anything at least once, dude. And I mean that. I've never had Clamato, and I've never had it in a cocktail. But it sounds like it would go well in a Michelada. I honestly can't remember what's in a Michelada, by the way. So. Alexa, what is in a Michelada cocktail? I have no idea what question the machine is answering. But either way, I think it gave the wrong answer. I did. Jordan being like, it's donuts soaked in whiskey, rum, or some liqueur that they make by themselves. Oh, interesting. That sounds really cool. I've never actually taken a donut and infused spirits with it. But we do have a Federal Donuts relatively close by to the bar with the next, so I could just get donuts and infuse them one of these days. Oh, you know, I bet, is Federal Donuts on Instacart? I'm not Instacarting donuts because they're probably not open, but I'm just curious. B rank.
Piece of cake.
I have a question about availability. Ads incoming, by the way, from Annie. Thank you very much. Tropical saying Discord to the Bison Grass Vodka at Edu. Thank you very much. Image saying Michelada over Bloody Mary for me. Oh, is it the Michelada? No, I'm thinking of Bloody Maria. I think is a tequila-based Bloody Mary. I think. Where's a Michelada? Oh, I thought it was signed in. Oh no. What did I? Oh, I did Grubhub last time. I'm not signed in on Instacart. Tropical saying you ever dunked your cookies in Cynar? I have not. That sounds I do have a cookie, and I have Cynar. That sounds I've never done that before, but it sounds pretty tasty. Federal Donuts. Is it available? Oh, it took my thing away from me. Federal Donuts. Instacart. Okay, I guess not. Well, that's fine then. Whatever. Anyways. Official being like a Michelada, it's beer, clamato, or any other sauce, optionally lime, and stirred served on a big pint rimmed with either tahini, salt, or pepper. Oh, it's a beer cocktail. That makes sense why I don't know much about it. I'm not that well versed in beer cocktails right now. Just the simple stuff, like the Black and Tan, or the Black Velvet, and the other one that I continue to forget. Oh my gosh. Amy Chow's being like, Michelada is kind of when you use beer instead of vodka, if I recall. Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Cool. Tropical reiterating the dunking cookies in Cynar. It's good. Dude, I can imagine dunking cookies in any dark Amaro would be very tasty for me. I'm a big fan of those complex herbal bitter notes if you don't know me already. Jordan out there saying rum and maple goes crazy together. I don't think I've ever tried that combo together either. I have in the bar collection something I picked up from my brother up in Vermont, a maple-infused whiskey, which is pretty good. It's not super maple forward, all things considered. We've done some maple gimlets on the show before. I think maple syrup, or rather maple in general, is underutilized on this channel. One of our YouTube pals, Ryan, who we playfully call Baby because he continues to say yes to being called it. He's out blowing on bagpipes right now. I miss him. I miss Baby. Bagpipe Baby, if you will. Anyways, so he has encouraged us to do some maple infusions, both a maple gimlet as well as a maple wood infused gimlet. And I think there's shorts out about that, and those are pretty tasty. I really like them. Maple is beautiful, dude. And I think there's just as much nuance in maple syrup as there is on basically any type of syrup, depending on how you make it. But it's made from trees, and that's beautiful. Got you. Annie out there saying maple isn't really herbaceous. Not always. If anything, maple has, instead of being maple to me, instead of being more herbaceous, like things that are made with, I don't know, things like herbs and stuff like that, it's a bit more oaky. It's a lot more woody than anything else because it literally comes from the tree, right? It's distilled pieces of tree, I guess, but in syrupy, sugary form. I imagine, too, that if you can smoke an herbaceous cocktail, that those additional oaky notes, those additional wood notes would be welcomed in certain cocktails. But I don't know. I'd say it's worth playing around with. Jordan out there saying you gotta smoke the rum with maple, but use maple wood for the smoke. Oh, I've got some of that. Yeah, I got that. You're saying take the rum itself and infuse the rum not with maple syrup or not with maple wood itself. You smoke the maple wood. Well, now I actually got a question on that. So you seem to have a little bit of info on this, so I'm curious of picking your brain on it. It appears that it's not maple syrup that you're talking about. We're talking about maple wood, right? So you take maple wood, you toast it a little bit, and then you let that sit in the rum. Is that what you're saying? Because I got maple wood, I've got torches. And you could infuse the rum with it. Keep that idea in your brain. I'm not doing infusions right now. But that is absolutely on the docket. Because that sounds so cool, dude. Tropical being like, we've got real maple over in New Hampshire. Okay. Well, I picked up my real maple syrup from Vermont, so... That raspberry was playful, by the way. And not blue either, by the way. I'll take that. Cow King out there saying, I have found a cocktail made with clam juice. Excellent. Link it. I want to see that. I want to see that in my Discord server. Yes, I do. Son of a bitch. Official out there saying, too, I've wanted to get real maple, though. It's hella expensive. Yeah, I imagine down in Mexico, it might be pretty hard to come by. I feel like maple requires cooler climates. Or importing, I guess. Cow out there saying, too, the clam juice cocktail, it's a martini with hot sauce and clam juice. That sounds interesting. I have never had a clam juice and tomato martini before. Never had tomato in my martini. I've never had clam in my martini. Nor the juice thereof. The closest I've come... Actually, I've never actually had a tomato... I was going to say the closest I've come is a tomato water martini, but I've never had tomato water in my martini. And I realize I kind of want that. I kind of want that. I've never put tomato water in my martini to add a little bit of a tart brightness to it, but I kind of want it. Oh, ad break. Ad break. We'll hang out at the bar for a little bit. Chill out for a bit. Renzo out there saying, Hello Kitty has its own wine collection and a collab with Jack Daniels. Renzo, I would like for you to double check the Hello Kitty collab. Only because somebody mentioned Hello Kitty vodka, and I decided to look for Hello Kitty whiskey, and I looked for Hello Kitty's Jack Daniels, and I could not find a product link anywhere. So I have a strange feeling it's fake. The only thing I could find was an Etsy listing for a custom bottle, so I don't think it's real. If you can find me a link, if you can find me a product link, send it my way, because I want the Hello Kitty Jack Daniels. Hydration, good idea. Renzo, like, I just pulled up the website that has them. The Jack Daniels was discontinued and you can't buy. Oh, I see. You gotta buy it. You gotta get it custom order. Or, rather, you just have to get a bottle that's out there already. Hey, dude. Beautiful miracles happen because of the glory of the internet. And if you have a... Yeah. I don't have a P.O. box. We have an underground network of suppliers here at the Bar with an X, including my bare hands. If you have a bottle of Jack Daniels Hello Kitty whiskey, I would like to let you know that I'm probably not the best person to give it to. And that is all I'll say on the matter. Cow out there saying the clam juice and tomato martini is called a coastal martini. It sounds tasty. Official saying, too, you and the boyfriend found a bottle of scotch priced at 100,000 pesos, more or less $5,000. And you bought it, right? And you're going to give it to your friends here at the Bar with an X because you definitely trust us. You absolutely trust us with a $5,000 bottle of whiskey? Nah, dude. Nah, dude. I wouldn't trust the purveyors here at the Bar with an X. And trust me, I know the manager. I don't trust that guy. He's sneaky. Sneaky indeed. Manager with an X. We don't speak of him. Renzo saying, their website had it listed, but as unavailable. Oh. Sus. Sussy kitty indeed. Cow out there saying, apparently there's a debate about whether Hello Kitty is or is not a cat. Is it in the name? Like, why would you call her Hello Kitty if the kitty, or if the hello were not, why would you call it Hello Kitty if it weren't a kitty doing the greetings? I don't get it. Tropical's like, I don't trust that guy. Randall's like, I love that guy. Manager with an X is a controversial figure indeed. Manager with an X is the guy who makes all of the decisions, by the way. It's not me. Says the AI version of Camera with an X currently doing the live stream. Wink. Jordan asks, what am I drinking? I've got an Infinite Margarita. I've got 2 ounces of the Infinity Mix before the Island Pucker was added. There is 3/4 of an ounce of agave nectar in here, 3/4 of an ounce of lime juice in here, as well as a 1/2 an ounce of Blanco tequila. I use Hervas because that's the bottle that I've got on stock right now. I think it's one of the Total Wine brands. It's pretty tasty. This is the most recent Infinity cocktail. If you watched the Pickleback or whatever just recently came out, this is the most recent one. This is number 30. This is drink number 30, I think, because we're at 31 right now, and 31 was the Island Pucker, which makes this drink number 30. With the most prominent flavor supposedly being the Old Bay vodka, which really didn't have much of an effect on the bottle, if I'm being honest. It's vodka with spice. What do you think it's gonna do? I'm gonna restart this because I got hit, and it makes me sad. Tropical out there saying there's people saying things that I don't trust. Is manager with an X just your wife? Because that's how it be. No. She's the one who wears the pants. She's not the manager. All of the moderators have their jobs. Oh, pelvic circles. Thanks for that, Cow King. All the moderators have their responsibilities. A lot of that is overlapping. Disney Queen is not the manager. No, the manager is not a moderator. Not for the most part. Oh, hello there. Whoop, hi there. Don't hurt me. Renzo saying, Hello Kitty is not a cat. The creator confirmed it. They literally live in a society of furries, essentially. Oh. So Hello Kitty is a human in an animal costume? Is that the implication of this statement? I dig it, dude. Be who you want to be, Barbie Kitty. Tropical out there too saying, so you did what's his name, Marguerite? What was it, Dave's Marg? Pete's Marg? Who's Marg? Infinity Margarita? Are you asking about the margarita or the manager? Because the manager has a name, I just choose not to share it. And it's definitely not Cameron without an X. Fuck that guy in particular. I don't like him. Cameron without an X, if you're out there, I am very sorry for saying that about you. I don't mean it. Thank you for paying the bills. Jordan out there saying, by the way, you could also add hint of maple, oak, or whatever by getting a small piece of it and putting it into your desired liquor. Correct! Correct. That's very true. Essentially what you're doing is you're taking a piece of the barrel that the wood is made at it and putting it right into the liquor. It's basically no different. You just have a much higher surface area to volume ratio because the cubes tend to be smaller. You're putting it into a bottle and it's not in some, you know, however large gallon drum that's made of oak, whether it be American, French, chestnut, I don't know, dude, maple. I'm sure maple barrels exist out there somewhere. I was asking a guy who reached out to me on TikTok who does woodworking stuff about custom barrels, but apparently that's not a thing. At least not there, you know? Jordan out there saying, too, we do it all the time in the Midwest. What, take little pieces of wood and put it in your spirits for a little hint of the wood? Makes sense. You're basically making tea, but the water is your spirit, and instead of an herb, you're putting wood, which is exactly how it works. It's beautiful. It's mixology. That's what you're doing. It's a little bit of mixology in the Midwest. Renzo out there confirms that Hello Kitty is indeed a little girl in a cat costume. Well, I've learned something new today.
Stage select.
Tropical out there saying, too, the marg where you do lime and agave instead of orange liquor and lime. I think that was Dave's margarita. Oh, maybe it's Tommy's. Is it Tommy's margarita? I know Tommy's margarita is a different cocktail entirely, and it might be the... I kind of want to double check that because I feel like I should know that. Tommy's margarita? Tommy's margarita is lime juice. Yeah, Tommy's margarita. It's Tommy. Tommy's our boy. Tommy's our boy. Apparently. I think for a while, let's see. Wait a minute, what did you say? You do lime and agave instead of orange liqueur. I was for a moment, I was like, wait a minute, but a regular margarita uses lime juice. The distinction with the Tommy's margarita, at least from the recipe I just pulled up, 2 ounces of tequila, and the ratios can vary, but tequila, lime, agave, no orange liqueur. Oh, okay. A Tommy's margarita is the tequila answer to the tequila sour. If you add orange liqueur, that is a classic margarita. If you don't have orange liqueur in there, it is not a classic margarita. Because if you take the simple sour template, which is spirit plus sugar plus citrus, a gimlet and a daiquiri, and can I make this? And a Tommy's margarita are basically the same drink. You just swap out the base spirit. Basically. And I only bring that up because somebody during one of the classes that I was teaching the other day, a while back, I haven't had a class in a hot minute, I got another one next month on, I think it's Whiskey Blends actually, was like, I thought margaritas typically have orange liqueur in it, and like, yeah, they typically do. This is a different margarita, technically. Tropical being like, Tommy Marg replaces orange liqueur with the agave. I mean, like, you can. I mean, I'm of the mindset that you can use agave. Well, I mean, replaces it with the agave? Hold up a second. With Tommy's, you do agave, not simple. Oh, well, I guess. Yeah, I guess that is a little bit of a change there, right? In the typical margarita, you don't necessarily need to use agave. Because you get sweetness from your simple, you get sweetness from your orange liqueur, right? And you don't necessarily need to add agave on top of that, which tends to have I want to say fructose, which is mostly agave, which is the most prominent sugar in agave nectar, has a less quick sweet flavor. Kind of like how lime hits you very sharply and then sticks around in this floral area. Lemon juice hits you and then sticks around very neutrally, as opposed to simple syrup, which would be typically like sucrose or glucose. Fructose is a little bit more... I can't articulate it. Dave Arnold's Liquid Intelligence has an excellent articulation on how fructose, glucose, and sucrose hit differently, despite the fact that they're all sugars. And there's many more different sugars, too. I just can't remember what that articulation is. Dave does a better job than I do. Anakin's. Jay out there being like, I like how agave rounds out a margarita. It adds depth to me. Yeah, I agree with that. To me, agave hits my palate a lot sweeter than a simple syrup will. And I like that better because this extra sweetness winds up counteracting more of the citrus, because I don't really like sour drinks very much. Personal preference. But Tropical being like, the classic is easy to remember if you say Archer. 5 ingredients: tequila, Cointreau, lime, ice, kosher salt. Get it right. I guess the margarita's gotta have the salt in it, too. I didn't add salt to my infinity margarita. Naughty, naughty Cameron. Maybe the comments section will get angry at me. And then way down the line, all of TikTok is gonna say that the Keyblade being upside down is rage bait, and that's why he did it. Not because it was a genuine mistake, or because it was just some personal level of preference.
Piece of cake.
No, not really, Eggman. We're going for ranks, not ball ranks. In there. Itchy nose. I gotta go fast. I must go fast. Get more rings. Tropical out there saying, have you seen that scene in Archer? It's crazy. I have not. Not watched a lot of Archer. I don't watch a lot of TV. I watch anime. That's my consumable television media of choice. I like anime. I just don't have the time for all that stuff, yeah. Oh dear. There's a lot of rings. I haven't watched it. I watch cartoons like that in the same way that I watch SNL. I usually, if I do watch it, I've usually binged it. And if I did binge it, it's probably because somebody was over and they were like, you want to watch SNL? You want to watch Archer? And I'm like, sure, why not? And then we watch it for hours. Nice job, Eggman. You know what? This run sucks. I don't want it. This run's stinky. I don't like it. Get the rings, get the rings, get the rings. Jay out there saying, I just bought some Armagnac. Gonna make a cognac with, gonna make a cocktail with it. Dude, I've always wanted to try an Armagnac. Armagnac being similar to cognac, but I believe it's a different region. And probably has different expressions of flavor. Tropical out there saying, I'm a comedy cartoon kind of guy. Bob, Burgers, Archer, that kind of stuff. H. John Benjamin is a god. Does he make those cartoons? Curious. Tropical confirming that Armagnac is a different region of France. Cognac is one region. Armagnac is another region. And I believe there's another Gnac. It's not Salignac, because that's a particular brand of cognac, if I'm familiar. Tropical, do you remember? I feel like there's a third, like, region for Gnacs. But I can't recall what it is off the top of my head. Do you know, if anything, too, Tropical, whether or not there's significant differences between Armagnac and Cognac in terms of their process or the ingredients that they use? Is it still grapes, typically? I want to say something about the grapes for Cognac. I'm not as well versed on Cognac specifically. I know some grape spirits, some grape brandies, like Cognac, for example, use a specific part of the grape. Like, I want to say it's Pisco uses the pomace of the grapes, as opposed to the grape juice. But I'm not as familiar on that one, so I'm willing to learn. Jay out there saying, too, that Futurama is goated. I'm inclined to agree. Slurm. That's about all I got. Haven't watched a lot of Futurama either. I watched a lot of comedy TV in my youth, but don't have the time for it nowadays. That's why I take all of my anime recommendations, usually from the mangas that Disney Queen runs up reading. And I also got a friend of mine, too, who is really, really good at nailing down exactly what kind of animes I like watching. I like stuff that makes you think, dude. The human condition, stuff like that. A little touch of body horror. That's my kind of anime, dude. I love that stuff. Little Abe being like, Armagnac. Jay saying, too, Pisco is a great liqueur. And Little Abe saying, oh, wait, you said that one. Yeah, that's the one. I feel like there's 3, and I think I'm a part of all 3 of those subreddits. There's like an r/cognac, there's r/armagnac, and I feel like there's a 3rd one that I joined, but I can't remember what it's called. If I'm correct in saying, I might be wrong. And I lost all my rings again. I didn't have the shield. Get him and move on. Little Abe being like Calvados? Possibly. Calvados is typically distilled from apples, so it's not necessarily as similar, but only region-dependent as Cognac versus Armagnac. Tropical out there saying that Cognac and Armagnac are usually distilled differently with different grape varieties and will vary in flavor. Cognac is usually elegant, polished, and lightly complex. Armagnac, deep, warm, complex, and bold. Interesting. I appreciate those flavor notes, Tropical. Do you have any Armagnacs? Would you recommend a particular brand? Renzo out there saying, too, that Midnight Gin so far is in Way to Dawn, Humanities and Memories, and The Human Spider, and Stone-Hearted Brother. Those are the cocktails I assume you're working on, right? Jay out there saying, I went back to Reddit after years of using it. Still as bad as I remember. I'll say this, Jay. My personal opinion is Reddit is a hell of a lot better than iFunny. I used to do all of my searching on iFunny when I was younger, and I went to Reddit, and I never went back. Get a few of these guys, and then get a few of these other guys, and the people who remain, and then move on. Points. Points. Speed. I am speed. There we go. Get those guys and move along. Tropical saying Armagnac. Oh, you said that already. iFunny community rise up, says official. Oh my god. I like Reddit. Reddit, to me, especially as a content creator, is a really nice place to post some of the stuff that I do because the communities on Reddit are like hyper-localized global communities. Anybody, no matter where you are, who loves Kingdom Hearts will likely be in r/Kingdom Hearts. And it's beautiful. And there's one or a couple, there's one place for it mainly, and then a couple of offshoots and stuff depending on the specificity. I'll say the r/Kingdom Hearts community really dug the sea salt ice cream cocktail. I like that one. Jay out there saying, I'm not a fan of Reddit's system that encourages mass downvoting to censor disagreeing with OP's post. Yeah, I agree with that. If anything, Reddit is a lot more democratic. But, like, democratic in the way that, like, the rich get richer and the, I guess, you know, the poor get poorer kind of mentality. It's like, it's a system of, like, power laws and stuff like that. Like, if a bunch of people want... I find if a post is being heavily downvoted and it's very controversial, I tend to want to downvote it a little bit more. It's very global-minded, as opposed to allowing specific philosophies of a person to rise in communities that are a little bit more, like, less global, so to speak, you know? Jay Novice puts it right with groupthink. I agree with that. If anything, as at least from what I understand, the world tends to swerve a little bit more liberally. And so, naturally, a platform like that tends to be a little bit more in the same regard. At least from what I understand. I read, like, a book on the sway between liberal conservative stuff in terms of the global mindset of media. I'm not an authority on it, and honestly, I don't really feel like talking about it, so I'm gonna leave the topic there. But in any case, Tropical out there saying, Armagnac's Chateau de Lobod or de Lord VSOP. You know how the suggestion command works, right? Right? Could you do me a favor, Tropical? I want to add those to my bottle watch list. Renzo out there saying, iFunny is cursed. Oh my god, it's almost 4chan levels of cringe now. Will I delete it? No. But I doom scrolling for places with bad internet funny is the only place that loads. Oh, and I ran out of time right before the last one. That's incredible. That felt like a really, really good run. Felt like a really good run, dude. I wasn't paying attention. Ugh! Tropical like, I don't. Hold up. Exclamation point suggest? On YouTube, it works now. You don't even have to leave your platform of choice. I see you there. I want the boost. Give me the boosties. Give me a booster shot. I'm all about pharmaceuticals. Love Big Pharma. My favorite. Love that. That was good. That was good. That was good. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I was doing so well. Back at the beginning. Jay out there saying too, even in just hobbies, if your comment disagrees and they downvote, they hide it. In a way, it's censorship. Not even politically. There could be a sub about building chairs in an element. Nude, I understand. I understand. And the reason why I specifically vibe with what you just said is because of the community of r/cocktails. When I first started getting into cocktails, I was a lurker and a bit of a poster. At least I tried my best to. I'm not much of an online guy in general on r/cocktails. And you know what I found from things that didn't really fit the mold of what I would call pretentious or old head or whatever you want to call them drinkers? It just got downvoted to all hell. And at least for me, somebody who was trying to learn and didn't know the basics or didn't know that certain things are not proper, nobody was constructive about it, and I didn't feel like I learned on that platform. I find, personally, in my experience on r/cocktails, is there is so many instances of people yucking your yums, and you only really get the approval if somebody with authority does it first. And I hate that. It is very much at least r/cocktails, because I've got experience on that subreddit in particular. I can't speak on other subreddits, but in my experience on r/cocktails, it is either pretty drink upvote or classic drink upvote. Explorative stuff, unless it's unless it's like well articulated or from an authority, tends to kind of get, if it doesn't fit within the mold of like a classic cocktail, just kind of gets thrown to the wayside, and I really don't like it. My policy is this, at least in this community, if you want to yuck someone's yum, go to r/cocktails and complain about it there. I want no part of it. Because over there, they'll yuck your yum. They really will. Eli out there saying that, I heard of a liquor recently that's made of buzz buttons so it makes your tongue tingly and numb. Is it Tingala? Because if Tingala is made from buzz buttons, I've just learned something new about that spirit. Because I've got a couple of people saying that they want me to put Tingala in the bottle, and it would be redeemable if I can get it. And so far, I haven't been able to find it at any of my local liquor stores or anything close to me. So, one of these days, I'd like to get some Tingala at the bar. I'd like to get some Sourpuss at the bar, because that is also a very, very, very sour spirit. I just gotta get it. One of these days. Jay out there echoing that people get extremely elitist about alcohol, especially about whiskey. Oh yeah, dude. Did I tell you about the comments that I was getting from people in like the whiskey community when the Infinity Bottle started? I mean, it still happens every once in a while, but there are so many people out there who are just like, nope, nope, Infinity Bottles are for whiskey only. Completely disregarding bourbon Infinity Bottles. One of my favorite YouTube cocktail creators, Louis Fernandez, has a tequila Infinity Bottle that he talked about. I was like, it's beautiful, dude. The Infinity Bottle is a fucking format. Let us have fun with it. That's the whole point, dude. But you know what? I think of it this way. My same policy that I have on stuff like that is if people aren't going to be in your lane, they don't need to be there. And that's fine, dude. Be who you want to be, Barbie girl. Barbie Jack Daniels. Be who you want to be, dude. Don't let them stop you. Official being like, I hate Reddit. And you know what? You have good reason to do so. And I feel like I understand you on that. Official being like, I remember doing a post on r/ADHD talking about your own ADHD and got auto-modded for whatever reason, right? Yeah, that's wild.
Now you know why I am the best.
Reddit sucks. Eggman approves. Make 72 Twitter accounts instead. I am getting relatively low on my Infinity Margarita, so if anybody's got a cocktail request out there, I am open to it. Cute Thulu, if you're still out there, I am so curious of this oregano gin. And what else do we had out there? I think Tropical had something for, oh my god, what was it? Something else or otherwise. Cute Thulu is still out there. Dude, I am down for it. Let me get a little bit far. Actually, first, what I'll do, I'm gonna go back to the bar just for a hot second. Let me go grab the oregano-infused gin and make sure I have enough of it for a drink. If not, we'll use the whole rest of it. And I'll play a little bit of hard mode of this last mission here, and I'll get through the rest of this, and I think I'll do that one. I like it. I like it. I like to have whoever requests the drink stick around for it, but it's not necessarily a requirement. Oh, actually, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Let me take you all along for the ride. Let's take a look at all the infusions. You're not going to be able to hear me very well, but I'm going to take the cocktail angle with me, and hopefully things continue functioning. Let me turn on the phone, make sure all good. Are you connected? Yes, you are. All right, let's go. If you're ever wondering what I have in the bar stock, most of it is on this link here, but let's take a little adventure into the liquor closet for a hot moment. Let's check it out. It's a floor. It's the liquor closet. The apothecary with an X, so to speak. Because I tried my best. It's a little... My liquor closet. Oh, whoever was wondering about the blood orange infusion, the blood orange lacto fermentation, it's still sitting here. Don't worry about it. All of the custom infusions are over here. That's the one. About it here. Oh, I found you. Right here. Push it, check it out. Hit it. There we go. More good stuff. Alright, cool. Got it. Think about your other stuff. Very cool. Good. Bunch of stuff. Alright, back to the floor. Back to the floor with y'all. I have returned. We'll put the cocktail angle back in. Tropical being like, I do have the Oliveto. I saw that. Tropical saying too, Marc de Bourgogne is earthy and rustic. Jay out there saying too, that's why I can't go on Reddit anymore. And the tequila infinity bottle sounds pretty great. Yeah, dude. I dig it, dude. I dig it. So I would say I have about 1.5 ounces, maybe 2 ounces of this. So this is totally enough for a cocktail, and we'll just use the whole thing. We'll use the whole thing in it. This was something, so just to give a little background on the Toasted Oregano Gin, I made this while I was playing Dream Daddy over a year ago for a character in the game called Matt with 1T, M-A-T. He is a barista in the town of Maplewood, and because one of the instances that you have with this guy is you smoke oregano with him instead of weed, because Damien's son decides to play one on you, you smoke some oregano, and he owns a coffee shop, and I thought it'd be a really cool idea to infuse some gin with oregano for a sort of gin espresso tonic. And I still have some of this left, and it's still good. I've strained it all out. I've kept watch of it to make sure. If anything, it's got very, very small particulates in it, just because it's just how things happen. That's what tends to happen with organic infusions. So they're not like vacuum filtered or anything like that. So I do have it. So I'll go back for the game a little bit, and I'll try this level a little bit more, get deeper into this drink here. But I'm down for making that if you're here to stick around for it. Ozzy L saying out there too, I thought you stopped infusions. Yeah, this is from like over a year ago. What I've stopped for, I haven't stopped doing my own infusions, just to make that clear. I am not at a point right now where I am ready to take on infusion requests from the community because I don't think I did it very well the first time. And I just want to do it better. I want to do it better. If I can try to build an experience that is not subpar, I would like to do so. And I have a mindset of, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But from my perspective, it was kind of broke and I was dissatisfied with it. These weapons are wild, dude. Official out there being like the towel on the floor just in case. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. Absolutely, just in case, you never know. Tropical out there saying, that's the third brandy you were asking about. Oh wait, what was it? Marc de Bourgogne. Oh, Marc de Bourgogne is another region. Oh, it's a whole other region of brandy. Is it really? Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't think I'm in that community. If there's a Reddit community for Marc de Bourgogne, I don't think I'm in it. Oh, wait a minute. No. Maybe I'm in like r/Bourgogne or something like that. That kind of rings a bell. Bourgogne. Eggman, what the actual living eldritch demon did you just do? I can't believe it. Tropical's like, it doesn't end in ack. I get it. It's okay. Not every region of France can end with a satisfying ack. We can't all have what we want. And what I want is more acky spirits. More ack spirits. Not act like acknowledge, just act like the French. Oh, I could have gotten a lot of points with that guy. Shucks. Tropical saying too, Bourgogne likely. That region also makes great Pinot Noir wine. You'd think that the regions who make great spirits from grapes would also make pretty good wines from grapes. At least that's what I think, you know? Tropical saying, too, that you've been getting into cooking and pairing it with wine, too. Oh, you're becoming one of those kind of spirit people. Tell me more. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my goodness gracious. Never change, Tropical. Never change. If you have food pairings with wine, I would like to know. When I last went to the Total Wine over in Jersey, I was hanging out with Amy Chow, and they have entire sections in the back that had these very large posters of not just wine pairings, because Total Wine does wine, and more. That's why they call them Total Wine and more. But they also have spirit pairings and stuff, too. And I think, Amy Chow, I think you took some pictures of those specific pairings out there. I also took a wine course once upon a time in college, and they definitely give some recommendations of what things to pair with wine and what not to. White wines with seafood, red wines with meats. Heck if I know what's actually correct, though. Woohoo! There we go. Please don't hurt me. I'm innocent. I thought I was innocent. Oh, man. Here you go. I see you there. I see you there. Get over top. Official out there saying, while you're on your trip, you found some $15 cheese wedges discounted to 50 cents. Oh, dude, 50 cents for cheese? Sign me up. How? How am I still alive? How the heck am I still alive? Die, please. Thank you very much. I see you out there. I see you. I see you. You're scary. Hi there. Good to see you. Oh my gosh! And of course I did. Of course. Nope. Get out of here.
Stage select.
Oh, man. Tropical being like, I made some herb-crusted French rack lamb recently with mashed potatoes and a Pinot Noir reduction sauce, and it paired with a French Cabernet blend. It was a Bordeaux wine. Bordeaux. Bordeaux indeed. Branny is here saying, oh, hello, Fire End? Hello there. Fire End, the end of the fire. Hello there, Fire End. Where it begins and where it ends, I don't know, but I'm on fire. Spontaneous combustion. Oh, man. Official being like, it wasn't spoiled. Oh, the cheese. It was just super discounted. Hey, dude, I love discounted cheese. I don't think that discounted cheese is a bad thing. Unless your body rejects it. In which case, that's your body telling you it's a bad thing. It's nobody else telling you your body thinks it's a bad thing, you know? Tropical, Tropical out there saying, 'twas indeed French, I think, only refers to how the fat was trimmed, but whatever. Oh, really? What is it, a French duck? What was it? Oh, French Cabernet blend. I see. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Brenny out there, finished with their distillations for the day. Time to drink what I made today and play games. That's the thing. If I could have the pleasure of workshopping drinks before the stream happens, I would absolutely be taking the things that I was working on and taking the experimentations and sharing them with you all before the stream happens. But I work on Mondays, Wednesdays, and that's my engineering job. And I don't do any cocktail working during my day job, because if I did, I don't think I'd be a very good reverse engineer. So I don't. Tropical saying, the lamb was trimmed with the fat. Not the Cabernet Sauvignon. Who puts fat in Cabernet Sauvignon? Heathens only. And we like heathens around here. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Anybody get the reference? I got the reference. Anyways. Official saying out there, what easy gin cocktail can I make with this bad bottle of gin that you bought? Gimlet. Gin and tonic. Add a little bit of gin to an espresso tonic, depending on what your caffeination situation is. Think about the gin cocktails. If you got chartreuse, the last word's pretty good. Or you can sub out the chartreuse for something else that's herbal. What else we get? No, dude! Oh, man, I walked off the edge! Of glory. I can't believe that. Wow. Man. Tropical out there being like, bad bottle? What's the gin brand? Hollander! Hey, Hollander Premium Gin. You know if the bottle says premium on it, and it's absolutely not premium. Why do they need to convince you it's premium with a label? Don't make sense. I hate this. Jay being like, I'm 6 feet from the edge, and I'm thinking, of glory? The edge of glory, you saying? Speaking of which, where's Glorious? In my head, Jay, you were like on the edge of Glorious specifically. Which means if you weren't already close to Canada, you now are. And that image in my head is just, I like it. I like it. Thank you for letting me have it. Tropical saying I haven't had Hollander gin before. If it's from Holland, I might be leaning towards Genever, so it's a little bit more malty here. The old gin! The gin of our ancestors! In Holland, the Dutchman. The malty gin of our ancestors in Holland. Don't hurt me, please. Oh yeah, you were a rapid fire. That's how you got me. That's how you got me. Yeah, I mean, I would think depending on what kind of style of cocktail that you're into there, Official, you could top it with soda just to dilute it a hell of a ton and add some carbonated bubbly to it. Add a little bit of syrup or lime on top of it too, just kind of balance it out a little bit. Hide some of the flavors, mask some of them if you will, with the extra citrus. If you made something like a Tom Collins, which is basically club soda, citrus, a bit of syrup if you want it, and the gin on top of that could also be pretty nice. But if you're into sour drinks, a gimlet could be pretty good. And potentially make the most use of it. Maybe. Depends on what you're into. Alright, don't fall off the edge this time, Cam. You were doing so well. Hi there. I know you got a big rocket launcher. I see the rocket launcher! Yeah, I see you. I see you. No! Another rocket launcher. I can't believe you. Wow. Jay out there saying, if you got that bottle from your grandparents, would it be generational? I'm on a time limit here, so I'm gonna pause for a hot second. I'm gonna take out the slide whistle. I'm gonna slide whistle. Whoop, slide whistle. You wouldn't think I'd actually take that away from you, would I? I would never. I would never. Good shit there, man. Good shit. Brandy out there saying, referring to Official's comment, definitely just add lemon juice and champagne. Could always add for a little French 75. That's a good idea, too. That actually sounds pretty good. I had my first French 75 the other day with the infinity bottle. I had never had one before. Don't hurt me, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. I'm cool, I'm cool, I'm really cool. Got you, maybe. Oh my god, hi there. Oh, I wasn't expecting you to do that. I didn't know you were hiding in there. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Oh my goodness, you're standing right there. Hi there. Wow, you're standing right there. I can't believe it. Wow, that was incredible. I'm gonna get all the biddies. There we go. All the thingies. Extreme. No! Another one. Damn. Brenny being like, of course the New Orleans is telling you to make a French 75. Duh. Have you even heard of the French Quarter? No! What? Oh my gosh! Oh, man. Oh, that was unfortunate. Officials like, I'm gonna add soda, lime, and syrup. Yeah, you do you, bro. Do it. Drink the shitty gin well. Oh, God. What else do I see out there? Official being like, premium gin, price cheaper than the cheapest dry gin boodle. All totally premium. Tropical like, I actually like Boodle's gin. Oh, wait, bottle? Boodle? Boodle or bottle? Ooh. Okay, did I die? Did I do my cam died yet? I totally did. Let's do it again. I see, I remember. I remember you guys. Jay out there saying that you just picked up Empress Gin. Oddly enough, I just saw a short from the High Proof Preacher today, specifically making a gimlet with one of 3 Empress type gins. He made one with the Indigo Gin, the one that Empress is most known for. He made one with their Rose something gin. I don't remember what it is. Oh, Rose Lemon? No, not Rose Lemon. The Cucumber Lemon was one of them. Rose was something. Rose had something else in it. I can't remember what else it was. But it was a rosy gin, the pink one, the indigo gin, the purple one, and then one of their clear gins, the Cucumber Lemon. And he did a comparison between them all. And he was saying that the rose one is actually a lot more rose forward than you may think it to be. A lot more floral. The Empress is very well rounded. And the Cucumber Lime one, you'd expect to be a little bit more citrusy, but it actually wasn't as citrusy as you thought it would be. A little bit more laid back. I don't have any bottles of Empress. I just have my own cheap Butterfly Pea Flower gin. One of these days, when the bar with an X has all the oodles for all the boodles. One of these days. Official like, you can do it, Cam. We believe in you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It also doesn't help that I'm drinking. I am getting more and more inebriated as the hours pass. I see you. Hello. Oh, man. Brenny out there saying, Mr. Streamer, sir, do you prefer citrus or more juniper-forward gins? Me, personally? Honestly, I would say kind of neither of them. I like gins that express the individual characteristics of the botanicals that went into them a little bit more. In a way, you could say that my answer implies juniper because most, gins have juniper in them, right? But one of my favorite bottles of gin that I have, actually, I've had a couple of gins that I really, really appreciate. I have a bottle of gin from Juneau, Alaska, that used locally foraged stuff that you can find in Alaska, like, I think Devil's Crop or something. Not Devil's Lettuce, it's not weed, yo. I thought that was really cool. There's this bottle that I got from Annie Toya and Lil Abe from Pittsburgh called the Ginzer, which for a while, I was running a little bit low on it, and I was thinking about combining gins together and making a blend, but when I tried it on its own, it's one of its main botanicals is winter wheat, and I really, really liked it. And I thought it was really, really cool. And I found that some gins are so different from each other, even though that they share the juniper forwardness, that I'm like, I feel like I can't pick a favorite. Bar Hill is also very, very sweet and very honey forward, which I also appreciate, but I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I just really like it. So to pick between the two, I guess juniper. But I guess technically citrus, Maybe. Oh, hi there. Son of a... I see you there. Tropical out there saying, my goal in life is to be sponsored by Bar Hill Gin sometime. I like the right. Oh, yeah, dude. You'll get there one day. Tropical saying out there, Pam, pause real quick. What are the 5 gins? Oh, we got Old Tom. We got Genever, technically, because that's a part of it. Slow Gin is not a part of this category. Aged Gin, I believe, was also not part of one of the categories. Plymouth Gin, Dry Gin, and New World Gins. American dries or otherwise. I forget which term you use to refer to the new gins in particular. Oh, succinctly. Plymouth. Oh my god, I'm drunk. Hi there. I'm just drinking. Plymouth, London Dry, New Dry, Modern Dry, Old Tom, Genever. And then slow gin apparently doesn't count. And aged gin is considered a modern gin. I got you, man. I've learned my ways, Tropical. I've learned my ways. I'm learning more and more every day.
That wasn't so...
Stage select.
At least I got the emblem. Dude, my ears just popped? Wow. Very cool. Anyways, I'm gonna give this one more solid try, and then we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that drink from Cute Lulu. It would be the first time that I've used that Bloody Mary mix on this stream, and I really, really want to give it a try. My goodness. Hi there. Goodbye there. Never come back. I don't like you. Hi there. Oh, man. Man. Cute Thulu out there being like, I love when my ears just randomly pop. It doesn't happen typically for me at the bar with an X. I'm a fan of it. Anybody out there have the unique ability to pop your ears on command? Because I've got that. I've got that tympanic thing in my ear. Where I can activate the muscles on command. Kind of cool. I also have the what is it? The Eustachian tube click. And that's a part of the clickiness. Evidently. Eustachian tube click, I think is what they call it. I got that. There's a whole community on it, on Reddit. Anyways. Tropical out there giving a rundown on slow gin being more of a gin-based liqueur. Pink gin, I think, technically qualifies as a cocktail. Interesting. I never thought about pink gin being in a category all its own, or rather just, I mean, yeah, right? It's basically infused. I mean, a lot of gins are just considered infused gins. Like, purple gin is just an infused gin, right? You're dangerous. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. Big robots and even bigger jet planes. I love it. There we go there. Brenny out there saying I can dislocate my femur on command. Prove it. But don't hurt yourself. In a similar vein, Cute Thula out there saying today you've just learned that you might be hyper flexible. Oh my gosh, no, hello there. Sorry. That wasn't to you, Cute Thulu. Please feel free to be as hyper flexible as you want. I am not hyper flexible. Although My partner, the physical therapist, might be able to help me get there one day. Maybe. All right, I know where you at. I know where you at. I know where you at. I knew where you at. I knew where you was at. Ozzy L out there saying, I can just gotta do the normal yawn. You can just gotta do the normal yawn. Can you yawn on command? Is that what you're saying, Ozzy L? Oh, no, 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 no. Thank you for playing the game with me. Tropical saying, too, New World is likely the one to use New Western popular name like Roku, for example. Roku isn't Western. Wait, New World is likely the one to use New Western. New Western is popular, but Roku, which would be considered a New Western gin in the style, is not Western, right? Yeah. I wonder if they just, you know what? I guess New Western also implies it's in the style of something that originated, I guess, in the West. I suppose. I see you up there. I see the med kit. I feel that. Nope, don't. Oh, man. I was going to jump at the right moment. It didn't work. Oh, man. I got so close. Gotcha. Ozzy saying, I can pop my ears. Just got to do a small. Oh, you have to do a small yawn to do. Ah, I see. It's a great trick for airplanes. Don't fall over. Don't fall. Hi there. I don't think there was an A rank either, but it's maybe a B. Maybe a B? I can take a B. I'd like to take a B. I don't want to take the L, but I will absolutely take the B.
Piece of cake.
Okay.
Stage select.
All right, I'm going to do this cocktail. Cute Cthulhu out there. I forgot to take a picture of the recipe. Would you mind forwarding that back into chat if you don't mind? I'm gonna take things back to the bar for a little bit. We're doing a cocktail recipe from Cute Cthulhu. Uses this oregano toasted. It uses this toasted oregano gin that I made back during the Dream Daddy streams. Were y'all around for that? That was good stuff. That was fun stuff. I appreciate that. I want to say it was toasted oregano gin, Bloody Mary mix, and something else. But I cannot remember what that other ingredient was. If I didn't set us to a cocktail break already, cocktail break time, and we're on the stream. There we go. Let's see. Tropical out there saying that New World is likely the one I like to use. New Western is like a popular name for Roku. Yeah, I see that out there. Ozzy saying never done an airplane. I'm a scared cat, even though it's statistically safer than driving. That's an interesting point there. Yeah, I like to travel. I don't travel very often, but I like to travel, so I'm a fan of airplanes. Official out there saying, I used to be able to do a standing split, but then you kicked yourself on the face with your knee while doing a high kick during Taekwondo practice. Oh my gosh. That's a hard way to fall, my friend. A hard way to fall indeed. So I got Cute Cthulhu's recipe here. I'm going to take a picture of it with my phone so I don't forget there. I am working on a system so that you should be able to put things into the chat bots so that the chat bot can just reiterate it back to me. I don't have this system up and running yet, so I appreciate that. This had oregano-infused gin, Bloody Mary mix, a sprinkle of mozzarella cheese on top. Let me go make sure that I've got mozzarella cheese. My other question for you, Cute Cthulhu, if you know, is do you know what ratio these are mixed in? I can always pick it up on the spot. That's totally fine. Do you know if this is a shaken cocktail? Which I imagine it is, but I don't know if you shake Bloody Marys, to be perfectly honest. Like any other details you may have about it, like whether it was shaken, whether it was stirred, if it's garnished with something in particular, whether there's a particular ratio that you measure the ingredients in, that would be helpful. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go grab mozzarella cheese because I think I have it. If not, I'll grab something similar. I have mozzarella cheese! I am so curious, dude. This cocktail and it's a completely different echelon than anything I've had before, dude. This is gonna be wild. Brenny out there saying you roll Bloody Marys typically. I can roll that. Do you typically? I think you typically roll things with ice, but I don't know off the top of my head whether you roll with ice or otherwise, or whether it's. I guess you would put ice in it, right? You're trying to make this thing cold. To my knowledge, you don't serve Bloody Marys cold, but I'm not a big I am basically completely unfamiliar with Bloody Marys, so I'll take any info on it that I can typically get. Cute Fool out there saying, I have no idea about this because I literally just came up with the idea on the spot, so please feel to do it in whatever ratios and style. Ah, I see. Unknown ratios. That's fine. I'll take it. I will take it. I like me a challenge. Brenny out there suggests roll with ice, then strain into new ice typically. I can take that. I can take that. Let me think. I'm going to pull up a recipe. Let me go back to the screen for a hot second. I'm going to pull up my control center because I want to see, because I don't typically make Bloody Marys, if I can find a base recipe for a Bloody Mary to kind of base this on top of, because I'm not going to try to pretend to put things together as if I know what the Bloody Mary mix tastes like. We're going to see how that might work. Tropical being like, I'm going to go to bed now, but I'll be back to suggest the Olivito. I hope you do. I hope you do. I got my recipe book up here. Let me do bloody. Bloody anything, really. I'll take it. I'll take it. Brenny's saying, typically 1 part vodka, 1 part mix. Like, equal parts? Interesting. What do I got out here? This Bloody Mary calls for double the mix to the base. This is from Tequila, Camarena Tequila. That's for their Bloody Maria. This Bloody Mary's saying 2 to 1 tomato juice to vodka. So I'm seeing 2 2-to-1s here. That's got no ratios. Oh, yo, Renzo, this is your recipe. This is your recipe for Vincey's Delights. What am I missing from here? Yeah, it's got a lot of specific ingredients. I can't make that one. What is your ratio? What is your ratio? Vodka optional, Vexus vodka optional. Where's the... Oh, I don't see the spirit in here with a ratio. Cool. Because it can also be a mocktail. I understand that. Barbian Blood Bath. That is not a Bloody Mary. Jaeger Salsa. That's not a Bloody Mary. Perfect Cocktail. That's not a Bloody Mary. 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 All right. It seems like 2 to 1. Looks like 2 to 1. When I go back to that, oh, okay, there. Bloody Maria. I want to base it off of that one. It's basically 2 to 1 and then dashes of other stuff. And the Bloody Mary mix is going to provide most of the other stuff. So I think it basically just like that. What do you say here? Add ingredients to a Collins glass, fill, and stir. This one's stirred. And this one is... shake it. Shaken gently. I'm gonna roll it, just like Brenny was saying. That's what I kind of like. I like that idea. All right. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back here. Thanks for joining along for the journey for y'all. Brenny's saying, typically in their realm, it's 1 part, equal parts, vodka to the mix, typically. I gotta stop saying typically. Typically, my bad, right? I guess 2 to 1 mixers, right? I always do it 1 to 1. Dude, I think of it this way. Typically, this is my thought on it. I am not an authority on cocktails, but there are some things that are typically done in a certain fashion, right? Like, I don't know much about margaritas. I don't know much about Bloody Marys, right? Bloody Marys, to me, is just kind of a combo of typically vodka, because Bloody Marys typically have vodka in them, and then typically some form of tomato juice, whether it be a specific mix or something tomato juice added with spices and stuff like that, and that kind of makes sense, right? For old fashions, they are typically served with whiskey, but the old fashioned itself is whatever spirit you want it to be, right? Typically, otherwise, if you're an authority on it, then I'll take it. Hey, you got your hands deep in the distilling world, so I'd say at the very least you're at least a mild authority on it. So I got my mozzarella cheese. I need to grab the Bloody Mary mix. I forgot that. I've never actually used this Bloody Mary mix before. I got this as a gift. The question is, who did I get it as a gift from? I really wish I could remember. This is the Bloody Vampire Bloody Mary mix, original tomato flavor. That's what I'm using in this one. Tropical saying, I will wait for my good night from Renzo. That's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Wow. What I see at this. Brenny saying, where can I submit a recipe? It'll have stuff I don't think you'll have. So if you know I don't have the stuff, you can always tell me the recipe anyway. You can put it in the drinks channel on the Discord. I keep my eyes focused on the suggestions channel in the Discord. You could put it here and I can look at it briefly, but can't guarantee that I'm going to remember it. I think so. Oh, Cow saying, wait, I missed the Bloody Mary. I hit a hit drink in the South. Oh, I'm doing it right now. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. There we go. Oziel out there saying, such a typical comment. I typically don't listen to people on their opinions, but typically you're wiser than that. Yeah, it's about establishing your authority in the field, right? That's what they tell you when you try to go to YouTube school and whatnot. They tell you that you should make content as if you to become an authority in your field. I am not necessarily an authority in my field, but I have mixed a number of cocktails, and that makes me a better authority than Joe Schmo who goes to the liquor store and just drinks his pint of vodka. Not to say that his flavor preferences are not good, or unusual, or not typical of certain people, but I have a refined palate. Anyways, so I got my tomato juice, I got my Bloody Mary mix, my mozzarella cheese, and otherwise. Cute Thulu, does this have a drink? Excuse me, that was a stupid question. No stupid questions. That was a silly question. Does this have a name? You did make it up on the spot. So if you made it up on the spot, this is your drink to name if you'd like to. If you would like to. So, Cute Thulu pops in and asks whether or not I have mozzarella cheese as well. Oh, that's bad for the edit. Cute Thulu pops in and asks if I have mozzarella cheese and Bloody Mary mix. And specifically, oregano-infused gin. And I do have that, because we made this during the Dream Daddy playthrough, so we're gonna put these all together for a bit of a Bloody Mary riff. I'll take that. I've never actually made a Bloody Mary before, so I'm gonna put this in a shaker, and I'm just gonna roll with it. And we'll see what happens. Let me also snooze the ad. Snooze it. Back to the game. There we go. Snooze ad break for 5 minutes. So we're going to start with, I don't exactly know how much of the oregano gin that I have left. So I just want to start with this. I'm going to use the rest of my toasted oregano gin. I don't remember what gin it was, and I think the oregano just sat in a toaster oven for a minute. How much of this do I actually have? Let's see. Let's pour it into a graduated cylinder. How much of this do I even have? Apparently, I have about 2 ounces. So, 2 ounces of oregano-infused gin. How does that taste on its own? Tastes like cheap gin and oregano. Very interesting. What's chat saying out there? Cow saying, Mead and Mary was what I suggested before. Yeah, but you didn't suggest it this time now, did you, Cal? Now that I've cracked open this Bloody Mary bottle, I am curious of using it up because I don't know if it's very good if it stays open for too long. Refrigerated after opening, used by, it actually doesn't even say on the bottle, so it doesn't even matter, you know? In any case. Cute out there being like, yes, it has a drink. As for the name, I think I'll call it the Bloody Sicilian. Did you know that I'm Sicilian, actually? I'll take that. I like that. I really like that, Cute Thulu. I dig it. Official out there saying that I just finished my gimlet. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine? Well, it's fine. That's great. It's great. Official being like, is this some sort of, like, bloody pizza? I mean, I guess it could be, you know? And I see you there, Brenny. Ack on the recipe posted in the Discord. I was gifted recently this the Bloody Vampire Bloody Mary mix. So I'm going to use this in the cocktail. And because we had about 2 ounces of gin, I'm going to add about 4 ounces of Bloody Mary mix. Fresh bottle twist. It's kind of nice. Dave being like, buonanotte. Right back at you, dude. To the Italians in the mix. About 4 ounces, I guess? Yeah, about 4 ounces of this. That is a mighty sound. Oh my gosh. That is a very heavy sound. Oh my goodness gracious. I still got some left. Oh, it actually says on here there's a recipe for the steak in the heart, like a vampire. 6 ounces of the mix, 1.5 ounces of bourbon. Combine and stir, finish with a steak of garnish. Cute. Cute. Bernie's like, is it chunky? Why is it so heavy? Because it's chunky. That is a chunky Bloody Mary mix. Whoever gave this to me, I cannot remember who it was. Thank you. I will take that. Wub Wub out there being like, you need to fat wash some bacon grease for this one. In addition to the oregano? That's an opinion. Goodness gracious. It sounds interesting. Official, like, remember, kid, gin responsibly and avoid shitty gins unless you like shitty stuff. In that case, good for you. It's 2025. Do whatever you want to, you know? We're going to add ice to this and give it a shake. At least that's what I'm going to try to do. I got some ice just for the occasion. Let me also grab a glass as well. This one I think gets served in a tall glass. It's got 6 ounces of spirit in it, so I think a tall Collins glass is going to be just fine for me. And serve it over this as we have determined. Cow, like, did you shake the mix first? I did. I was kind of moving it around a little bit, but it is very thick. All right, so I know Brenny out there was saying that you typically roll this stuff, so we're gonna shake this first, and then we're gonna roll. I'm gonna try to shake this first, and then I'm gonna roll it a little bit, just to see what happens. See how it goes. Then I'll take one of my strainers, and I'll put it on top of one side, and I'll roll it back and forth between both cocktail shakers for a little bit, just to add additional aeration. I'm gonna try to put it back the other direction. I can take out the ice and just roll a little bit. Take that ice out, pull it down here. There we go. Roll it a little bit. One of these days I'll become more confident in like the high rolls and stuff like that, but I'm not quite there yet. I'll stick small for now. Kind of aerate it a little bit. And I don't need the strainer anymore because I already strained out all the ice. It's great. Official's like, how do you roll a drink? Just like that. Basically what you do, you can, if you roll it, you're basically just kind of taking the liquid and sloshing it between both shakers. It adds a bit of texture, adds aeration, which you do when you shake things anyway, but because there's no ice in it, you're not adding any dilution. So the dilution level stays the same. It's not gonna get any colder except for the residual heat that is lacking from your shakers, and you add a little air, you add air to it, which tends to brighten juices, and I guess space out the flavors in things like Bloody Mary mixes. I guess, you know? Dave out there asking, how did the Ginny Babies carbonate and smell? How did the Ginny Babies carbonate and smell? I gave a little update on TikTok today for Ginny Baby. Ginny Baby is kind of sweaty right now. I need to put them both in cold storage because I need to get proper fermentation materials, specifically fermentation weights. They're glass weights that you put inside of your mason jars to make sure that the solids stay below the liquid line, and I need to get airlocks, and I don't have either of those yet, so I'm afraid that the bugs are gonna die or otherwise. I was saying that Clementine looked like they were not very happy and not bubbling at all. I added a bit of sugar, and Clementine fizzed right up the next day, so they're all just fine. Everything is great. Let me snooze these ads again, only because I'm making a drink right now. There we go. Let me throw that back down here. I used all the oregano gin, y'all, so thanks for that. There we go, there we go, there we go. Strain this into a tall glass filled with ice and garnish with whatever the heck you want to. Oh, wait, no. Actually, we're not garnishing with whatever we want to. We have a specific one for this one. Specifically. Strain this into a tall glass with ice and garnish with Parmesan cheese. Get in there, dude. You got this. I see Mr. Retro out there saying, what got you into bartending? What got me into cocktail mixology? And the fact that I built the bar here, the bar here, the bar with an X. What got me into it? A couple of different things, but I'd say for the most part, when I was in college, I was drinking cocktails and I kind of liked it. My then girlfriend did not, so I started on my mixology journey to try to make a drink that she would enjoy so that we both drink together. And I've got a couple of drinks that Anna kind of likes. Specifically the Amy drink that I showed you all last week. All right. Pour this over top of ice and garnish with Parmesan cheese. And what else can we use to garnish this? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, did I say Parmesan? Oh, no, it's mozzarella. Sorry. It's not Parmesan. Garnish it with mozzarella cheese. Cute Thule out there being like, hopefully this tastes good. I don't want to poison you during my first stream. Oh, no, dude. It's good. It's good. It's good. Cute Thulu's like, maybe a little bit of hot sauce. I don't have a lot of hot sauce here at the bar with the next, unfortunately. Brenny's like, bacon would work if I had bacon. I have to use things that I have already at the ready. A little bit of mozzarella. My Italian ancestors would be very proud of me. How does this taste on its own, by the way? Freaking love cheese. Cheese is so good. Cheese is so good. I guess, drink this out of a straw. What do we call this one? The something Sicilian? To all the Sicilians out there, including me, you're welcome. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna be honest. It tastes like tomato and spices. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What spices are in this mix? Does it even say? Garlic, onion, horseradish, lemon juice, savory sauce, which is apple cider vinegar, onion, gluten-free soy sauce, molasses, water, tamarind, lemon juice, kosher salt, shiitake mushroom, ginger, garlic, spices, vinegar, chili pepper, lime juice, kosher salt. All made in Pennsylvania. I gotta say, it's not bad. I don't think I've ever had a Bloody Mary that I've enjoyed before. But then again, I don't really deep dive into Bloody Marys. I don't really deep dive into Bloody Marys very often, and this is nice. It is spice forward. It is savory because of that tomato juice. It's got a texture to it that would imply that it's got tomato puree in it, which I'm actually kind of into. I'm not really able to pick out the oregano notes specifically, but I think that oregano spice is just kind of melding with all the other stuff that's in the Bloody Mary mix. It sits like I took a bite of pizza. It's honestly a little bit doughy too, just because of the mozzarella on top of it. That's not that bad. That's honestly, that is, as far as my Bloody Mary experiences have gone, I can legitimately say this is probably the best one I've had. And I guess that kind of says something of the bars that I've been to. But maybe after this point, I should try Bloody Marys a little bit more. This is kind of cool. And every once in a while, I can suck up a little cheese shred. I like that. Oh my gosh, it was great. I like it, dude. I like it, dude. Dude, cute, that's wonderful. This is wonderful, dude. I'm a fan of it. I am totally a fan of this. I think the reason why that I haven't really liked Bloody Marys in the past is just because it's typically very, very cheap Bloody Mary mix, which translates into the drinking experience, and it typically has vodka in it. And personally, I like the more botanical notes of gin, in my opinion. Although to be perfectly honest, I don't really taste any of the juniper notes of the gin, or the oregano notes of the gin, or any other like herbal aspects of the gin, but I like it. And I don't really taste too much of the alcohol in there. It just kind of tastes like tomato juice with spices, and I like it. Cute Thulu being like, good to know my chaotic choice was awesome. Aw, dude, man. It's like pizza in a glass. I am Sicilian, so I'll take it. Cheers to you in the chaos. I dig that. I see Mr. Retro up there up above saying, what's my favorite drink? P.S. You're awesome. Keep it up. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. My favorite drink is if I want to be a smartass, my favorite drink is an old fashioned because it's a formula more than anything else. A Negroni is my favorite drink. Equal parts gin, Campari, and sweet vermouth. I've got probably more out there, but that's the first one I can think of. Cow King out there with the biddies on the Twitch hand side. Lucky popping in saying, I just got here. What abomination did you make? Hope y'all are doing, all y'all are doing great. Oh, it's doing pretty good in here. We just had a request from the Cute Thulu over on the Twitch side, and it is a Bloody Mary that uses 2 ounces of this toasted oregano infused gin that I've had for over a year now, with 4 ounces of this Bloody Mary mix that I got as a gift from somebody. I cannot remember who you are. And then we topped it with mozzarella cheese. And it's tasty. Brenny's like, wait a minute, make a pepperoncini, a Negroni with Dr. Pepper. Man, no, none right now. No more drinks, not right now. Renzo out there has been a member of the Bar with an X for 2 months now with the little membership celebration, membership milestone, I say. I miss my wife tales, dental hamster wine, pissing all by yourself handsome, fest, explosion sound, AI cam, and cam gluing the cap of the Chambord bottle shut for the internet cloud. I did not glue that bottle, and you can't prove anything. Renzo, thank you for sticking around for another month and supporting the Bar with an X. You're a valued member of the community and also a fellow video game mixologist, which I personally appreciate. Good to have you around here. But yeah, I typically only do, I will do only one request per stream because I only have one liver. But this is a highball type cocktail because there's mostly a lot of filler in this. That's the Bloody Mary mix. If I want to do another one, I will let you guys know later when requests open back up in my head. Lucky out there saying, sounds dope. Toasted oregano gin is very unique. Pizza Mary. Cute Thulu is calling this the Bloody Sicilian, and I am totally on for it, dude. Renzo being like, every meme for the past 2 months that I can remember. It's beautiful, dude. Winter Wolf just got back from the final. How did you feel? How'd you feel about the final, dude? I forgot you were taking the final. Oh my god, how'd that do? We have ads starting in a hot second, by the way, y'all, so it doesn't affect the YouTube people. This means we technically stop the show. I have pieces of Bloody Mary mix on this, so I'm going to try to fix that. My bar is a little bit of a mess. Welcome back, dude. I hope things went well for you. Retro out there saying, my girlfriend says she would love if you tried a Hugo Spritz. I've tried a Hugo Spritz, elderflower-based Spritz, and it is delicious, dude. A summertime favorite. And I tried 3 of them, actually. And I think I did a video way back on 3 different Hugo Spritzes, having anywhere between gin, vodka, celery, and stuff in them. They're all very nice cocktails. They're very tasty. Very light, very low ABV, very refreshing for the summer. And I would say I approve of that cocktail. My name's Cameron with an X, and I approve of the Hugo Spritz. I'm gonna clean my bar. Archie Shadow, welcome back, dude. Rouge made me waste so much time. That's kind of what her thing is. She's not necessarily on her side. That's the Merc with wings, dude. The Merc with wings. Welcome in, Archie. AKA Shadow. Final was hard, says Winter Wolf. 80 questions. Oh, dude. If you had to guess how well you did, where are you feeling? B rank, C rank, A rank, A plus rank? I'm talking ranks because it's Sonic the Hedgehog. There we go here. I'm going to try to clean up the side of this cheese packet. There we go. Managed to get that. Okay, and now you're on the floor. Great. Well, I got more extra mozzarella cheese if anybody wants anything. Winter's feeling a B? Hey, dude, that's still passing. And if it wasn't, then there's something wrong with your school. Passing is great. Great. You know what they say? Bees get degrees. That they do. And they also pollinate as well. Snaps to that. I love that. I see out there. The Cute Thulu saying, I need sleep now. I hope you have a lot of fun for the rest of the stream. Enjoy the drink. Feel free to mess with it. Absolutely, dude. Thank you so much for popping in, Cute Thulu. It is a pleasure to have you. Thank you even more so for contributing to the Bar with an X with a recipe of your own. I greatly appreciate it. Get some rest out there. Treat your body well. And we hope to see you back here again sometime. Not necessarily the next time, but whenever time is most comfortable for you. Cheers to you, Cute Thulu. Cow King saying, I should now sleep, Thebian. Don't know what that word means. Thebian! It's kind of close to thespian. Thespian is like somebody who acts, does theater and stuff like that. And I am, for all intents and purposes, thespian. Yes, and. Yes, and. That's where we go. Shadow being like, my grammar hates me today. That's fine, dude. Grammar, one who grams. It's not like you're taking a test. That was Winter Wolf. And Winter Wolf, we think got a B. We love that. Lucky's like, yes, and. Yes, and. That is the rule. That is the rule. And we try to apply that to mixology. We try to apply that to the live stream. We try to apply that to life. I grew up with not enough validation in my life. A lot of no's. I want more yeses. I want more yes ands. No buts are no good. Yes ands are all right. I dig that. Wanagi out there saying, you're so beautiful and gorgeous. Thank you. No, right back at you. Shadow saying, it seems like your stream schedule is Sundays or Friday or Wednesday. I don't know anymore. Mondays and Wednesday. Anybody who's curious of the stream schedule, the Bar with an X is live for anywhere between 5 to 6 hours at a time, Mondays and Wednesdays at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That is whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 4 hours. And that's the schedule. Every week. Unless otherwise noted, in which case, I'll let you know. I try my best. Renzo being like, thespian? I thought you were American. Yes to both of those things. Lucky saying, have you ever been in a play / musical? If so, what was your favorite / most memorable? My favorite play that I was in was Damn Yankees, and I played Benny Van Buren, and it is a show about a baseball player who makes a deal with the devil to be the best baseball player. I played Benny Van Buren, the coach of the wacky team, and it was awesome. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I got a question from Lucky of if I've ever been in a play or a musical before and which one was my favorite. My favorite was Damn Yankees, and I played Benny Van Buren, the coach of a team of baseball players, the Washington Senators, I believe. And I played the coach, and it was a lot of fun. My most memorable, my proudest achievement as a performer was having the opportunity to play Tevye and Fiddler on the Roof as a, I think it was an 8th grader in my middle school play. And that was, I look back on that moment very fondly because there was a show playing the main role where I forgot all of my lines for the first part and I was so incredibly embarrassed. And it was that experience on stage where me, the main character, who couldn't remember the first lines of the show, felt so supported by the director, by the other players on the stage, and despite the fact that I felt like an absolute dumbass up on there, I felt so supported by the rest of the crew, and none of them made me feel bad about it. And that was one of my most memorable experiences as a performer. And we make more experiences here at the Bar with an X, because I'm performing here too. What else to see out there? Officials also studying for an exam. Shadow out there saying it's 12:20 p.m. for you. That's about the same for me. It's about 12:20. Actually, it's 12 a.m. for me, so we're like a 12-hour difference out there. Eli coming back from chat. You were in Sims. What did I miss? The Bloody Sicilian. And it's pretty good. I see somebody on the YouTube side popping in with a hello. I cannot pronounce your name, but if you give me a phonetic pronunciation, I can try my best to. Welcome to the Bar with an X. Winter being like, feel free to call me Winter. I see that out there. And then Dr. Eggman popping in with hello. Dude, I'm playing you this evening. I had a cocktail with egg in it specifically for you. And then I see Dave saying, I saw the assist and had to dunk it. American, I thought you were Cameron. All right, you're going to get a pen click. I'm not giving you the slide whistle on that one. I see you out there. Yeah, so we had the Bloody Sicilian, which is basically just a mixture of oregano-infused gin. I don't remember what kind of gin it is. It's been a while since I had it. And I didn't track things back then. It actually might be... Actually, you know what? Actually, I might be able to... would I be able to determine what kind of gin this is? I might actually be able to. Hold up a second. I might actually be able to determine what gin this is. Let me see if Cameron did a good boy move. If Cameron did a good boy move, that would be very good. Do I have Matt's drink in here? I do! Toasted oregano-infused gin, but goddammit, Cameron, you don't tell me what gin it is. All right, that's great. Very cool, then. Alrighty, then. Well, if I look at my website, I'll be able to figure out what it is. I'm really curious. I want to know what kind of gin this is, so I'm just going to look at my website real quick. Anybody who's wondering what I'm referencing, I have a website where I put all the recipes and all the info on all the drinks that that come out of the Bar with an X. And so I'm going to go there to check my own notes about what gin I used, because I'm pretty sure I wrote it down somewhere. Drinks inspired by Undertale. I go to cocktails. Drinks inspired by Dream Daddy. I pulled this up on the screen too, but I just haven't gotten the things correct for it yet. Matt's Father, a bitter coffee tonic cocktail. Mephiles the Dark popping in. I see that out there. Renzo saying, Cam, do you know what we're referencing? Can't say I do. Lucky out there saying, cool roles to play. Lovely to have a supportive theater family. Your favorite musical that Lucky's been in was Beauty and the Beast. Just an ensemble member, but you got some lines and a little dance solo. Oh, dude, that's the funnest thing when you get to feel a part of the crowd, you know? You were also in Shrek the Musical as well. And then I see Mephiles out there saying, I had a dream of you banning all Sonic characters from your channel, and I just changed my whole thing from Mephiles to Lucifer on Hasbin. I'm not gonna ban a Sonic character just because they're totally into the roleplay and stuff like that, but if you're being disruptive, then we'll time you out at the very least. That's what we try to be. I like Sonic the Hedgehog. Why would I ban you all just for you being Sonic the Hedgehog characters? That's stupid! That'd be stupid of me, at least. I'm trying to find on my website what I had. What did I use in this gin? I want to know what gin I used, and I can't find it. Gin. I figured we had to marry the gin and tonic together. Infused gins, espresso tonic, ginger. This is over a year ago before I was adding more details, so I have no idea what kind of gin that was, and that's on me. But it's still very tasty, and I kind of like it. Mephiles being like, I mean, I killed Sonic, and I'm also the reason that he kissed a human. Yeah, but I don't think Sonic officially acknowledges that canon. So did it really happen, or was it just at another time? Do you even exist at all, Mephiles? That's the real question. Official out there saying, I'm no longer studying, I failed, so time to retake it again. Maybe I failed because I took it in Spanish instead of English. Live and learn. You move on with your life. In any case, I got my cocktail here now, and I'm gonna continue sipping on it. It was a good one. I'm not very familiar with Bloody Mary type cocktails, so I'm determined to give this a try, at the very least as far as I can get into it, to learn more about this particular style of drink, because it is very popular among a lot of people and supposedly purported as a hangover cure, and that's just not accurate. If it's got alcohol in it, it is not going to cure your hangover, and that's just a fact. Alcohol is a poison, and if you put more poison into it, it might take your symptoms back a little bit, but your body's not necessarily going to recover. So let's go back to the game, play a little bit more Eggmanu. I'm actually going to take my Bloody Mary mix real quick and put that back in my refrigerator here now that it is open, so I don't need it. There we go. I have returned. Mephiles being like, but the real question is, what happened to Cameron, Cameron, the first Ember Cameron. I have no idea. I got a drink request out there. Ooh, hydration. I like that. Mr. Retro out there with quote-unquote one more question. You can ask as many questions as you want to. What's the hardest drink that I've ever made? That's hard to answer, Retro, only because a drink could be hard to make, but for me, making drinks involves the entire workshopping process of playing around with ingredients, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work. Right now, of the drinks that I have produced and created here at the Bar with NX, I would say the hardest drink that I've ever made in terms of the effort leading up to the drink's creation has probably been Sonic the Hedgehog's Highball drink, because I went through a number of iterations and completely reworked the thing from the ground up. But if I'm being honest, I've struggled the most with Silver the Hedgehog's drink, which isn't even finished yet. In terms of the hardest drink to actually make, though, a piece of me wants to say that one of the Undertale drinks was pretty difficult. Papyrus used the papaya. I'm just not that good at processing papaya. I hope that was a comprehensive answer. Anyways. Official saying, 1 to 11, how tipsy are you right now? 3. Trick question, get hydrated. Hello, I like that. Renzo with the live and learn lyrics. I love that. I love that. Dave saying, if you eat bacon, do you pan or oven cook it? When I eat bacon, pan or oven cook it? I pan cook it. Anna uses the oven. That's her thing. Retro being like, amazing response. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for asking the question. Shadow out there saying, question for the Pikmin loving Mephiles. Do you eat or drink? Interesting. What an interesting question. Some people can't drink. That's what they have thickeners for. You know? Oops, excuse me. There's a mouse on the screen. Get him out of here. Hello! Get them all! Oh, I see you out there. Kill him. Get him out of here. Mephiles being like, dare, drink water right now. There's a redemption for that, Mephiles. You can use your points to make me drink water. Speed! I am Speed. That is me, I am Speed. Ozzy L out there saying, did it do it? I'm not sure what you mean. Official saying that's a lot of points, right? And Mephiles says my name isn't Mephiles anymore. Oh, yeah? Well, don't dox yourself, but what's your name then? How should I call you? I cannot believe this. Incredible. Renzo sent the reference in the Discord, apparently. I'll check that out later. Thanks for referencing. Oh, hello there. Mephiles is like, my name is Ephiles, not Mephiles. Ephiles. Completely different person, you know? I see you up there. I see Official out there saying, I always find details and egg build sections confusing and overwhelming. Egg build 7. Like, I see them both auto-aiming and rotating quickly. Oh, I see. I always find Tails and Eggman sections kind of confusing and overwhelming. Yeah, I just, like, it seems that the thing that you have to do in these levels is get a lot of points. And I'm honestly not that good at those types of games in general, where you have to specifically plan out your combos and stuff. It's a completely different type of gameplay, and I kind of like it in a way. Ryan's like, man, you're still going, Cam? Yeah, dude, I've been going late nights because apparently you people really like the late night Cameron talks. And I'm a man of my word and a man of the people. Plus, I have fun with it, you know? Michael Prophet out there heading to bed. Thanks for popping in, dude. Best of luck in your journey. You're growing ever so slowly, man. Baby steps, baby steps. One day you might explode. And at least if it's anything like for you, like it was for me, you'll never see it coming, and you'll be baffled when it does. Lance, welcome in, Silver the Hedgehog. Hello, chat. Indeed, welcome back. I just got a question that you were my answer to, Silver. It was about what was one of the hardest cocktails that I've made, or one of the cocktails that I've spent the most effort on. And right now, Silver, it's you. Because apparently the world doesn't want white chocolate vodka to happen. And that's fine, that's fine. If it doesn't want it to happen, that's totally fine. I've got a backup plan. I bought white chocolate liqueur, not white creme de cacao, white chocolate liqueur, which is its own thing. And it's made by Trader Vic. Welcome back in, Sonic. Good to have you back here. If you're running from Metal Sonic, tell him that I've got an inspiration for a drink for him. Or them. I don't know what pronoun that machine uses. I gotta restart. Not good. No good. Michael's like, I'm trying to explode if you know what I mean. I mean on your content journey, my guy. Nothing weird like that. But hey, if that's your thing, don't let me take it away from you.
Nice.
Baby out there with the 10 memberships, my goodness. This man blowing on bagpipes for the last couple hours pops in here and decides to spread the love to me next? Oh my goodness gracious, what an honor. How was the bagpiping session, by the way, Ryan? I feel like I never asked you how it goes. I imagine it goes well, but like, are you guys like learning songs and stuff like now? I suppose it's like band practice, basically. Or are you like learning to play the bagpipes? Actually, this is my question for you. Succinct questions, Cameron. Do you know how to play them already? And you're like rehearsing songs? Or are you learning how to play the bagpipes? Because I feel like I just don't know, but I'm very curious. Official out there with the Persona reference. You'll never see it coming. You'll never see it coming. You'll say that my mind is too fast for eyes. It's a good song, dude. I've never actually played that Persona game before. I played a lot of Persona 4, and I watched my younger brother play Persona 3. And that was because a buddy of mine, Lyco Slower, the guy who I have the podcast with, he came over and we played it together, and it was a lot of fun. Oh, no, oh my gosh, it was so good. Dude, Manic the Hedgehog's back too! Welcome in, y'all! Good to have y'all back. Oh my gosh! Don't hurt me. I'm fragile. I am very fragile. I am merely a boy. I am merely a boy, and you are the Eggman. And how am I supposed to stop up to the man in my life? Wild. Manic being like, yo, my name is the same color as me. Yeah. It's true, actually. It's because you're, apparently somebody gifted you a membership, so now it turns green. That's pretty cool. Welcome to the Bar with the Next membership committee. It means that somebody out there somehow spent $1 on you at random. Hi there. I got you. Pretty extreme. Ryan saying, both out there, you're learning how to play and learning songs at the same time. We're prepping for a competition here in Tennessee in 2 weeks. I won't be participating because I'm below grade 5 and the rest of them are grade 3. Okay. That's, a band is grade 3, but you're below band 5, therefore, is, grade. I see what you mean there. I suppose that's like a measurement of how good you are at playing the bagpipe or how much experience that you've got. Dude, that's so cool. I didn't realize that you were learning along the way as well. You're kind of jumping right into the fire on that stuff. That's awesome, dude. Manic out there saying, fun fact, this is my first time being a YouTube member. Well, there we go. I can tell because the party hat next to your name is white. And that is for, I think, a single month or something like that. I think that's how that works. Hi there. Hello there. Hello. I see all them D's out here. Official saying Persona 5 was your accidental intro to the games, and now with the remaster, if 3, and with the potential remaster of 4, oh boy, am I getting good with the franchise. Dude, absolutely. Persona was cool because it introduced me to the concept of... I'm gonna say, I just like the Persona franchise. I like how many different characters that there are. And I really like that about it. I've liked any game that has a sort of collectathon aspect to it, whether that be Pokemon and Gotta Catch 'Em All, or Digimon with Digivolution and all the Digivolutions and stuff like that. Persona was cool because it had all these different personas, and I really liked it about those games. I like games that have collections, I think, to suffice to say. I see Abe out there saying, I love Persona 5. It's like Pokemon, but with a really great story and beautiful art. Dude, I would agree with you. I've never actually played Persona 5. I have a very limited understanding of what it's like. But if it's anything like the other Persona games, I think I understand what you mean. Nice dodge, Cam. Very, very nice dodge. Lily being like, you've put in over 100 hours in Persona 5. Oh yeah, I think you do like that game now, don't you? Got you there. And I know what the thing is over here. If I am... Okay, that was really, really fast. All right. Okay, I'm just going to move on then. Oh, man, this stinks, dude. Ryan saying, lower number is more skilled. Oh, I gotcha. There aren't any grade 1s or 2s in the States. You have to go to Scotland to find those. There's a push to get to grade 2. They said there aren't any grade 1s or 2s in the United States. Okay. Okie dokie. So you said that you're grade 5. You're working to grade 5, but the band is grade 3, but there are no 2s and no 1s here in the States. Interesting. One of my favorite things about learning about very specific subjects from various different people, no matter where you're at, is that there are layers to everything that everybody does. And I, to be fair, never considered the possibility of layers to your skill level in playing the bagpipes. But it definitely exists out there, and there's a whole art form around it, and that's really cool to be able to hear about. So I appreciate y'all sharing with me about that stuff. Official saying that Persona 5 menus are your inspiration on trying to learn shaders and stylish UIs. Well, there you go. It's interesting, too, when you bring that up, Official, there's a dude who I know, I don't remember what they officially go by, but they're making a game kind of loosely inspired by this one visual novel called Valhalla, which is one of my favorite bartending games of all time. It's instead of taking place in a cyberpunky city, it takes place in hell instead. And I believe they had some inspiration for their UI design, specifically from some of the Persona games. I remember seeing it in one of their dev logs. I can't remember what the name of the game is either, but it's currently in development, and I know that they develop it in Unity. And we connected on Reddit a while ago. Oh, no. Hello there. Oh, man. I see you out there. Dodge the bullets. There we go. Break the boxes. Move forward. Kill him good. Kill him good. Very, very good. Yeah, if anything, one of these days I would like to do drinks for Persona. Whether that means making a drink per... like for the personas themselves or for the certain characters or stuff, or even the locations. If there was one thing that I would want to make from the Persona series as a drink, is I would love to do some really wacky absinthe drink for Tartarus at like the location. It'd be green, it would be extra, and it would definitely use absinthe because, duh, why not? Manic out there being like, Cam, I might have a problem. What's your problem, man? What do you got out there? I was missing my business stealing all of Sonic's stuffs until people said that I am their dad. You're a father? I would say cheers to that, but it doesn't seem like this is a fate that you want. You've been met with a fatherly fate indeed, and I don't think you wants it. One of these days, I'm gonna be a father, Manic. One of these days. Not anytime soon. But for now, I think you might be on your own with this one. Manic's like, I don't even want kids. Yeah, but based off of what you just told me, it's possible that you don't really have the choice in the matter now. Oh my gosh, seriously? I thought I got you. No, please. I see you up there. I'm gonna get all the goods. No. I see you over there too. I see you over there, and I'm gonna make my way over here. If there's any more out there, I want to see it. All right, this is doing great. That could have been cool, but it wasn't. Oh, hello there. Oh, man, that was close. That was close. Official out there being like, I wish I could make a better Valhalla. I love the game, but I wish bartending was a little bit more of a focus instead of the visual novel style, kind of like how Persona handles its confidants. Dude, you could be the person to make it. If anything, one of the things that I've noticed, and this kind of goes back to our Reddit conversation previously about like the mentality of how people are on Reddit, the Valhalla community on Reddit is very bothered with people making Valhalla clones. But like, if you've got a motivation to do it and you want to, I don't think there should be anything stopping you, dude. Follow your rainbow, you know what they say. Official saying too that a Velvet Room inspired drink would be cool, you know, where Igor and the Velvet Room sisters and single brother reside. Yep, I think that would be cool. I'm gonna write those down. Persona drinks. Official saying Velvet Room. And I said Tartarus. I'll write those down. That's pretty cool. Official's like, how is that not an name rank? Because apparently I need 30,000 points. Eggman is freaking extra, dude. Extra. Manic out there saying that Mina the Mongoose apparently doesn't exist. Who is that? Is that the bearer of your child, apparently? Manic saying too that apparently Styx is a no-no. Are you rating the ladies in the Sonic the Hedgehog universe, bro? Nah, that's not how we roll here at the Bar with an X. We're not trying to yuck people's yums, you know what I'm saying? And something about reproducing with anthropomorphic animals just feels a little... Yeah. Manic's like, what's my favorite cake flavor? You know what? With the comments you were just making about the various ladies of the Sonic the Hedgehog universe, I want no piece of whatever cake that you're having. But it'd be cool if it was like key lime pie or something like that. Something limey, because like you're green, right? Oh my gosh! These fighter jets. Hello. So what I need more of? More combos? More paternity tests for the hedgehogs in the crowd? Silver, you're from the future. I don't know if you're still out there and whatnot, but like, do you... Does anybody survive? Does anybody have children? Is there a Sonic successor? The next generation of Hedgehog? Kids like Silver isn't here. You're right, kid. Silver's in the future. Duh. Official out there being like, I like pie flavor. It's a pretty good flavor for pie. That's all you're getting for that one, apparently. Kids like, wait, does that mean I'm in the past? I mean, technically speaking, because it takes a certain amount of time for reality to hit your eyes and your brain to process it. Yes, you are. And I think it's beautiful. And downright philosophical in a way. Renzo being like, this is the perfect setup to save vanilla. Nah. I'll pass. Manic like, I was gonna... Oh my god! Manic being like, I was gonna ask him if he can make it where Mom never left and Sonic Underground never ended. I think that's just the reality of the situation, man. That's what I'm thinking. If you're still holding that over yourself, Manic. Do you still play music, Manic? Are you still on the drums? Maybe you would find a means to be able to move on from the trauma of the situation by funneling your energy into your music. Can't say that I can relate. I still have both my parents, thank goodness, and instead I just do mixology stuff. You know? Ryan out there saying, fun fact, our bagpipe band is the only band sanctioned by His Majesty Hugh MacLeod, the 30th MacLeod clan chief in the States, and all members are all honorary MacLeods. Interesting. The only MacLeod that I'm aware of is Kevin MacLeod for the music stuff that he did in like early YouTube and stuff like that. That's cool, dude. So does that mean that you were an honorary Macleod? And does that mean if I start playing the bagpipes, will I also be an honorary Macleod? I feel like Macleod doesn't sound like a word anymore. I'm restarting this. This feels terrible. Feels bad. Oh, moving on. Nice. Oh, Ryan's saying it's pronounced McLeod. Ah, McLeod. Thank you for the correction. Manic being like, people ask me what happened to my dad. Well, what happened? Manic being too, like, we haven't heard from Silver on the YouTube style enough. No, Silver just came in. Silver was just out here. Unless it was a different Silver on a different platform, in which case, that's what y'all get for RPing the same characters, bro. It's pronounced Fox McCloud. But it's spelled Macleod. Wait, does that mean that does that mean that Fox is a bagpipe player? Like, canonically? Because he's a McLeod? I've learned more about Star Fox today than I thought I would ever learn. Official out there saying the Prosecco I bought has gone flat. You could always mix it with a bit of sugar and make a little Prosecco syrup. Just to try to get whatever you can still out of it. Because, like, even if things go flat and you've lost all the carbonation, you can still use it as an ingredient. But you can transform it into something even better. Oh, get all the points. Yeah, dude. All the points. Hello there. Nice. Nice. I see you. That was pretty good. Ryan saying that I have to be a member of... I gotta be a member of your pipe band to be an honorary Macleod. Ah, I see. Specifically your pipe band. I'll let you have it. I don't want to take it away from you. Oh my gosh! I feel like my score was a heck of a lot larger over here the last time. Party Pooper, welcome back in, dude! Kids apparently envying Little Abe's time dilation powers. What? The only dilation happening at my bar in terms of time is when I take the herb, and I put it inside of the whipped cream maker, and because of pressure, it contracts and then correspondingly dilates after the fact. That's the only time dilation we do here at the Bar with an X. And yes, by nature of that statement, I absolutely have considered a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey stuffed cocktail that uses the herb. Don't hurt me, please. Can I get more? Yes, dude. Oh, it's only 2 more? That's fine. Get him! Yeah, dude. Ryan Sue also saying, you're also a McGregor on your mother's side, so your grandparents weren't too happy when I told them that I'm also McLeod as well. Ooh, they're like, how dare you disgrace the family name by playing bagpipes in Tennessee? That's incredible, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man, I bet if I kept those rings, it would have been cool. Oh, man, dude. Kid being like, breaking news. I just got enough party hats for voice modulation. Chat, should I do it? Don't let chat take it away from you. Follow your rainbow, kid. Whatever you gotta do. Vox, welcome in. It's a pleasure for us to host you here at the Bar with an X on your day off from Vox Tech. Can I get you a drink, Vox? Anything in particular? As I scarf down the various different chunks of mozzarella cheese that are currently in this bloody Sicilian. Official being like, apparently there is a trio of NPCs in Genshin Impact. Father Time, Mother Rosemary, and a son called Basil. Oh, that's beautiful, dude. I used to play a lot of Genshin Impact. I've looked at my Twitch analytics recently. Apparently, Genshin Impact still remains one of the games that I played the longest on this channel. Like, for total amount of time. Vox wants a water? Oh, absolutely, dude. Here. Water's coming right over to your table. A little bit of H2O for our good friend, the television. Love that stuff. And then finally we got a Reiki on that. That took me a while, dude. What time is it? 12:40? Great. Hello out there. Hydration? Don't mind if I do. Take my water and put it up in my face. Official being like, when you pronounce the name of the drink, it sounds like a British insult to an Italian. Well, a bloody Sicilian. Oh, I see what you mean there. Nice, I see. I'm drinking a bloody Sicilian. I am this bloody Sicilian. Actually, you know, I did hit my hand hard enough the other day that I started bleeding. So, yeah. I am the Sicilian, and I am the one who has been bloody. Not an insult, just factual. Hi there. I didn't realize you were gonna hit me so good. Anyways. Vox out there saying, people often ask me, how do I drink or eat? Or do I have wires? The answer is no and yes. Yeah, it's more complicated than that. Who's to say exactly how a demon's body is supposed to work if the folks from Hasbin Hotel happen to be demons? I'm not quite sure on the canonness of exactly how that works. Some people are demons. I don't know if people become demons. Are you born a demon? Can you create demons? What is demon? What ain't demon? And what's a demon with you? I don't know. If I were a demon in the Hell of a Boss or Hasbin Hotel universe, I'd like to think that I'm the mixology demon. But I guess that's basically just alchemy. But like, I'm not a killer, so. And I wouldn't say that I'm very sinful either. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. A very good boy indeed. Shadow's like, I kill demons. No, you don't kill demons, Shadow. They are aliens, and they're technically all your cousins. Because of that Black Doom DNA, the Black Arms DNA that you've got. Not demons, not demons. Although they are effectively demons. I mean, let's be honest. Maybe. Dude, speed. I am speed. We're doing pretty good here. Hello. Don't hurt me. Thank you. Zoom. Oh man, that was pretty good for a hot moment there. Oh man. Official being like, finally cooking with the lore of Genshin Impact. Mindstat is getting a new Archon quest after 4 years, and version 5.8 will be entirely lore-based and prep for the final region, Shinaya, I think. Oh, hello there. Oh, come on down. Come on down to Pound Town. Abe saying out there, did you hear that Hasbin Hotel got greenlit for season 3 and 4 and should Cell of a Bus crossovers? Yeah, I remember seeing that short. Or it was like a TikTok or something like that. Oh, official it was Mondstadt. Yeah, I have not played Genshin Impact in a number of years, and I haven't even played it recently, so I am very unfamiliar with all the lore that's out there right now. One of these days. I have a little, let me see if I can find it. I think it fell behind the bar. Oh, yeah. I have it. I have a little keychain of, I think the dude's name was Venti or something? The Wind God? Drunk off of dandelion wine? It's very cute. Very cute. That will, if I do Genshin Impact again, that will absolutely be a part of my decoration. Abe out there saying, one of my beautiful moderators, that you're considering some cosplay for Hasbin Hotel. Dude, I want to see it. I want to see it. That's so cool. Oh, son of, you know, I'm restarting it. Bunked run, restart. Sonic.exe on the left-hand side. You know, I have been killing, and it's kind of getting boring. Well, then stop killing. Pick up a hobby or something. Start mixing drinks. Maybe take up chemistry. If you're getting bored, just start doing something different. Everybody's got room for a change. Well, I think that was pretty good. Official being like, ah, yes. Or Lord Barbaros or Baristabos or something like that? Yeah, something like that. Kid out there saying, in honor of Eggman, what's your best Jim Carrey impression? It's party time. P-A-R-T-Y. Because I gotta. And that's all I've got. I like parties. Parties are cool. Jim Carrey's cool. The Mask is cool. The Mask is a good movie. I wasn't a big fan of The Mask 2. I think. Sonic.exe apparently adopted a cat and named it Cam. Oh, that's so kind of you. Wait, is it named after me, or am I just getting all weird about it? It doesn't have to be named after me. I don't need that. I don't need that. However, if I were named after a cat, I would specifically request to call this cat CameroxnWithAnX's ego, so that when you pet the cat, you're stroking my ego. Because you don't need to do that during stream, but if you want to do it on your own time, that's fine. Don't let me take it away from you. I see. Yep, I saw you there. I knew that one. Dave out there saying, bacon, cooked, eggs fried, dog washed, cam streaming, a good night. I concur. A good night indeed. And an even gooder Sicilian Bloody Mary. Did I mention there's cheese in this? Did I mention I have cheese here at the bar right now? EXE saying that you named it after me. Oh, you didn't have to do that, dog. That's so kind of you. It's an honor to be named after you. It's an honor to have your cat named after me. Just don't feel like you have to stroke its ego, okay? To Abe's point, no stroking the bartender. Oh, although, I mean, if your cat is named after the bartender, like, who am I to take it away from you, you know? I don't know. Kid being like, is this the closest emote to the sliding whistle? What, the one where I'm deep throating a play sword? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Seriously? Oh, I bet I need 2,500 for 25,000 for this one. Yeah, that makes sense.
Stage select.
Anyways, what do I see out there? Sonic.exe saying, Tails Dolls started acting like a dog around the cat, so I had to throw him out and make him sit outside for what he did. How did you manage to throw out the Tails Doll? I imagine he really doesn't have a lot of weight to him anyway. Like, he's significantly smaller than, I suppose, whatever you happen to be, Sonic.exe. Why did he let you do that? That's great. Wow. You guys are great roommates. That's not at all how I treated my roommates in college, but hey, you know what? Different strokes, different folks, especially for different Eldritch horrors or creepypastas. Lily being like, that was a very close B. Thank you. Appreciate that. B is for be pitiful. B, E, and A are all ranks in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Coincidence? Probably. Oh, don't do that. I see you! Explosions! There we go. Renzo out there being like, oh my, the Rick Grimes MTG card is kind of weird. Who's Rick Grimes? Rick Grimes card is kind of what? Who's Rick Grimes? Alexa, who is Rick Grimes?
According to Wikipedia, Richard D. Rick Grimes is a fictional character and a name for protagonist of the post-apocalyptic
Wait, we talked about this.
series The Walking Dead,
Oh, wait.
live-action television series of the same name.
Yeah, wait, I feel like we talked about this before.
Which was first made by Andy Lincoln.
Actually, I feel like we were talking about this on Monday, right? And I totally forgot about it? Yeah, just in camera with an X fashion? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Whoop. EXE out there being like, Cam, Tails Doll is barking at Shadow.exe for holding a pizza, and now you somehow have a new roommate? Well, I hope they help contribute to the rent. Otherwise, I don't think they're a very good roommate at all. If you gotta pay the rent, you know? Rent's due, EXE! And either the dog's paying, or you are. And by the dog, I mean Tails Doll. If it wasn't already obvious. Hello! Goodbye. I want my shield, please. Get on up there, buddy. What do I see out there? Kid being like, what time zone is everybody in? It's Eastern for me, dog. But yeah, to Abe's point, don't dox yourself to answer that question. Be specific about your personal information. And by that, I mean specifically don't share it. Retro out there saying, was I a fan of Sonic Frontiers? I am a huge fan of the music. I have never actually played it. Not yet. Not yet. When I play Sonic Frontiers, it's going to be on this stream. Promise you that. I caught the game when it was on sale, and I haven't touched it yet because I'm saving it for you guys. One of these days.
That wasn't so difficult.
Stage select.
Wow, that sucked? Somebody sound off the sucky command. What instrument do I have over here for things that suck? Not the slide whistle. Things are awesome when I use the slide whistle. What do I have out here? Here's the sucky bar spoons. Actually, I don't like that sound. We will eventually have an instrument that we use for when things suck, and it might just be a trombone. Official out there being like, I can't believe they didn't record like more lines for any of the animations. Every single jump sounds like he's getting punched in the guts. Yeah, dude. It's very guttural. I can see that. I can see that. I see Sonic.exe being like, Cam, I'm gonna sit on your shoulder and watch you play it. Yeah, by all means, dude. Find a space that's comfy for you. So long as you're not too heavy, I'm not a very strong individual. Not of the body, but of the mind. That's the bartender trying to tell you that he's smart. But, like, canonically, he's not. Not without his glasses on. Kid out there trying to get an idea of where the people all are all at. Abe being like, we got people all over the States, and I think some overseas. Oh, yeah, dude, we got people from a bunch of different places in the world. We've got folks from a number of the different states here in the United States. We got people up in Canada and a couple of different provinces. We got people over in the French land, people over in the Finland, people over in the German land, people over in the Vietnam land, and probably some other lands, too. To my knowledge, I don't know of anybody in the community who has spoken about their presence in Greenland. No! It was gonna be so good. Official being like, French horn would do the trick. You know, French. Yeah. I remember a joke that somebody once told me when I was a band kid, and they were like, I want somebody to hold me the way that you hold a French horn. And apparently, you put your entire fist into a French horn. And that comment made me very concerned for this friend of mine, but apparently it was all in good fun. The fisting, I mean. It was all in good fun. And not at all kinky or inappropriate. EXE out there being like, but I'm gonna be visible. I'm gonna sit on your shoulder and watch you play it, but I'm gonna be visible the whole time. I'm not from Earth, out of character. You're from Greenland. No. You're not from Greenland. I would say prove it, but I don't need you to prove it because that would dox yourself. Dude, are you actually from Greenland? Because that is a wild coincidence. Because I just picked that land randomly. That's awesome, dude. I want to know more about the culture of the other places. Dude, that's freaking wild. Yo, that's wild, dude. That's such a coincidence. That's so cool. What a coincidence. You're from Greenland. Blood is red. Christmas features both colors. Wow, what a beautiful coincidence. Abe being like, I thought quicksand was going to be a bigger issue in life than what it was made out to be. Dude, I'm afraid of quicksand. I remember watching a bunch of YouTube videos when I was a kid about this guy who just would just sink into quicksand and do it for fun. I don't know how the guy survived, but it scared me, dude. I'm afraid of quicksand. I don't know how it would be. Wild to me. Official being like, good fun fisting, boy. Yeah, you heard me. All's fun and well in a properly lubricated fisting. That's what they say, you know? Sonic.exe out there being like, I'm not a fan of the jokes of the USA trying to buy Greenland. Oh yeah, dude, I'm not a fan of the jokes of the USA trying to buy any country. In my opinion, if America's so obsessed with like freedom, like it says it is, why is it touting this this philosophy of being like, oh, we're gonna buy everyone? Like, I thought it was about freedom and democracy, my guy, not capitalism. But I guess we're known for capitalism too. Like, hey, don't get me wrong, y'all. The whole idea that the United States is a melting pot is something that I got a problem with too. A melting pot would imply that the original characteristics of what goes into the melting fondue pot become homogenized, and I'm not a fan of that, right? Like, if you just buy this country and overtake this country and this territory and that one, and you just absorb it into the machine that is America, that's stupid. I don't like it. I like the idea that America, at the very least, from the ideal America, is a quilt, where we're all a giant myriad of individual patterns and stitches and shapes and sizes. As a whole, you make up the US, right? But individually, if you look close enough, that individuality isn't as overlooked as it would be in this fondue pot that people say America is. That's my interpretation. America's a quilt, not a melting pot. Anyways, what do we see out there? Renzo out there says, bark, bark, bark. Do you want a treat or something? I can give you a treat. I got a ham sandwich. I was kind of thinking about that treat too. Officials like, I will now go to the one place that has not been corrupted by capitalism. Space! Oh, well, just wait, dude. Somebody's gonna want to mine an asteroid, and I think people are already trying to get the permits to do it. Little Abe being out there like, each state is a patch on the quilt. Maybe 2 patches for Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's a pretty large state. And I would even say, too, that individual states are made up of individual patches that represent counties and stuff like that. It's a beautiful thing. And every single county is made up of individual patches that represent the individuals in the states. Because we aren't a United States if we aren't, first of all, united, and by that nature, at least partially mutually exclusive in our ideals, philosophies, and otherwise. And appearances, both outward and inward. I think that's beautiful. Aziel out there being like, the propaganda on U.S. giving freedom when someone strikes oil. Yeah, that whole idea of the America's bringing freedom to the world. Like, no, dude. It's like when the Crusades or whatever decided to bring the glory of God to people. You're just overwriting histories, dude. It's not cool. Not in my opinion. But alas, we're getting into political territory. And the dog has begun to itch. Now I understand why Renzo was barking. It was the bar dog. Y'all started talking about politics. There we go. It literally just clicked with me, my guy. It literally just clicked with me. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, no politics. Makes the dog itchy. Anyways. Sonic.exe out there being like, when I talked about the country Georgia to your friends, they were like, which one? No, there's only one country Georgia, I think. Right? There's multiple Georgias because, like, one's a state, one's a country, but I think there's only one Georgia country. I think. A buddy of mine teased me that we were going to go to Georgia one of these days for, like, a trip. It never actually happened. Officials like, I totally read it as a kink. Sorry, Renzo. About the bark thing? About the barking? Yeah, Renzo out here is just getting off by barking in chat. It's a beautiful thing. Beautiful, beautiful thing. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Kid out there being like, who gives permits to mine asteroids? I have no fucking clue! I suppose globally, we determine, as a species, whether we want to mine the asteroids, but I know nothing of that, so.
Piece of cake.
Damn it, dog.
Stage.
Damn it, dog! The dog be barking. In any case. Aziel being like, understood, no politics. This is a fun place full of freedom from everyday life burdens. That's the idea, at least. Whoopsie! We'll talk about topics related, if anything, we'll talk about politics as they pertain to the bartending and mixology community, but I'm trying to steer away from anything else like that. I think of it this way, too. If you're gonna talk about politics on my stream, you better tip me handsomely, and even still, you're still not allowed to talk about it. Don't do it. It imposes on me, and it imposes on the people around you. Boop. Vox being like, Vox Tech gives those, but we stopped that after one of them tried to buy the sun. Oh, permits for mining the space? How does Vox Tech have authority over the stars? I thought y'all lived in hell or something. Does hell also have, like, its own, like, universe and stuff? Because that's actually kind of interesting now that I think about it. We're getting into the lore of the Vivzy Pop Hell universe. I think it's kind of cool, in a way. Vox like, don't ask me questions. Ask Lucifer instead. Well, I don't see a Lucifer in chat now, do I? So if you don't mind me, Demon Lord, pass it up to the big man downstairs. If you want to, but you know, you're on your day off, right? And I imagine that's kind of work for you, talking to Big Boss Man of the Underground. So do whatever you gotta do, you know. Lil Abe with the bits. No politics allowed. Poxley, the dog, doesn't like it. Polly with an X. I get that. Polly. I can't believe I didn't get my own joke, dude. Can you believe it? My moderators get the brand and the joke better than I do. Wild. Officials like, let's change topics from politics. How about Reddit and Twitter? Next. Next. Moving on from politics. Don't talk about it in my stream. Talk about something else entirely. How about animals? Bark! Or like music, I guess, because that's topical now that I brought that into the queue. Hello, goodbye. Don't talk to me. Official saying, I always felt that foxes were closer to cats than dogs, but I guess it makes sense. What an excellent on-topic piece of conversation, Official. We were just thinking about talking about animals. Speaking of animals, tardigrades are kind of cool. They're small and they're micro animals. Haha! That feels like it's gotta be enough points, dude. It's gotta be. I feel it. I feel it in my animalistic bones. I am a mammal after all. You know what they say, chat? You and me, baby, ain't nothing but mammals. So let's play it like we do on the Sonic channel.
Piece of cake.
It's good stuff. Official being 2, don't mind me, I'm tipsy. Oh, dude, same. Vox being like, if it's about Alistar, I could yap for hours about how he's annoying and old. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't worry, I'll watch the episode. I know the beef that you've got with each other. TV versus radio, something like that. Radio, video, you know, I get it. I'm hip. I'm hip, I'm young, I'm exciting, and I like mozzarella cheese in my cocktails. Moving on. Oh, please, thank you very much. Renzo being like, so fun fact. Mm-hmm, go on. Go on. Dave out there being like, foxes are part of the canids genus. I think I'm also drunk. All right, let's have a show of hands. Hold up. We gotta get an idea of this is for the bar quota. Who has been drinking? Because I will keep my hands raised, because I have been drinking. And when I say drinking, don't give me that smart-ass answer like, oh, I drink water today. Like, no, bitch, alcohol. Alcohol. Dave, Official, I know you've been drinking. Vox, I think you were sticking with water. Abe, you got something out there? You don't have to drink. You don't have to drink alcohol, by the way. That's totally fine. There is no pressure in this community to be drinking alcohol, but if you're drinking along, I'm curious of what you got. Kid says, hand up. Uh-huh. Lily being like, I had a drink, but now it's gone. Oh, no. Was it the rum? Was it all gone? Is that where all the rum went? I see Kid up above saying, not trying to be political, but just curious if anybody having concerns about the upcoming supply shortages and limited trucker hauls. I'm trying to think about that. The only thing that I know about, like, limited availability of truckers and stuff like that is I've seen at least enough about, like, the tariffs and stuff like that. There are certain, like, industries that are just being disproportionately hit just because of the type of manufacturing that's available here in the Americas. And oddly enough, like, I haven't done a lot of looking on, like, research on specifically how that impacts, like, the bartending communities, the mixology communities, and whatnot. I would think that, at the very least, certain spirit sales are in jeopardy might be the wrong term for it, but, like, are being, at the very least, affected just because tariffs and shit like that and whatnot. But I didn't realize, at the very least, that there was shortages on trucks and logistics and stuff like that. That is news to me. Shadow out there being like, hides the drink. What drinks? It's okay, man. You can be honest here. It's okay. Abe's got a little bit of that Don Q Cristal out there. An excellent, excellent, excellent rum. Little Abe being like, the board game industry is getting disproportionately hit. It's very, very sad. Yeah. Nah, I feel that. I'm curious that when we go to Gen Con this year, as I do with a couple of friends of mine and also Disney Queen as well, I'm curious to see if that there are any panels specifically on, like, how the board game industry is being impacted by these particular changes and stuff like that. And changes have already, like, I don't remember whether or not the changes have actually happened or not yet. I don't really read the news very often, if I'm being perfectly honest. But, like, people are already making changes to their supply chains and messaging to customers and stuff like that. And it's kind of shocking to see. Like, this is the reality of the situation, apparently. Wild to me. Vox out there being like, why doesn't anybody talk about the Central Americas? Well, I'm in North America, so I don't have the authority to talk about Central Americas. That's one of the reasons I don't talk very much about it. That's just not my playground, you know? Not my playground. This is the same as before, dude. I think this was the same exact thing that we did before. This is very, very close to how we did before. Can we go to over 25,000? Or no, I needed 50,000. Nah, dude.
Stage.
Oh, man. Official talking about the nuance between drink, drank, and drunk. I see that out there. Renzo's saying I'm at my parents' house, so I can't drink because I'm not 21 and blah, 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 so I'm high as a cat. Dude, pick your vice of choice, whatever you got access to. I would also advise that if you are fessing up to things that are technically illegal, I can't say that I endorse that, but I was a kid once upon a time. I have only been legally drinking for about 6 years. Politics, kid. Politics. Abe being like, we gotta find some good panels to check out. Absolutely, dude. Little Abe and I will be at Gen Con. It'll be a good time. I think. It's always a good time for me. I'm gonna restart. Feel bad about it. I feel bad about the vibe. I'm moving on. Moving on. What do you see out there? Fox saying, who agrees Eggman is going to hell? I don't know, dude. Probably. Somebody who does bad. I don't know, dude. If we ask about who's going to heaven or who goes to hell, that's religion, and that makes the dog itch. And I want no part in that. Renzo being like, what is Gen Con? Gen Con is a board game convention. One of the biggest board game conventions that happen in the United States, taking place in Indianapolis every year. And I think I've gone... Oh my gosh, I think I've been going for the past like 4 or 5 years now. It's great. We got friends out there, friends of the bar with an X as well. And we've taken a couple of... we've grown the number of people that go specifically. Ad break. Take it back to the bar. Official being like, I can't believe I'm fumbled by those words. I'm truly tipsy. Drink, drank, and drunk. Something like that. You know? Abe out there saying too, I'll say it hi to people. I know I'm not as cool as Cam, but I'll be there. Abe, you're one of the moderators at the bar with an X, dude. You're just as fucking cool as I am, dude. And if anybody out there says that my moderators are not as cool as I am, you are wrong, and that's as much politics as I'm gonna get into this stream. Good stuff. Abe's like, it's 1 a.m. and I'm feeling punchy. No more. No, don't bother the dog. If you bother the dog gets angry. I dig that. EXC's like, so who's barking? Because I have a fox friend who's barking. I believe your friend is not quite a fox, but an animatronic inspired by a fox. Technically speaking. Just imagine I have glasses for a moment. I don't wear glasses. So you're just going to have to imagine it with your brain. Or your programming. Sonic.exe, question for you. Are you organic? Or are you mechanic? Do you have a heart? Or a CPU core? Because the name .exe implies computing, I think. But I don't know. Renzo out there saying, when, not what. Oh, when is Gen Con? First week of August, I think. I've made a couple of board games and want to go experience it and ask questions. Oh, actually, you know what? That's a really good point there. So one of the things that you might be interested in, Renzo, is that at Gen Con, they actually have a selection. There's an area of the convention that specifically gives people who are working on games an opportunity to play test them with individuals. I don't exactly know how you get into that, but I want to say it's called like First Look or something like that. And if you're interested in that stuff, I'd recommend checking out Gen Con's website and see if you got any games that you're working on, you can bring it. It can be in any phase of production. We've played games at First Look that have been quite literally pieces of paper that were printed off of a printer like the day of the convention, to games that even had designers involved, investors involved, and multiple different versions of it like tested in the past. And it's cool to see how some of these games evolve over the years. EXE saying, I'm a Demon Sonic. I don't have a CPU or a heart. That's a good point. I probably should have known the answer to that question anyways. Official saying, I was suggesting getting more drinks, but I meant to say rings. Rings or drinks? Rings or drinks? Are you drunk, Official? Get some water in your system. I beseech hydration upon you. It's good stuff. Manic out there being like, I'm drinking right now because I'm rethinking my life choices. Hey, you know what? Some people utilize their vices to help them calm down with life. So long as you're not taking advantage of it and you are not a slave to your vices, then we can all have a little bit of fun around here. Welcome back from the ads, everybody, by the way. Did you know that by running ads on Twitch, that means that anybody who comes into the stream later on won't experience the ads that you would typically find when you enter a Twitch stream? It's because we don't like ads. So we do as many ads as we have to do to take away as many ads as we possibly can. Because if you think about it, if we only do the ads during the mid-rolls, only we suffer. Not the potentially infinite number of people who might want to pop into the bar and would otherwise have to watch an advertisement at the front door before even getting their ID checked. And that's just not cool to me. Anyways, Renzo out there saying I have one game that you've made called Liberation that was inspired by games like Fire Emblem and Unicorn Overlord. Dude, that's cool, dude. To kids point out there, keep them in the community posted. It sounds really cool. Know of any good first look stories? Sounds like American Idol for board games. Nah, it's nothing that dramatic. I can't remember anything in particular. Oh man, dude. Physics. I can't remember anything particular about particular like first look stories and stuff like that. I'm not as deep in the board gaming lore as some other folks in the community are. So that would be a question for them. For the other folks who go to Gen Con. Hopefully we'll be able to find more friends at Gen Con. I actually tried to apply for a panel at Gen Con this year, specifically on themed drinks, which kind of makes sense now that I think about it. I didn't hear anything back from them yet, and I did apply early, so I imagine I was probably rejected. Last I checked, they were still, it was still in progress though, but I haven't checked recently. Medic being like the worst thing now is child support. Wait, you didn't actually mention who the other bearer was. I'm still curious. So you do admit to having a child. I might have missed that earlier. Official out there saying, I once made a solitaire card game called Royal Cannon, where you fight cards and charge a cannon to kill them. Cool. If anything, I'm a fan of simple card games like solitaire and stuff. I don't play it very often. The most recent solitaire-esque game that I played with my fam was one called Nertz, is what it was called. N-E-T-R-Z. N-E-R-T-Z. N-E-R-T-Z, called Nertz. Where, essentially, everybody is playing solitaire at the same time, and everybody's got their own deck, or their own Nertz deck, to all try to get to the end of their deck the fastest. Or to be able to do all the Nertz cards or something like that. I'm not as familiar on the game. Kid being like hosting a panel of games without you? WTF? Nah. I mean, I don't know if I was approved for it yet. I saw, I was inspired by another content creator who does video game themed drinks, specifically Pass the Controller. They have a podcast as well. They did a video game themed drinks panels at PAX West, I think, a couple of years ago. And I was like, well, damn. Well, if they can do video game drinks at the video game convention, I want to do board game drinks at the board game convention. But again, not approved, probably because of legal stuff. I could just do like a panel-based thing where I just kind of talk about the video, like the drink-making process, but like, I'd rather be able to give people a piece of the mixology if I can. And that's a little bit more difficult. Umito, welcome back, dude. Handflakes, at a time like this, I'm pausing the game because I'm frustrated with how much effort I've put in here, and this is a really good run. I see you out there, Diamond. I see you out there. Officials apparently working on V2 of Royal Cannon with more balanced rules so it doesn't alter the game. Currently the rules are 5 pages long with all the mechanics and interactions. Dude, I like it. Diamond's like pausing his band. They say that an important skill in life is the ability to delay your gratification, Diamonds. I'll give you the flicks, but I'm not gonna give you the flicks now. Only because I want the goal. All right, now the flicks. There we go. Jesse, welcome in, by the way. Jessica. Oddly enough, Jessica, and you probably have absolutely nothing to do with this. I know a couple, and their name is Jesse and Jessica. Jess and Jess, and I love them very much. That's so cool. I love it. Welcome in, by the way. If I can get you a drink here at the bar with the next, let me know what your preferences are, and I can spit up a recipe for you. Kid up there saying, isn't it solitary because it's solitary? Nope, not nerds. Different kind of solitary. Kid being like, the whole redemption was to make the challenge more challenging. Hashtag justice for at the upper diamond. I mean, you know, technically speaking, you have a really good point, right? I took it away from you. I took the opportunity to mess things up before, you know? And you know what? That's all. My God. That's okay. Everything's fine. I like video games. I love Sonic the Hedgehog. Things are really good. Umito's like, glad to see we passed 500. Glad to see that you're alive, my friend. It's a pleasure to have you. If the curry vodka doesn't take you, that's a good thing. Size in Eggman. I want another egg drink, man. I want another egg drink. The Bloody Mary's cool and all, but like, kind of getting tired of it. Just not a big fan of Bloody Mary drinks, you know? All things considered, but it's a good one. Jesse out there being like, thank baby boy. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And this applies to anybody out there. Like, I'm not doing any drink requests, at least not right now, although I'm kind of hankering for something a little bit different, only because I'm getting a little tired of the bloody Sicilian that I got here. But if you guys actually do have inventory of yourself that you've got back at your home or your bar or anything like that, and you need recommendations for what to mix with the stuff, I can try to throw some recommendations your way. This is the skill that I'm trying to work on a little bit better of. If I know what you have, being able to give a recommendation to be able to mix a drink yourself with the instructions, the garnish, and everything else. Kind of what I do anyways. Helps me grow as a mixologist. I think that's pretty cool. Renzo like, can I make a suggestion? I have an egg drink. Did I just fall through the floor? What the absolute heck? Of course you can, Renzo. Of course you can. What was it? Kids like, refund the man? Never! Officials like, I had another board game that I sort of can. It was called Horror Hotel or Scream Suite, where you were a ghost and have to spook people in a hotel. That sounds kind of cool, actually. Renzo's like, can I make a suggestion? I have an egg drink somewhere. Yeah. I want another egg drink. Yeah, if you got it, Renzo, send it my way. I want eggs in my body. I want eggs in my body right now. I don't care how you do it. Fish eggs. Chicken eggs. Eggs. Egg. And yes, Diamond. That is a Hat in Time reference. And I love it very much. Ho-hum. Anyways, Eggman's time. Eggman time. The human is a paid actor. The real upper diamond is an actual diamond. Ah, I see. That's true. Kid being like, are you a blood diamond? No, I think Diamond can spill out his own lore. The WithAnX community will determine their lore. And one of these days, the Diamond community and the WithAnX community will merge. Not really. Actually, let's take the merging out. I'm being a little bit too forward. Sorry, Diamond. I had a couple of things. I didn't mean it maliciously. At all. I respect your autonomy. I would never want to take that away from you. But, like, you want eggs? Official, like, oh man, a rare fourth drink? I've been doing them a little bit more recently. Because if you think about it, like, so... One of the things that I like to tell about, like... Oh, thank you for that, kid. One of the things that I say about mindful drinking is the amount that you drink, the amount of time that you're drinking over, the amount of food in your body, the amount of water in your body. And I've been streaming a lot later, which means I've actually got some more time, at least in, like, for my comfort level, to consume more beverages, not necessarily in their entirety. I don't think I'm gonna wind up finishing this Bloody Mary drink, only because it's not really a flavor that I'm super used to, and I'm just not really attached to it right now. But something else to explore a little bit more. What the? Ugh. I could also really use a drink.
Nice.
Kid with all the biddies out there. Justice for Upper Diamond. Do hand flick. Sorry, forgot to please my last message. Thank you. Yeah. Yumito's like, what about a cured egg for garnish? LOL. Oh, no, don't laugh at that, my guy. I want a cured egg. I think cured eggs, if I'm correct in saying, Yumito, is like you take egg and you put it in salt or like vinegar or soy sauce or something like that. Is that what you're talking about? Is that a cured egg? Alexa, how do you cure an egg?
From whisky.com. Germination requires 2 years.
Not germination, you dumbass. What the hell, man? Oh, now we've got a hype train happening. That means shots of water. That's what we do. And if we get to level 5, that means I'll take another shot of pickle juice. We're at hype train level 2. Hype train level 2. 2 shots of water. Where's my shot glass? What the fuck is my shot glass? I know I took shot glasses. Where are my thingies? Where are my thingies? I've got a skull shot. Let's take things back to the bar and party out for a little bit. Dude, who did that? Oh, Brenny was giving out the subscriber. Oh my gosh, you're giving out the gift memberships with Kid with the bits and Benny with the subs. Thank you guys. For the pursuit of better drinks is what I say, or at least I try to. Renzo's like, new blue curacao is my direction, my dyslexia kicking in. Yeah, there's blue curacao. It's possible that the site isn't indexing on it properly. My apologies if it isn't. Putting a couple of waters in my body. That was good stuff out there. All right, who received the beauty of Brenny? Candy, Happy Duck, Umito out there too. Kid with the biddies, there we go. Howdy, nerds. What's going on, OG Happy Dude? Welcome back, y'all. Actually, welcome back. Never mind. That's a first-time chat. I've never heard from OG Happy Dude to do. What's going on, fellow nerd? Got a hype train happening right now, evidently. I take shots of water and other non-alcoholic things because we're all about mindful drinking around here. And as I was saying before, Renzo, if you got the thing, I got blue curacao, by the way, if you're still asked the question out there. I took a cocktail request already tonight that combined Bloody Mary mix and oregano-infused gin with a bit of Parmesan cheese. I still have the Parmesan cheese, and I'm hankering for another drink with egg in them. And it seems like Renzo might have a recipe of some sort. Diamond out there saying, remember the time when there were 6 people and I was the only one that didn't get 5 gifted subs? It's wild how the world works out there, yo. Kid with the 10 bits out there with the beautiful unicorn biddies. I always love stuff like that. OG Happy Dude saying, I was in YouTube chat for the longest, but I'm on the platform that you're on the most. Oh, that's probably what happened. I was going to say, I feel like I recognize you, but you're on the Twitch chat, and Twitch told me it's your first time chat, so that's kind of how that works out there. Happy saying too, did you say Happy Duck? That's a new one to me. Did I say duck? If I did, I did not mean that. I have been drinking if it wasn't already obvious. Oh man. Official on the YouTube side is like, what is a hype train? So a hype train on the Twitch side is when a bunch of people do things like give donations via bits or give gifted subscriptions to people, which is the same thing as memberships on YouTube. A hype train happens where it encourages the community to give more to the creator, and the more they give to the creator, the higher level that you get, and you get certain benefits. Like you mostly just get emotes from it, but sometimes the creator will do things depending on the hype train level to try to celebrate and stuff like that. For me, I try to take shots of water because hydration is necessary anyways. Other people will do like shots of liquor and stuff like that. And that's just not really my vibe. Not really my vibe. Although I did, admittedly, I did take 3 shots on Monday, and I was paying for it after the fact, but it was so fun, dude. We had the Pico Pico back, which was technically 2 shots. We had the M&M, the Amaro Montenegro, and Mezcal. I see Kid out there with the snowman biddies. Apparently, we're 58% to the next hype train level. I'll take another shot of water. By all means, by the way, y'all, don't worry about contributing. It is okay. We got charity events coming up soon. So if you want, you can save your things for that. We'll be benefiting a really great cause, specifically for, if we can get it to work, the Dyslexia Foundation. Good stuff. Official being like clinically YouTube viewer. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think we have anything equivalent to a hype train on YouTube. Nothing yet. But YouTube is getting closer and closer to their own version of Twitch every single day, and they're certainly trying their best to, and I think that's kind of hilarious. Renzo's saying, I sent it to you personally. Feel free to change things that you want. I made this in 2016. Official, like, how about a pickleback for each butt given? Nah, dude. Jackson out there being like, shout out to my fellow dyslexics. Absolutely. My partner is asleep right now, but she'd be able to meet you halfway there at the very least. Happy Dude being like, I have been gifted YouTube memberships where I found the channel in the first place. Oh, that's why. Okay, great. You were a recipient of one of the memberships of the YouTube side. We have a very generous community here, and I greatly appreciate it. That just means that I get more wacky bottles for you to put in the infinity bottle if you want to. I saw a Kid out there with 100 biddies and the little corgi emoji, which is beautiful, dude. Renzo saying it's been 9 years since I made this recipe. 2016 the math does work out that way, doesn't it? Diamond out there saying that I found out that Worms was on sale for 80% off. Had to get it for the nostalgia and actually learn how to play it. I used to play a little bit of Worms with my friends back in high school. Not a lot of it. Not a lot of it. But a little bit of it. All I did back in my day, saying Diamond further, is spam Armageddon and Concrete Donkey and hope for the best. And Earthquake too, but can't forget about that. I do have Worms in my library, and a piece of me thought that maybe we could do like Worms-inspired drinks. But I don't know of any worm cocktails. But I do know other cocktails. Also, Twitch is telling me to open the hype chest. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna click the button and see what happens. I got the mega consume emote. That's hilarious. Unfortunately, consumption at this channel isn't a thing anymore. Now it's hydration. Twitch, you're behind, my guy. You're behind. To everybody who contributed during the hype train, thank you for your contributions. I'm gonna spend it on alcohol. Probably. Or something else entirely. All right. Back to this shit again. Oh, actually, let me look at... What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? Renzo sent me a recipe. Renzo's recipe's got rum, curacao, creme de menthe, lime juice, simple syrup, and egg white for a frothy texture and a mystical texture. For a frothy and mystical texture, optional. Fresh mint leaves. I don't have any mint leaves, unfortunately, anymore. If that's a main part of it... I mean, we have the creme de menthe in there, so the mint leaves is a pretty good tie back to what goes into it. Possibly. I'm considering that one. I do have all the ingredients, and it would be like a minty flip. I've never had a minty flip before, so that could actually be pretty interesting. Do I want that now? Do I want that now, or do I want that later? I want that now. I'm gonna do that now. We're gonna let the music play in the background. We're gonna do that now. We're taking another cocktail break. I got another recipe from Renzo. Renzo's given me an opportunity to try an egg with mint flavors. I've never had a minty flip before. So we're gonna give this one a try. Pour one out for the Sicilians, because I don't really want that cocktail. And I didn't actually finish my Infinity Margarita either. I'll put both of those in here. We'll get to that. We'll continue on from there. Do a little bit of cleanup over here. Put it in the buckets. There we go. JD out there being like, Cam is going ham on my drinks, man. Yeah, dog. That's what we do. It's a bar after all, isn't it? Abe out there being like the Necro Nom Nom Nomicon, the cookbook of the day. Or Necro Nom Nom Nom, the spiced rum, which you can buy at Reading Terminal here in Philadelphia, actually. Official saying, I kind of wish streams on the West were more like Billy streams. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Who is Billy again? Can't say I'm familiar with the character. Egg some cute seal randomly on a cruise ship. Hat in Time, 2018. Egg some cute seal. Yeah, egg. That's the one. Oh, Official, you get the reference too to A Hat in Time. Excellent. Renzo's asking if I sent a name for this one. No. Sounds tasty to me regardless, right? Jay Novice being like, I am Sicilian, cheers. So am I, bro. Cheers right back to you. Pour one out for the Sicilians. Renzo's got a blue eggy cocktail with mint in it that I'm very curious to try. I've never actually had a mint flip before. So to try it. Oh, actually, this is not a mint flip. My apologies. This is not a flip. This is a fizz, because it's got an egg white. It doesn't have a full egg in it, so this is not a minty flip. It's just an egg white drink. So we need an egg white for this one. It calls for, whoops, do I have any ingredients? Let me see if I got all my ingredients here. It calls for white rum, blue curacao, creme de menthe, lime juice, simple syrup, egg white, and if you got mint leaves, you can put mint leaves in there. The mint leaves that I had on Monday, I no longer have. I found weird bugs crawling in them, so I threw them out. Edible glitter, or a sugared rim. I feel like because you have lime juice in there, there's not going to be much going on with the edible glitter, but I'm going to add it anyways and see what happens. Small ice shard or a rock candy to resemble her ice magic. Oh, the Wayfinder elixir. That's what it's called. The Wayfinder elixir at the very bottom. This is shaken. You need an egg white. Dry shake for about 10 seconds. So dry shake, wet shake. Garnish with the mint, sugared rim, small ice shards or otherwise. Is this served? Small ice shards or rock candy. We're unbreakable connections. I assume we're serving this up in a coupe glass, so I'm going to go with that one, right? What do I see out there? Kid out there saying bedtime good night. Thanks for popping in, kid. Appreciate that. Official saying, I hope I hope they make a Hat in Time too. That would be pretty cool, right? Raro out there saying, are your cocktail series dependent, or do you switch up the games every now and then? From what I've seen, it's been primarily Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts. So Kingdom Hearts was a game that I played a while back. I'm playing through Sonic the Hedgehog right now, so I'm making Sonic the Hedgehog drinks personally. I am working on a system to be able to do sub playthroughs that I can go through a little bit more like smaller games and do one-off drinks and whatnot, but I'm very behind on that, to be honest. A lot of the actual Final Fantasy drinks and stuff were actually suggestions from Foxworks Studio, aka Renzo. I take cocktail requests here, which I'm doing right now, and a lot of Renzo's drinks are inspired by Castlevania, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, because that's the kind of stuff that Renzo really likes over on the YouTube side. Are you guys on the same chat? Nah, no. Rare, you're over there on the vertical side. Renzo's on the horizontal side, so you two probably can't see each other. But a lot of those things, chat requesting a drink is never my recipe. If you see a recipe of mine on the interwebs on one of those shorts, it'll have a little thing that has a little breakthrough to the photo I have. And if you're ever wondering any of the cocktails that I've made here at the Bar with an X of my own creation, I've got a website with all of the information that you never needed to know about the drinks. Solid question. Welcome in, Mother Rivera. So let me grab a shaker for this one. I got shakers down here. There we go. This is the 4th shaker I've used during this stream. Lucky for me, I've got like 6 of them, so it works. We're gonna start with an egg white in one side of our cocktail shaker. Oh, come on, let's get back in the refrigerator. Thank you. You know, the tool that I was going to use to separate the egg white from the egg yolk, I threw halfway across the room, so I'm just gonna go with the easy one. The easy one being, just putting it in between the little eggshells. I got a very tiny egg here. This is a very tiny egg. Move this away from the thing. Official being like, I'm gonna stop drinking now. Dude, more power to you. Start with an egg white. There we go, just gonna get the... Oh! I dropped the egg yolk in there. Alright, that's fine. It didn't crack, though. They're gonna scoop it out. There we go. Recovered. We recovered from it. It's all good. Let me toss this real quick, because I'm not very good at reusing my egg yolks. I never have been. I probably never will be. I see Renzo out there saying I'm always open to DMs and I can make cocktail recipes for people too. Yeah, it's true, it's true. Official saying I have a big 2-people party with your boyfriend tomorrow, so I gotta be at your best. There you go, dude. Get yourself some rest, put some water in your system, and drink well, my friend. All right. Next, we're gonna add 1.5 ounces of white rum. I've got khaki, y'all, and you know my opinion of khaki. Maynap's like, keep the egg yolk to cure it. Oh, I already tossed it, man. That would have been such a good idea. I got more eggs. Despite the fact that the egg market is absolutely in shambles right now. Man. Jackson out there being like, cheers to that. I'm gonna start drinking right now. Ooh, what do you got? What do you got in your glass, Jackson? Is it, I see a backwards N. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not, feel free to correct me on it. But I'm curious of what's in your glass. 1.5 ounces of white rum. I'm gonna start building this to the other side of the shaker because I don't want to curdle that egg white. Let's see, we got 1.5 ounces, half. This might be a little bit too big for my coupe glass, but we're gonna kind of try to give it a shot. We're gonna give it a shot anyways. 1/2 ounce of blue curacao. Shut that down here. Rare out there saying, that's a crazy idea. I'd love to see a Resident Evil cocktail sometime. I might have to start digging and seeing what's popular among the community. Rare, if you have a suggestion for any game here on the channel, feel free to use !suggest and suggest the games that you'd like to see drinks from. I look through all the requests and it generates a message straight to our Discord server, so I don't forget about it. Because I'm drinking during these live streams, right? So I tend to forget certain things because the stream tends to be a very ephemeral thing. And if I do forget it, I don't really want to. No pressure though. 1/2 ounce of blue curacao. Using my bowls. There we go. Jackson out there saying dark and stormy with some mango nectar. Ooh, and lime. Oh, that sounds like a nice balance. I'm curious of how the dark and stormy goes with that little bit of extra lime and the mango nectar, which I imagine is going to balance it out a little bit. That's so cool. That sounds tasty. When I was younger, I wasn't a big fan of mango, but I've wisened up a little bit. We got some yellow mangoes from the store the other day, and I took one bite into it because I thought it was going to be good. It was very underripe, and I was very disappointed. Oh, I hope your mango experience is better than mine. Umito being like, I didn't know we could suggest games. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I'm not necessarily going to tell you when I play them. Speaking openly, y'all, I want to do a heck of a lot more cocktails, and my goal this year is 200 original drinks, and I'm sitting at about 75 right now. I am not going to meet that goal at the current rate, so something's got to change. I got plans, but I need some more change. I need some more of those. Renzo out there saying, apparently you've made a couple of Resident Evil drinks. There we go, dude. Reach out to Renzo. He's the guy for it. Next, we'll do creme de menthe. Where are my creme de menthe down here? Where are you, creme de menthe? There you are. Right behind my falernum. I don't have a lot of creme de menthe left. I gotta make sure I track that in the inventory. Hello there. Jackson being like, it's a delicious balance. It sounds like it would be. Half an ounce of creme de menthe. I've got enough of it. Very cool. Then we got some lime juice, half an ounce of that. What I see out there. Umito saying in the suggestion box in the Discord, yes, actually, if you want to make a suggestion for any game, recipe, or literally anything at all, changes to the stream, we're a changing community here. Things are improving every day. You can either put it into the suggestion channel in our Discord server, or you can use !suggest right here in the stream, and it will send a message to the Discord server if Discord isn't your thing, or you don't want to pop in. I totally respect your boundaries, and I'm not trying to force you to join yet another platform if that's not really your thing. So now we need the lime juice. But yes, Umito, to your point, because I know you're in the Discord already, you can put it right in there. We'll do half an ounce. There's all half an ounce? Yeah. Half an ounce of lime juice.
Operating this machine.
That was a very heavy pour. There we go. Then half an ounce of simple syrup. I made some fresh just the other day. Umito being like, done. Renzo's like, Umito, are you in the Discord? Umito. That's all I'll say. Half an ounce of simple syrup. There we go. I got my rum, I got my curacao, I got my menthe, I got my lime, I got my simple, I got my egg whites. Now I just need, if you had fresh mint leaves, you do that. And then a little bit of edible glitter and sugar on the rim. Real quick, because my sugar rims, I think, do a lot better when I, instead of using lime juice, because I don't actually have any limes here, I use a little bit of corn syrup to make sure that everything adheres to the side of the glass. So let me go get that. I didn't learn using corn syrup from anybody. I just came up with it one day and it just happens to work. Because, like, if you use simple syrup to rim the side of a cocktail glass, it really doesn't work very well. Do I want to rim the glass ahead of time? I think I want to rim the glass ahead of time. Probably. Just to make sure, right? Am I missing anything? Oh, the edible glitter. Edible glitter. Let me do that next. Then we'll move on. Where is my luster dust? There we go. I don't typically want to add a lot of this stuff, you know? Jay being like, Cam's a rim expert. You goddamn right I am. I try at least. Renzo out there saying, answer my question. I'm working on adding all my recipes to there, so if you have a character or game, reach out and I'll let you know. There we go, dude. Let's add a pinch of luster dust or edible glitter. Good stuff. Yeah, Jay, have you seen my rim jobs? They are on point, and usually only half done. I don't half-ass many things, but I do half-ass my rim jobs, because if I half-ass it, that means that there's another half of the ass that doesn't have the rimming, and some people like a lack of rimming. We try to remain courteous here at the bar, but that's just kind of how we do. Ahead of time, I'm gonna rim one of my actually, let's do this at the very beginning. This cocktail calls for a rim glass, so let's rim this glass halfway with a bit of sugar. Where's my corn syrup? Where did I just put my corn syrup? Oh, it's literally right here, because I'm a dumbass. Umito being like, we can already talk about MTG cocktails. That, we can do that. Oh, yeah. Let it happen. Let it happen. Let me take a little bit of... Let me grab this guy over here. Let me grab a plate here. Put this off to the side. I'm trying to think of the order of operations here. I'm going to edit this tomorrow. That's my thing. Take a little plate and sprinkle some sugar on it. Use some light corn syrup to paint the side of the glass, and then dip it into the sugar until you've had your desired rimming.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Give this a tap a little bit. Put out like that. Corn syrup. Paint the side of the glass with it. Just like this. I find that using light corn syrup, for me, is easier than using citrus sometimes, and obviously offers a different flavor. If you're going for something that's got a citrusy vibe to it, citrus juice is probably going to be your best friend here because it's got a stickiness to it that actually keeps the sugar on the rim. But for me, if you want a sweet rim, I don't find that simple syrup works very well. It's just too watery. Something like a light corn syrup really helps things stick to the side, or honey is also a great option. Close that up and put it over here. Umito out there saying, Cam's got to work on a riff for a Ramos. I already have a riff on a Ramos, actually. It was one of the Disney cocktails that we did for charity over a year ago. It's called The Citizens of Hollywood, and it's up on the website. There we go. Who was calling me a rim expert? Who out there? Jay, was that you? You, Jay? I'd say that's a pretty adequate rim, wouldn't you say so? Take your rim glass and put it in the freezer while you build the cocktail. Bam! I just rimmed the cocktail. Isn't that crazy? I just made the cocktail. I have all the things in there. Put my sugar back. I see Jackson out there being like, sheesh, Magic the Gathering cocktails? Lay it on me. Rise of the Dark Realm seems like a wicked drink. Dude, it could be. It could be. I'm not super well read up on the Magic the Gathering community, but I am aware of the fact that there are members of our community that are very well read on it, up on it, and one of these days, I'm gonna pick your brains about it. One of these days. All right, did I miss any ingredients over here? I don't think I did. Dry shake this first, and then we'll do it. Great. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm looking forward to this one. I think I'm gonna like this. Dry shake this first with no ice, and then when you're done dry shaking it, add ice to it and give it a wet shake next.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Trying my best to keep this thing shut. There we go. That was probably one of the best dry shakes that I have had in a long time. Ooh, this is gonna be cool, dude. Literally, because it'll be cold now, you know? Umito out there being like, sorry, I missed some details. I work on a twist on the Ramos called the Fizz Mizet. Oh, interesting. Fizz Mizet. Is that a Magic the Gathering thing? I'm aware of Izzet as a thing in MTG, and that's like red-blue, I believe. If that's an MTG thing, that's a cool name, dude. The Fizz Mizet. It's cool, dude. I'm gonna add a couple of small cubes and a cheater cube, or a couple of small cheater cubes and a big cube. It's gonna help with the textures. There we go. Big cube. Round two. Okie dokie. Umito being like, Izzet is a guild led by a dragon named Nizet. I didn't realize that. That's cool, actually. I never knew that. All right. Double strain this into that glass from earlier. If you've got mint, you can also garnish it with that, but I don't.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Whew, luckily my glass was already prepared. Let's bring the cocktail angle over. I want to see if this has a sort of sparkly nature to it. I don't think it will, just because of the ingredients in there, but I've been wrong before. Here we go. Put that there. Move back a bit. Little half rim for the camera. All right. The Wayfinder elixir was what this called. What this is called. Double strain it into that glass from earlier. It was still very cold. Get on up there, buddy. Come on, buddy. Ooh, you're going for it today. There we go. Oh man, the foam on this one's gonna be good, dude. I think so. I think I have too much liquid in here, but we're about to find out. If I didn't say double strain already, do that. Yeah. Whew. Are there any sparklies? I can see a little bit of sparklies. I don't know if y'all can see the sparkliness in there, but I see a little bit of sparkliness. Just a tad bit. It's very blue. It's very cyan. What a very cyan drink. This is the Wayfinder's elixir, right? Yeah. The Wayfinder elixir. From Renzo. Another recipe from Renzo. The Wayfinder elixir, another recipe from Renzo.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Ooh. It reminds me a lot of like... It reminds me of like mint gum. I feel like I've had a mint gum that tastes exactly like this. And I feel like it was called Cool Blue. Cool Blue Mint or something like that. Very similar. It is minty, mildly orangey, a little bit citrusy in a way. And it's got a very, very soft texture that I swear reminds me as if I was actually taking a bite of a stick of gum. Very orange forward, and I really appreciate the notes being had here. What else do we have in there? We had the rum, nice base. Had the lime counteracting the blue curacao and the syrup. Yeah. It's very orange forward. It's very orange forward. It's very soft. And it's got a nice sweetness to it. And the texture is just beautiful. Naturally, I feel like it's sweeter. You sip it from the side with the sugar. But if not, nice and minty too. It's cool. Renzo, this is a very pleasant sipper. I don't think I've yet to have a combination that combines mint and egg white together, and this is my first. And I kind of like where this is going, dude. Renzo being like, that perfect blue for aqua. Aqua for the water. Unless this is supposed to be a reference to Kingdom Hearts, in which case, maybe. Perhaps. I like that. I see official saying like, ooh, it's blue. It's true, we added blue curacao to it. Let's see, the rum was clear. The lime juice was a little bit yellowish, technically. It was gonna come out blue.
I'm really getting tired of operating this machine.
Put the rest of it together, because I think it missed a little bit. Yeah, there was a lot of liquid in there. A little bit too large from a coupe glass. A little bit too large. I gotta get bigger coupe glasses at some point. One of these days. Do a little bit of reorganizing my thing over here. Renzo, what series was this one inspired by? I know you're saying the perfect blue for aqua, but is this a Kingdom Hearts drink? Supposedly? I'm especially curious because if it is a drink for aqua, there have been a number of people in the comments section on TikTok who were just like, can we get like some Terra Aqua and Ventus drinks? And I was like, one of these days, man. One of these. Renzo's like, Aqua is a playable character from Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep. This is her cocktail. Yo! It is in fact a drink for Aqua for Kingdom Hearts. Dude, even cooler. I don't have a drink of my own for her yet. So for now, you can have it. Cheers, mate. Spilling all over myself. My goodness. Good stuff, man. Yeah, again, I don't think I've ever had an egg white fizzy cocktail. An egg white, I've never had an egg white mint sour. That's essentially what this is. Essentially, it's like an orangey, it's an orange minty egg white sour. Not super sour, more on the sweeter end, and it's really tasty. Especially with the mint note, but it's very gummy, and I like that. All right, very cool, y'all. I think I got my last drink of the evening as I try to make my way through Sand Ocean. That was good stuff. I appreciate you, Renzo, for sharing another recipe with us. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? What are you doing? There you go. There we go. Bring that up there. Watch which side of the glass you take this from. Only because I just got syrup and sugar on my fingers. And I'm not mad, dude. I'm not mad in the least bit. It tastes delightful. The sugar's good. The mint is good. Orange, like, honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of orange flavor. But there is a balance between the sour and the sweet, which I personally appreciate, and the extra texture that you get from that egg white, in addition to the minty note from kind of juxtaposing the orange, is something I've never had before. It's cool. All right, let's go back to the beginning of this. I screwed up again. I'm gonna get the A rank in this place, and then I'm probably gonna call it quits for the night. Maybe do the 100 rings. I don't know yet. Renzo saying I have a Terra and Ventus and Riku and Vanitas and Shion and Xemnas, Ansem, and a lot more. Yeah, dude. Keep those recipes good. Here's my question for you, Renzo, and I know this was a recipe from a couple of years ago, but if you had to assign a reason for each of the ingredients, what would they be? And I know you did give notes in the Discord message, but I kind of want to hear you say it here. Because I know it's been 9 years since you made the drink, so do you find, looking back on the recipe, if there's anything that you would do differently, because I assume you know the characters more now than you did previously, when you made the recipe the first time? I know one of the things that I've personally tried to get around with is thinking about cocktails that I've made in the past, and how the inspiration wasn't exactly on point, or whether the recipe implementation could have been better. And I'm of a mindset to always be improving, even on things that are more or less set in stone, like recipes of the past. So I would say, like, you're an even better mixologist if you can look at the stuff that you made 9 years ago and find a means to improve it. Because there's stuff that I made even a year ago that I'm like, oh yeah, I could have done that better. Just because I'm a much better mixologist now than I was even when last year happened. And a completely different person from then too, but that's more philosophical, you know? Renzo out there saying my responses are slow because I'm making MTG decks for Friday. Dude, you're totally fine. Don't worry about it. Was that a good one? Great. Excellent. Renzo like, okay, let's run this cocktail down. Yeah, dude, go for it. I'm curious, man. You know how I feel about this stuff anyways. I write entire blog posts about the inspirations behind my cocktails. Because, like, honestly, I don't know enough about Aqua's character to know, aside from the color of the drink, what pieces of this are, like, representative of her as a person. Like, to me, this is just kind of like a minty orangey drink that happens to be blue just because of the ingredients that put inside of it. But I would be asking the question to myself, like, is a sour-style cocktail really appropriate for the character? Is the egg white fluffiness in there also appropriate for the character? Is the presentation of the coupe glass also good for the character? I find that when I was thinking about Axel's drink, for example, the old-fashioned style presentation was something that I really vibe with, only because, like, he's kind of a gruff personality, and he's a dude. He's a dude, he's kind of gruff, he's not necessarily the softest person, but that note of the slow processed honey syrup with the lemon inside of it was kind of a gentle nod to his kind of attention to details to his friends. He's got a soft spot for his friends, which is why the honey I felt like was a really good place for him. Or it was a good ingredient for him when I think about it. And the thought occurred to me too, especially for Axel's drink, whether or not it was better implemented as a shaken cocktail or a stirred cocktail, because I had used the honey syrup that was made with the lemons, and I was like, it's got lemon in it, therefore, does it need to be shaken? And when I shook it, I actually didn't like it very much. I liked it better when it was stirred. I thought that was pretty cool. Renzo out there being like, white rum equals smooth and refined. She's the one who became a Keyblade master instead because of her control of her emotions. Cool and refined for the rum as a choice there. Oddly enough, when you say that she's a cool and refined character, I would think that the mint is a better representation. Maybe not better. I'm gonna try to avoid using words like better or more appropriate anything. This is your implementation. There is nothing wrong with your implementation, right? But when I think of cool and calm-headed, mint gives me that vibe, not necessarily white rum. And in terms of smoothness, right, like if I think of a smooth spirit, my mind actually immediately goes to vodka more so than rum, because rum tends to be a little bit funky, and you don't necessarily get smooth notes out of an unaged rum just because of the variety that rum expressions happen to be. But if you haven't had a funky white rum, they exist out there, my guy. And I would say for most purposes, a rum wouldn't necessarily be smooth unless it's kind of like devoid of flavor. And if I'm being honest, the khaki rum that I used here doesn't have a lot of flavor, and it's vodka-like, and that's being nice about that rum. So it works particularly well in this cocktail, and it is very, very, there's not any funky flavors. The funky flavors might get interesting with the mint. It might get funky with the sort of tropical flavor that you might interpret from the Blue Curaçao's orange flavor. Maybe. I don't know. The egg white, at the very least, the thing that I really wanted to explore with this cocktail in particular was the play with the egg whites and the mints. Because I've never had that combo before, and it really does give a texture that to me is very akin to, like, gum in a way. Like gums that I've had in the past. And I can't remember what brand exactly, but man. Silver Spark out there being like, please go back and get the Chow box. Maybe. Good point. Did I miss the Chow box already? I might. I'll admit, y'all, I have not been focusing very much on my Chows recently. I did think I determined for myself that the Chows are going to be the last thing that I do. Because then we get to hang around in the Chow Garden for like the last part of the series, and honestly, I'm cool with that. I don't mind hanging out in the Chow Garden for a prolonged period of time. I'm cool with it. Renzo saying, in addition to the white rum for smoothness, the Blue Curaçao gives us our characteristic blue color, and citrus, since she is the one who bequeathed the Keyblade to Sora on Destiny Islands. And I imagine the connection between Destiny Islands and the citrus is because tropical, right? And citrus tends to be a little bit more like warmer climate type stuff. B rank. Wow, dude, this place is terrible though. This place is terrible. Oh my god.
Stage select.
Getting further and further into it. I want to get this A rank tonight. That's my goal. That is my goal here. I feel like I guess I'm just not doing big enough combos. There's definitely bigger combos around here, but the question is where? Oh, hi. You were glitching it, aren't you? Oh, that was interesting for a hot moment. I'm gonna restart that. I got so confused for a hot second there. For me, when I was doing my own ideas for specifically Roxas's cocktail, because in my head, when I thought of Roxas, I thought of Ventus, and I thought of Sora. So my thoughts for... Actually, no. This is making reference to the Simple and Clean cocktail, which I did for the main Keyblade, the Kingdom Key. For Destiny Island, the thing that stuck out to me the most was the coconuts on the island. So I wound up using coconut as a means to kind of be a motif for Sora, but also Destiny Islands. And a coconut rum could be interesting. I wonder how coconut would go in this particular drink here. Coconut and mint, I don't think I've had together either. That still sounds like a combination worth exploring as well. Renzo saying creme de menthe equals our cool flavor to reestablish her level-headed demeanor, and she mainly uses ice magic, and mint would be something that is kind of icy. I get that cooling effect. I get that. I definitely vibe with that. To me, mint winds up representing wind because of its cooling nature, or ice because of its cooling nature. Mint also kind of has an air of being green in implementation, so could also just be a representation of a green color depending on what flavors kind of gel well with each other. Can't say I've made a drink specifically using, let's say, green creme de menthe for specifically something that evoked like wind or something similar to the fact. I did do one drink with green creme de menthe, but that was for something for one of the class I teaches, and one of the classes that I teach, the Dungeon Cooler, which uses green to make a very clear distinction between layers of the cocktail. The bottom one is very, very dark and coffee forward, and the top one has a green color to it, mostly because we wanted to, it's a class about teaching cocktail techniques, so green is a cool color, and you can get that in mint fashion. Renzo saying the lime juice follows the tropical connection to Destiny Island, and it also balances out the sweetness, as opposed to, you know, any other citrus, for example. Simple syrup adds sweetness, and how kind she is to Ventus, Sora, and Kyrie, along with anybody else in trouble. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. For me, it represents as a very sweet cocktail. Not super sweet, not cloyingly sweet, but sweet as far as sours go. This being an egg white sour, which egg white is absolutely called for in drinks such as this. I want to say there's something, I haven't done a lot of research on exactly why you add egg white to sour cocktails, aside from the whole texture aspect of it. I want to say there's something along the lines of acid with the egg whites as a means to not just provide texture, but also help with like the physics of the drink, I think? But I honestly don't know off the top of my head. Like, aside from egg white drinks tend to be sours, I don't know exactly why they go together like that. Not off the top of my head. I feel like that's definitely a deep dive topic that's worth going through at some point, especially for my mixological inspirations. Especially for me, I like to try to find the why behind combinations. Just kind of going back to what we were talking about before, about like certain things, just because they have been done before doesn't mean that they need to continue. And if they were just done just because everybody else did it, and that's like the normal way you do things, doesn't mean that you can't do some really, really cool things with unusual combinations. And that was the A rank we were going for. That was the A rank we were going for.
Stage select.
Umito being like the high citric acid from the lemon juice helps stabilize the egg white foam. That's a good point too. I imagine, to Umito's point, there is, with a high acidity in the drink, because what egg white winds up doing is provide protein, right? Protein is broken down by acid, so when you get egg white in a cocktail and you shake it up real good, the foam on top benefits from something like acid to, once the proteins have done their job of attaching to some of the flavor components and some of the color and this, that, and the other thing, you break it down with the addition of the citrus to make sure that the foam stays foamy, for lack of a better term. Umito being like, I add them all the time in my Midori sours, which you should. In my opinion, egg white elevates any sour type cocktail. I'm gonna try to do 100 rings here. And I'm not going for the A rank, so if the A rank happens, cool. If not, I'm just gonna go to bed afterwards. We'll see how far I get with this. Renzo being like, egg white gives us a change to the texture, which reminded me of Magic. She is the magic user of the trio. I also just learned about adding eggs to cocktails, at the time at least, yeah, right? I would even say that the luster dust that you add could also be a nod to magic use, only because, you know, cool optical effects and stuff like that. Umito being like, the Midori Sour is the favorite cocktail by far. Oh, dude, it's a solid cocktail to have. I don't think I've had a Midori Sour not with egg white. Not with egg white, but Midori is so nice too. It's got such a lovely, like Midori to me is such a clean sweetness. It's a it's a candy sweetness without being super candy-like. Supposedly it tastes like Japanese melons. I've never actually had a Japanese melon before, so I've not got no confirmation that it actually tastes like what the inspiration is supposed to be. Oh, dude, I was one ring away. One ring away, dude. That was incredible. Renzo saying the mint leaves, glitter, sugar, ice shards also help accentuate the other feeling of sweetness, cool, and magic. That actually went super easily. All right, the chow is the last thing I'm doing. The hidden chow is the last thing I'm doing because I think I know where that is. Then I'll be done for the night. I promise. And we'll do more eggy drinks next week because I don't have any original cocktails in my buffer. Gee whiz. Bye-bye Omachow, I guess. I don't think this is where I wanted to be. Oh, wait. Did I skip so far ahead in this? Wow, dude. That was pretty cool. That was really cool. I just skipped so far ahead. That's incredible. Wow. Yeah, what were we just talking about? What were we just talking about? Yeah. Egg white drinks. More egg drinks for Eggman, because it just makes sense. I am working on an Eggman cocktail right now, but I'm actually not that far with it. Mostly because I'm stuck on, the implementation for what I want to put on top of it. Because Eggman's drink is absolutely going to be a flip or egg white drink, egg white sour of some sort. However, I don't really have very good inspiration for it, only because, no, I do have good inspiration for it, but I want to do a decal on top of the egg white foam. And I tried to print something on my 3D printer to allow me to actually put like bitters or something on top in a convenient and easy manner, and I just haven't worked on it in a while. But Robotnik definitely gets an egg flip or something like that. And I think it's gonna be red, but I don't want it to be like just red because of Angostura or anything like that, so I'm still figuring out exactly what flavors I want to add to it to kind of channel his inner genius or something. Oh, ad break. It says ad break ends in 3 minutes. Oh, well, apparently I have an ad break right now, but for some reason my overlay hasn't updated, but I have an ad break happening right now, so we're gonna wait till that's over. I don't know why my overlay didn't proc. That also means, wait a second, that also means if that's not working, that means that it's possible that, does this button work? No, that does work. Okay, something weird happening with the overlay right now. That's fine, that's fine. Umito saying, do you know egg liqueur exists? That could be something to be explored. Oh, Advocat? Yes, I do. I don't have a bottle of Advocat yet. Oddly enough, only because you bring it up, Umito, I've got a book out here that I learned about Advocat from. What is the book? What is the book? I want to say I learned about Advocat from this book called The Home Bartender, only because it just brings up the idea of Advocat, and I'd never heard of it before. Advocat is an egg spirit, basically. And I think that's what you're talking about, Umito. I'm sure there are other egg spirits out there. Big Callum popping back in, saying that you just ran 3 miles. Sorry you couldn't be here the whole time. Dude, don't worry about it. You do what you gotta do. I'm glad you're keeping your fitness up. How are we're drinking? I've got this drink inspired by Aqua from Kingdom Hearts from Renzo. It is minty and orangey and includes an egg white and the whole theme of the drinks that we've had this evening. Let's see. Renzo out there saying, hold up a second. I want to make sure I read your comments. I still got an ad running, by the way. My overlay hasn't caught up. Umito talking about the candy likeness and a little bit chemical note of Midori. I see that. Renzo saying, and knowing what I know now, I would probably change the rum to something a little bit more like vodka, add a slight hint of something dark since she was trapped in the realm of darkness for like 10 years, perhaps? Getting the lore dump there, you know? Anyway, says Renzo, while in the dark realm, she fell to the darkness and was Norded, or like pseudo-Norded. Callan being like, is that like sea salt ice cream? Not at all. Completely different from sea salt ice cream. Trying to find what recipe in this book specifically utilized Advocat, because I swear I learned it from this book, and while the ads are going, I feel like it's useful. Advocat? Anything? Did I not learn it from this book? I guess I didn't. All right, well, I guess I didn't learn it from the book at all. I have absolutely no idea where I learned of Advocat, but I think that's the spirit Umido was talking about. There might be more egg spirits, egg liqueurs out there, but I just don't know them off the top of my head. Good stuff. I've wanted to play around with that, but I just not as comfortable working with cream liqueurs. It's just an area that has so far been kind of left underutilized for me. Callan being like, it looks pretty though. Dude, it is such a neon yellow, neon blue color. I freaking love it. All right, well, according to Twitch, the ad breaks are over, so I believe the community is back. So welcome back if you were watching the ads. If you were, great. Nobody else knew what was going on because the overlay didn't update. That's because that's the old bot's job. The old bot is in charge of that particular piece of the stream, and I haven't updated it. And one of the reasons I'm happy to port things over from cruise control to streamer bot is because of the fact that things just glitch and it doesn't work half the time. Just go on to something that works a little bit better, you know? Constant improvement here on the XBarwithanx, naturally. Renzo's saying, and the cocktail is glittery. It is. It is in a way. It's like mildly glittery. One of the things that doesn't really help very much with the glittery factor of the drink is the fact that we have other cloudy ingredients in there, like the lime juice, for example. Oh, that's confusing. Oh no, that's going to the, yep, that's going to the water. Yep. Did I click a button by accident? I did not. We're good. We're good. Keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Speed. Speed is what this chow needs. There we go. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Of the drinks that I've seen that are very, very glittery, drinks served in taller glasses with a little bit less opaqueness going on. With the egg white foam too, what you add there is a bit of opaqueness to the drink, just because of what lies on top, and it's a little bit difficult to really appreciate the glittery pieces in there. But that's more semantic thing anyways. I know, at least for the drinks that I've made, I have gone back and forth about whether or not I want to use edible glitter in the drinks or not, because I haven't yet found anything that really screams to me like glitter, right? At least not from anything that I've workshopped so far. The closest thing I've come are to Renzo's point on the magical nature of certain characters, but honestly, I've never been so convinced that that magic, or the element of magic, can't be manifested in a different, perhaps even better way. Oh no, that's the, yep, that's the, yep, that was awesome. That was awesome. What is wrong with the camera? What is, whoa. Hi there. Hi there. I have no idea what the heck happened there. And I think I died so fast that the other death didn't go through. That was wacky. Hold up a second. I think I need another death. There we go. I don't know what the heck that was. That was wacky. Renzo's saying, right, I was thinking about adding 2 to 3 times the glitter you had when I came up with it. Yeah, I guess that's fair, right? If you added more glitter, it would be a little bit more obvious. That is a good point. Solid point. Solid point. The other thing, too, about using, like, edible glitter in cocktails and stuff like that is, like, I feel like nobody ever says exactly how much glitter you're supposed to use. So you don't know ahead of time how much glitter is supposed to be in there. I've wanted to play around with using, instead of just the luster dust that I've got, getting a couple of different colors of it too to kind of expand upon, you know, because I think I just have the white stuff right now, and the white stuff works in certain cases, but not necessarily in other cases. You can get various different colored edible glitters, purple, red, green, blue, and adding that in different color mediums, I feel like is an area of drinks that I really haven't explored very much, because I just don't have all the colors. Oh, don't fall. Nope. I'm gonna go here, and then I can go here, and then I can... No, dude! So close. So close. Renzo being like, please get black luster dust. One of these days. One of these days. You know how the suggestions work, Renzo. I might not remember that particular color. And I only say that, I'm not trying to be a dick about it. I just realized that I'm pretty sure you asked me about black luster dust before. And as soon as you said black luster dust, I was like, oh shit, I think I forgot. but I think I was meaning to. There's a couple of things that are on my list of things to get that I just haven't grabbed for the bar with an X yet. Like, I think Ryan a while ago was asking about liquid smoke for drinks or otherwise, and I was like, oh yeah, I totally vibe with that idea. Oh my god, can I just go over? Oh, dude, I didn't even need it. I didn't even need it. Wow, such speed with this guy. That was pretty cool. Wasn't expecting that to work out the way that it did. I feel like speed is exactly what's happening right now. I feel the speed. Eggman's got the speed. Despite the fact that that's not really his thing. Apparently, Eggman's thing in this game is weaponry and defense. There we go. Speed. There we go. That was perfect! That was perfect. That was so perfect. There you go, buddy. There you go, little buddy. Yeah! I think that was the last one of the evening, y'all. That's the one we're looking for!
I am the best.
Oh, man. I don't like Eggman's levels. How many more Eggman levels do we have? Also, actually, before I go, I'm gonna stop at the Chow Garden because I need a little bit of dark energy in Clementine. Yeah, Eggman's got 2 more stages out here, and we've got 2 more missions over here, so I think next stream we'll probably be able to get all the way through it. Yeah, go get him, Eggy boy. Renzo out there saying, I learned about activated charcoal, and then you told me how it can mess with medications, and in EMT class, I learned it's used to cure poisoning. Yeah, it's really, really good at absorbing shit. But yeah, it can mess around with people's things. Like, that's one of the reasons why I didn't do a lot of stuff with grapefruit. One, because I'm just not as familiar with it, but also because I know it can mess with certain medications too. I don't want to, like, and I don't remember who it was during the stream where we talked about it, right? But somebody was like, for the Amy drink, what can you use in place of grapefruit? And I still thought about that, because I really don't know what else you would do if you can't have, like, a particular flavor that is, like, the core of the drink. I would think that for something like Amy's highball and the mocktail version of it, that if you legitimately can't have grapefruit juice because of medications or because of, you know, allergens or anything like that, that is one of the few cases where using an artificial flavor is like the optimal thing to do, because to my knowledge, it's not going to react with your body in a way that is detrimental to it, but still be able to provide the flavor in whatever way it can, right? And that's interesting to me, because I tend to steer away from artificial flavors for one reason or another, because I don't have any problems with all the fresh stuff, but for the people who don't have the ability to be able to take the fresh stuff on their own, I want to play around with those flavors, not for me, because I don't need it, but for the people who do need it, so that cocktails and mocktails and drinks in general of a high caliber become available for everybody, no matter what your disposition is. Cocktails for all, for the pursuit of better cocktails. Some people would be like, don't use artificial stuff. And I'm like, well, what if you need an artificial thing or you can't taste the flavor of grapefruit? To that, I'm like, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm a man of the people. Damn right, Jay. Renzo's like, I decided to replace it with blackluster dust, and I think it fits better now. Yeah. Yeah. That's why the reason with dude, the same thing with artificial dyes and stuff, too. People, somebody, this is really funny, actually. One of the people on, I think it was the sea salt ice cream video, was like, why are we using blue food dye and not blue curacao? And I was like, oh, because blue curacao kind of tastes like orange, and sea salt ice cream supposedly doesn't taste like citrus, so I use blue food dye because it doesn't add a lot of flavor. And I'm like, oh, I was just really hoping that I'd be able to try the cocktail without any artificial dyes. And I was like, blue curacao is blue because of artificial dyes. They both have artificial dyes. One just has extra flavor that's not good for the inspiration of the drink. And they were like, I didn't know that. And it was an educational moment. Not everybody knows. Not everybody knows that blue curacao is dyed artificially. There's no such thing as a blue orange, at least not to my knowledge. That's good stuff. Jay being like, where can I get artificial happiness? Some people would say that it's at the bottom of the bottle. I don't know. Maybe you gotta add a little bit of activated charcoal to activate the happiness at the bottom of the bottle. Maybe that's what we've all been missing this whole time. Renzo's like, especially the black luster dust in the Void of Vanitas. I feel like lackluster would go so cool with Vanitas. But, like, to me, like, Vanitas feels like it has to have, like, this jet black color with something that represents that weird, like, veiny red stuff happening on his outfit or something like that. I don't know, dude. I've got ideas for Vanitas. But that is not a topic for now. Panda's back with the cam. What do you got, Panda? I'm about to end things. What do you got? I'm gonna hang in my child garden for a little bit. I'm gonna go buy something from the store. I'm gonna go buy a new child or something like that. What do we got? We're nearing the end. I've done everything that I want to do. Panda's like, I am an excruciating pain emoji. That's what I interpret that as. Get a little hair of the dog in you. This is what the doctor orders. Are you sick? What is the doctor giving you? Have they given you a diagnosis? What's the prescription? Is it more cowbell? Because if it is, I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're as good as dead at this point. I'm sorry, Panda. I can't. How much money do I have? Wow, I got a lot of money. Wow. JB like Eggman top heavy like the Kool-Aid man. Yeah, dude. Oh, yeah! Oh, dude, they got a shiny white egg. I absolutely love shiny white things. Like my bare ass. But you didn't hear it from me, because I don't tend to look at my butt very often. My wife does, though. She's told me very good things about my shiny white ass. Panda's like, Strep, no more 2020 for me right now. Aww. But doesn't that, like, help with symptoms or something like that? I don't know, man. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Go to bed, put water in your body. Maybe a little bit of honey lemon tea. Honey ginger a little bit. Supposed to be good for the body. Something, rub witch hazel all over your body. If you have access to a volcanic spring, that supposedly also helps. Oh, and salt lamps. And salt lamps. But if you're anything like me, when I had strep throat, I just got medication from the doctor and I stayed home for a week. And I definitely didn't smoke anything. And I definitely didn't drink alcohol. Probably. In any case, don't ever come to me for medical advice. That's where we're ending it. That's where we're going. Ranzo's like, I have that one Vanitas cocktail, but I want to find a way to swirl or layer it with a sour cherry hearing so it gets a cool black and red green effect or swirl effect. Renzo, if you're... I haven't cracked the code on specific densities yet. I know we were talking about density stuff another time, but there's a cocktail account that I follow on Instagram called, like, Viscosity or something like that. They do some really weird shit with density in cocktails. They do, like, swirling shots that look like Rubik's Cubes. It's really weird. If you want a lesson on density, they might be able to help you with that. In any case. Panda's like, no! Why end when I just got here? Because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, my guy. Panda's now a member of the beautiful Bar with an X community. Just as much... You can throw as many monies at me as you want to, Yell, but it's 2:30 in the morning for me, and I've already passed my bedtime. I got editing I gotta do in the morning, so that's what I'm gonna do. Visual's like, oh man, are we done? How late do you want me to stay up, chat? Bar's closed. Panda's like, keep going for another 10 minutes. All right, you've convinced me. You gave me $1. I'll go for it. We're gonna sit here at the bar for a little bit. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit here at the bar and we're gonna chat for the next 10 minutes. That's what we're gonna do. This is what you wanted, Panda. You sitting there, sick person in your bed. He's like, I'm not gonna go to bed. I'm not gonna take care of my sickness. I just want to hang with Mr. Bartender guy on the internet. Oh, that's okay, I can give that to you. I have a ham sandwich that I can eat. I wanna go do that. You're on my time now, chat. Show's over, kids. Show's all over. I'm gonna eat a ham sandwich now with this custom bread that my father-in-law made for me. You may not being like, you mind sharing the Insta on the Discord? Yeah, bro, I got you. Show's over, y'all. Go home. I'm only here for Panda, because they're sick. That's my only reason. I got nothing else going on. Viscosity, viscosity, viscosity. Viscosity 1, viscosity bar? Viscosity bar? It's called Viscosity 1. That is the Instagram account. I'm gonna put it in the Discord server. Copy profile URL. There we go. I'm gonna throw it in live updates. On topic. What do I see out there? Panda's like, yeah, it made me smile. You're cool as fuck. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Official's like, did you eat my sandwich? I'm eating it right now. Obviously. Panda's like, I'm gonna eat a sandwich for... Here, I'll stay here so long as it takes for me to eat this sandwich. It's a very thick sandwich. It might actually take a hot minute. Here we go. Live updates. Live updates. Or actually, drinks. I'm going to put it in the drinks channel. Excellent density doohickey Instagram account with beverages. That was definitely English. Alright, it's in the drinks channel now. Want to know where? The Discord. There you go. Actually, I probably won't finish this whole sandwich. I'm actually not that hungry. All things considered. It's a very dry sandwich. The bread is very thick. There's not enough mayo. Not me criticizing my partner's sandwich attempts. Lumito's like, I'm going to bed. 3 hours of sleep ain't enough. Dude, go for it, my guy. Take care of your body. Officials like, see y'all on Monday. Bro, I hang here at my bar and eat sandwiches for you guys, and you're already saying goodnight. It's okay, dude. It's okay. The show's over. Go home. Oh my gosh. Panda's like, Google Pixel 8 Pro. Google 7a. Google Pixel 7a. Those were their first AI chip, apparently. And honestly, it's okay. It's an okay phone. I like it. I'm a fan of Google phones. I'm a Google fanboy. I'll take that with me. I'll chase my sandwich with this guy. Panda's like, I got a sandwich. My girl made. Wanna hear it? It's fire. Wait. You got a sandwich or a sandwich? Those are two completely different things. Lorenzo's like, my ham sandwiches are ham, cheese, ranch, and hot sauce. That sounds tasty, actually. Ham and ranch is an underrated... Actually, ranch and pretty much anything is a very underrated combination. I just noticed there's a hole in this bread. It's awesome. I am definitely not going to eat all of this sandwich. It's not going to work. Not in the form that it is right now. I'm a mixologist, right, y'all? I do not have the authority to talk on the specificity of sandwiches, but I do really like sandwiches. The bread is a little bit thick. It's been sitting out for a little while, so it's a little bit hard. It's very, very dry. There's not enough sauce on this, not enough mayo, to be able to counteract the dryness. If anything, there is so little ham for the amount of bread that is on the sandwich. I know, dearest, you're definitely asleep right now. I'm not trying to critique or anything. But like, I feel like I'd rather be eating mozzarella cheese. Alright, apparently I'm struggling to open the bag of mozzarella cheese, so I don't think I'm getting any mozzarella cheese. Nope, I can't even open the bag of mozzarella. Alright, whatever. Alright. That's it, y'all. Pan is like turkey mayo, pepperoni, and torta bread and Tokis. You get one bite, and that's it. One more bite. Mukbang time. I don't know what the heck that was. Thanks for watching me eat. Thanks for supporting my stomach. Happy Wednesday, my dudes. Or actually, technically it's a Thursday for me. Thanks for joining me toward the very end of a rather dry, savory, ham-forward, mayo-filled stream. And kind of minty. Oh, that's an interesting flavor combination. Ham and mayo. And mint and orange. Very interesting. Well, to everybody who decided or somehow found yourself at the very end of the stream, thanks so much for popping by. We'll be back again on Monday, 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, the normal time. It's exactly what time it is for you right now, minus about 6.5 hours on Monday, where I'll be mixing up another drink before some more Sonic Adventure 2 battle as we continue along with Dr. Eggman's mission in my attempt to get all A ranks in this particular video game. The cocktails that we made tonight included a Cynar Flip with full egg in it, which was absolutely tasty. We made a margarita with the stuff from the infinity bottle. We also tried a Sicilian Bloody Mary from Cute Thulu on the Twitch hand side, and Renzo gave me a recipe for, it was like the Wanderer's Wand or something like that, the Mystical Wand. I can't remember what it's called right now, but it's Aqua's drink, excuse me, from Kingdom Hearts, and I'm currently using that as the last sip on. Buenos noches, mi hermano, from Panda out there. Umido saying see you on Monday. Renzo saying love you, Pookie. Have fun sleeping and editing. I most hope be able to do so. To anybody out there who is struggling with a sickness right now, like Panda, for example, I hope you are well. And this next sip is to your general health. To everybody out there, thank you so much for joining me. I'll see you all again then. Have a great rest of your night, evening, dawn, twilight, or morning. I don't really care where you are. I'll see you next time. But until then, y'all, bye.